right, and we should be ready. What up, Eric? Oh, wait, I can't hear you.
Yep, Mike.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
How's it going, everybody?
How's it going? So, we have a special tournament going on for you here, so here's the start. Eric, it is a pleasure to cast with you again. Can you believe it's been over half a decade? I think in VGC circles, we are very close to counting for a senior discount, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think like we were talking about it earlier. The last time we casted together was back in like the Sword and Shield era, so it feels like it's been an eternity since we've been able to cast a tournament again. But we're back and we're ready to cast one of the newest tournaments and one of the early sort of metagame look tournaments for Pokemon Champions. So I'm excited to get into it, and yeah, I think we'll be in for a fun show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is such a delight to see Mega Evolutions back after such a long time. It's been almost 7 years since they were last tournament legal, and obviously the game changed a lot in terms of like available Pokemon, and obviously new Mega Evolutions, new Pokemon in general, new moves, new game mechanics. A big one that hasn't been a thing since the last time is the dynamic speed mechanics, and that obviously is one of the most game-changing mechanical changes that we've seen in Pokemon.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how the Mega Evolutions have been interacting with a lot of the new, like you said, game mechanics that have been introduced over the generations. Like now the Mega Pokemon have a lot more different tools to play with, so they feel a bit familiar, but also like a lot different with the various different types of tools that they have access to. Like now Mega Aggron has access to Body Press. Kangaskhan has been a beneficiary of the boosts, the buffs to Inner Focus and Scrappy. And I think a lot of these like more offensive Mega Evolutions have really profited a lot from the changes to dynamic speed, making stuff like Whimsicott a really good partner for a lot of these very offensively oriented Mega Evolutions. So it's been a very cool mix. It's like I said, it's a format that feels sort of familiar in a way, but also, you know, very different in terms of like all the different stuff we have access to. And especially with Pokemon Champions being very different in its own way with its very restrictive item choices and its really restrictive decks so far. So it's yeah, it's definitely been a melting pot.
Oh yeah,
of
the items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the items deserve a special mention because it is quite interesting to see the item choices, especially with the lack of stuff, a lack of safety goggles, a lack of assault, with a lack of life orb, actually does encourage people to get more creative with the team building, since those items are on such a pedestal in terms of power level, it's hard not to run them. Assault was in particular an item that you would love to run multiple times. One of the only instances where the item clause actually makes a difference. So
yeah, people forget that like back in Generation 6 when we had all these megas introduced, Assault Vest was Assault Vest's debut generation, and I think that's probably item that a lot of people are agreeing that they miss the most. Purely because a lot of these Mega Evolutions are such strong special attackers. You got Charizard, Gengar, Floette, Gardevoir, like all these insanely strong Mega Evolutions that are able to fire off such big special damage. And I know our Chaladon's been hurting a lot because Assault Vest was its main bread and butter, but yeah, I sort of understand both arguments in terms of like the whole items debate. Like I know for you and me who have been playing this game for a while, coming from Scarlet and Violet, like having the pick of the litter pretty much in terms of item choices. Like we have basically everything and more. Now being, you know, kind of restricted down to a very limited item selection. It's like it does feel sort of limiting in a way, but like at the same time, like you said, there's like a ton of room for experimentation. Like we're having to go back to using the resist berries. We have mega stones. Like there's definitely a lot of creativity still to be had in the format, despite the limited selection. So I sort of see both sides of the argument. I know it can be a little limiting for us old heads who have been playing for a while.
Oh yeah.
I think there has been a lot of creativity to come out of it, and I'm sure the items will be coming back soon. So, you know, it's temporary, but I mean, it gives us some time to kind of simplify the game a little bit and try to maybe get some new people on board without having to overwhelm them with all the complex items and stuff.
Oh yeah,
kind of boil it down to the basics.
We forgot to mention one factor, because Champions has been introduced with a game that will have balance changes. And I think that is an interesting thing, because we talked about Assault Vest, and like Assault Vest Incineroar was such a stable, and it's now an effectively unviable set.
Yeah, I think you.
So
I think
because it lost U-turn, you can't do that. I'm sorry, we're trying to find the first match that we want to feature, so with multitasking with, but yeah. First of all, that, and also changes to moves like no more body press on our Chaludon, but also stuff like the the Ice Hammer from Crabominable being now 95 accuracy, making it a lot more reliable as a stab option, especially since it's Iron Fist boosted, is super interesting. I think that is something to keep in mind. What do you think? Is there any of the changes to moves or move sets that you think is impactful?
Yeah, I mean, I think Incineroar is a big one, right? Not being able to use Assault Vest was like such a staple item for it, and also I think it's more hurt obviously by the loss of U-turn in its moveset. But I mean, a Pokemon that I was talking about earlier, our Chaludon, really suffered from the limited item pool, because now it can't use Assault Vest, it can't use Power Herb, so like its two most common sets are now just like basically gone from the game. So I think people have been trying to figure out like what they want to do with our Chaludon. So I mean, Electroshock is still good. I mean, you can still do that. It's just going to require a little bit more, pivoting around our Chaludon's pitiful special defense. That it's probably its biggest weakness. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I think the reintroduction, or sort of like the reintroduction to the metagame of the resist berries is really interesting, because those were really big, sort of back in the day. But I mean, like, we've had so many like since stronger items for a lot of Pokemon to use, and I think the absence of a lot of the offensive items like Choice Band, Choice Specs, Life Orb, I think it definitely brings the power level down a lot, and I think it allows a lot of these Pokemon that are maybe considered weaker on a surface level look. It allows a lot more of these Pokemon to kind of thrive in a metagame that's a little bit more lower power outside of the Mega Evolutions. But I mean, it's a lot of these Pokemon. Also, Sneasler is another one that's interesting, because
Sneasler and Incineroar being in the game is already quite meta warping.
Yeah, like White Herb Sneasler was a set that we saw a little bit back in Regulation Age, but I mean, like, I think the grander collective sort of trended towards like the Seeds and the Focus Sash and stuff like that to try to
the lack of those obviously makes quite a difference.
Yeah.
But I think we have finally found our first Scrimmage. We're gonna type in the ID real quick to show you something, because we have some fun teams to showcase in this tournament. Thankfully, I think the early rounds are always good to do that. But on the topic of stuff being available, I think that also puts a nerf as an ability quite in a premium, which gives Aerodactyl, rarely seen before, viability. So that is actually a meta development that I quite enjoy, frankly.
Yeah, I remember Aerodactyl. It took very little time at all. Like, I remember on day 2 of Champions, I was like, Aerodactyl seems really, really good in this metagame just because of Unnerve, but also it's like the fastest non-Prankster Tailwind setter in the game, and also it's access now to dual Wing Beat, so it can now kind of get around those focus sashes on stuff like Sneasler, Whimsicott, maybe even Venusaur. But also Rock Slide is just an amazing move in this metagame. Fast Rock Slide is very, very strong. That's why like Scarf Garchomp is very common, and Rock doesn't have like a lot of great switch-ins in this metagame, so Aerodactyl can also be a pretty prominent attacker. I know we were kind of chatting before we went live, that's like Mega Aerodactyl. We're still kind of seeing that guy to pop up, but
Mega Aerodactyl, funnily enough, is primarily used to outspeed other Aerodactyls, which is a very, very funny thing. Because the thing is, the unfortunate part is like, rock types always had a tough time making use of tough claws, which Mega Aerodactyl has, since no rock type moves really do create contact, so Rock Slide isn't boosted, which costs you a lot of damage, but Dual Wing Beat, on the other hand, does really, really benefit from it, giving it the option to one-hit KO certain things that it wouldn't hit otherwise, which is quite significant.
Yeah, it's kind of tough that, like you said, it doesn't really have like a good rock type attack option to take advantage of tough claws, so you're kind of just limited to Dual Wing Beat, and Aerodactyl's support move pool is just so strong that you like don't really have the slots to run like another offensive move like Tailwind, Wide Guard, Taunt.
Wide Guard, I was gonna mention that Wide Guard in this format feels huge, specifically because there's so much Earthquake and Rock Slide going on that Pokemon weak to it are borderline reliant on something like that to support, but the move pool of available Pokemon that have it, with those being viable, being in few, is just so hard to find. You can have to consider running Aerodactyl, which doesn't have that many move slots, Aegislash, which is a rather unexplored option, or you go into wild directions with like Ericko in it or Torterra. So it is quite interesting what those limited formats bring, because we didn't have one in a while. The last time that we had like a truly limited like regional deck, that was called back in the day, was early Sword and Shield pre-COVID. And prior to that, the last year, where we had a full year off those regional decks with the very limiting Pokemon choice, was 2017. That feels like a different lifetime ago at this point, which is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, because we didn't really get a lot of time with Regulation A back in Scarlet and Violet. It feels like the formats were expanding so rapidly that we didn't.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you said,
Regulation A in particular was like 1 month long, and then Regulation B being 2 months long. Actually crazy.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had like a truly restrictive sort of regional style decks, and I think that's, you know, we do have a lot of returning Pokemon that I'm sure that a lot of us are familiar with from Scarlet and Violet. It almost kind of feels like we're playing Reg H again with all these Pokemon.
Yeah, Reg
that are coming
H is
back.
quite the apt comparison. I mean, in terms because of like the limited Pokemon that are available to it, but also because it was the closest to a limited dex that we had access to. Okay, give us a moment. Champions are giving us a couple of technical difficulties, but it should be resolved now. Hopefully you can jump into the game, but at this point I'm a bit worried about having missed a little bit of the early game. But let's see if it works out now. Alright, we had to do quite a lot of yapping. Unfortunately, Champions of this new software does have a little bit of tech problems, but we should be able to jump into the lobby right around now and start spectating.
What do we got up on our first round?
Alright, so what we are seeing is a rather interesting Scovillain team. Yeah, oh no, we missed a lot of it. Yeah, again, sorry about the technical difficulties, but it should be resolved right around now. So we have a Scovillain team versus a Rain team with Mega Flat, so something very out there versus something rather standard. As you can see, the Scovillain, the Heracross, and the Primarina being rarely seen together.
Yeah, it's like we have a very like classic case of the Weather Wars of the early Champions format, but we have a very diverse set of characters for the Sun team. We have Scovillain, we have Heracross, we have Primarina, and a Charizard that has Air Slash, which is a coverage move I think is a little bit underexplored on it right now. But the Hurricane,
Oh yeah,
goes into
absolutely.
Charizard, not quite able to knock out, gets a critical hit. I was gonna say that did a lot of damage, but I was gonna say that I kind of do like Charizard's position in this endgame because of how low the opposing Pokemon here, but it might come down to whether or not Charizard's able to hit this Heat Wave.
Yeah, and even then, Pelipper outside of Sun might even be able to tank it because it's special defense. But oh, Air Slash into the Flood instead.
Maybe we're just relying on the Pelipper to have an inaccurate move choice into the Charizard. But I think at this point, even a regular Weather Ball should be able to take out Charizard. Critical hit from Hurricane, and I think the first game is going to go to Serendipitous.
Yep, that was a bit unfortunate with the endgame, but the teams are, again, quite interesting. We have a match of some very out there choices, so it's always fun to feature stuff like that early on. But it looks like game 1 went to Serendipities. So, in the Sun versus Rain matchup, what do you think is like the most important factor in all of this? Because Charizard Y does have this delayed weather setting where Mega Evolution happens after the trait, which is an important knowledge check for especially newer players. But how do you think the Rain has the position to keep staying dominant?
Yeah, it's definitely all about positioning your weather setters, and you kind of have to play this game of like chicken with Charizard, to where like you can predict it to Mega Evolve and like, you know, position your Rain around that way, or they could choose to delay the Mega Evolution because Charizard Y will activate the Drought upon Mega Evolution, so you have that kind of like switch to turn it off and on. But I mean, obviously, you know, a lot of people think that Rain might have the edge in this matchup purely because of the type chart, and you know, it's really all about just positioning your weather setters and getting them into a good position here, and really just kind of playing that switch around game where you kind of have to capitalize on your opponent's passive turns to try to get the weather back online.
But the other thing is, I suppose, is the bulk on Charizard, because attentive players will know that Basque Legion with Choice Scarf adaptability, if it is adamant, can one-hit KO Mega Charizard Y in Sun if it doesn't run sufficient bulk. So that is always an interesting calc to test for in like an early game, because being able to KO those Charizard through Sun makes the matchup infinitely easier. So it would be interesting to know if that has been something that the players have tried out. But yeah, the Charizard Y is actually quite interesting, because we finally got a chance to look at the movesets, because it doesn't run Protect, it runs Heat Wave, Air Slash, Scorching Sands, and Solar Beam.
Yeah, kind of making use of all of Charizard's coverage options. It did get Scorching Sands in in its moveset in the newer generations, and Charizard kind of has a very delicate. Have they started the battle yet, by the way?
Oh wait, I'm sorry, this is my first visit to spectator mode. I completely missed out on having to press it again. I'm so sorry, that is 100% on me.
It's okay, Champion's a new game. We're still figuring everything out.
Yeah.
It's bound to come with some hiccups here and there, but looks like we're still pretty early into the game. It's funny that you were talking about Charizard, because that guy has now been immediately eliminated from the game thanks to Mousehold and Sneasler here. Interesting part about this team is that they're using a Chlorophyll Scovillain now, so not the Mega, unfortunately, but now Scovillain. People forget that it has the access to Chlorophyll, which will double in speed in the sunlight. So Mousehold going to protect itself here, probably just trying to protect itself from a KO. Still have the Friend Guard active on Sneasler. Sneasler actually goes for Rock Slide here, which is able to knock out the Scovillain and get a little bit of chip damage into Sneasler. I guess we'll have to see if Sneasler targeted into that Mousehold, which would be a very, very good protect for Serendipities here. And it looks like it's a flinch, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a shame that we didn't get to look at the move traces, but what Filthy does have on the board is the Fling Light Ball Sneasler for the guaranteed paralysis, which allows some interesting options to be pulled off.
And it's also what that did.
Yeah, no, Fling from Light Bulb is basically a Nuzzle. It 100% paralyzes. In combination with Rock Slide, it actually does allow para flinching with Rock Slide, which is a very funny combination.
Yeah, who needs Dire Claw? You can just get a guaranteed paralysis this way.
Yeah, also, great nickname choice. We only saw it briefly on the Scovillain, but the Habanero nickname is actually kind of peak, as the young ones say.
Yeah, Mousehold just going to redirect all the damage to try to get Basque Legion as free of a switch in as possible. Whimsicott going to set up the Tailwind here, give the Sneasler a much-needed speed boost against this Basque Legion, as the Fling is going to come out into the Mousehold, able to pick up that last little bit of HP, so not going to capitalize on the 100% paralysis chance, but the Tailwind here, it's nice, but I think something tells me that now that Sneasler has exhausted its choice for a Dark-type move, it might have a little bit of issues dealing with Basque Legion. However, Basque Legion on the other side is in a bit of an interesting spot now, because well, now it does have a base 100 power Last Respects, which is honestly might be more than enough to do this end game here, especially with Sneasler coming back in, threatening the fake out pressure. Yeah, with Whimsicott having the focus edge, anyways, the one-shot potential isn't as important. And Sneasler having a hard time tanking those strong physical hits in the first place. I'm actually a bit surprised that we didn't see the Pelipper in the first place to come in and bring the Rain in, override the Sun, but it is just Fake Out breaking the Sash. Yeah, Fake Out going to break the Focus Sash on Whimsicott. Sneasler is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field here, able to fire off a Rock Slide, maybe just fishing for some flinches here. Whimsicott obviously going to flinch from the Fake Out, and Basque Legion is able to get off the Last Respects into the Sneasler, is able to just pick up a clean knockout. As you were saying, Sneasler, not the most defensively inclined Pokemon in the metagame, and it's going to easily drop to a Last Respects, and now with Whimsicott's Sash broken, yeah, there's no way it's going to be able to take an adaptability Last Respects. And the Serendipity is going to clean up the set here and win 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was an interesting start. Unfortunately, we didn't see a whole lot of the thing because, again, new software, there's always a little bit of hiccups. But being showcased why Basque Legion is so strong is always a good reminder to be ready for the Pokemon. But maybe, just maybe, thanks to the great potential of the Spectator mode, we can find another match to jump into real quick, because that was quite fast, honestly. And unfortunately, not that much to say about, but how do you like the idea of Miracle Seed, Scovillain, Eric?
It's a very interesting set because, like, I feel like people have been really high on the Mega Scovillain. I honestly thought when Mega Scovillain was revealed and its ability, I mean, like, Scovillain's like a bit on the weaker side, and you know, its ability being a little bit more passive. It's not exactly what you look for in a Mega Evolution, but with how physical the metagame is outside of the Mega Evolutions, the ability to just burn whatever attacks Scovillain is actually very interesting and very valuable for some strategies. And this, like, Scovillain, the fact that it has Rage Powder, so it could even like redirect attacks into it to get those guaranteed burns on things that are attacking into it. Yeah, it's very interesting to see a Chlorophyll one, to see like just a straight off offensive one, because we think we've seen Chlorophyll ones in the past that try to take advantage of something like Spicy Extract. I know we saw that a little bit in Regulation I with Koraidon, and with the cool interaction with Clear Amulet, that your defense doesn't get lowered, but you still get the
that was a
attack
very
boost.
cool one.
But yeah, I think a lot of people have been very high on Mega Scovillain as of late, especially with Wolf kind of popularizing it on ladder. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more Scovillain in the future, and you know, I think it's proven a lot of people wrong.
Yeah, what I think is quite interesting about Scovillain is the future. Because it's always like this matter of like, do you really want to have a full-on support Pokemon as your Mega slot, as the only one in the team? Especially in those lower power level formats, people shy away from that, but I think once we reach like the GS Cup, the restricted formats, where you reach like the highest power level and have those really big powerhouses on the board, it justifies running a support Mega like that, especially with its ability to burn key targets like, let's say, a Koraidon in a post-Terra environment, or a Groudon in a post-Terra environment, where crippling that physical damage output is a super valuable tool. So that is something that I've been theorizing a lot about, and think that will actually, in like later down the line, be a very, very potent threat and very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I think it could go a couple different ways. It could either be like, yeah, like you said, like using a Mega slot for a Pokemon that is purely dedicated almost to support. It seems like a bit of a risky idea on paper, but like there's so many other strong Pokemon in the format that you can easily build your team full of really strong attackers to just kind of supplement the lack of the strong Mega Evolution damage. But yeah, also on the same side of that, or like a different side of that same coin, is that like as the formats expand, like you're gonna have options to where the format isn't so physical. So maybe the burn on a lot of different teams might not be so valuable in the future. So I don't know. I mean, I think Scovillain has a lot of potential. Like you said, it does, like, burns definitely have a lot of I mean, burn is an excellent status.
Yeah, it's a very potent status.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we found another game to join mid-match, so let's just right into it and see what matchup is awaiting us. So, off into Spectate. I forgot about this time, that was very embarrassing. But yeah, let's see, what is awaiting us? What is awaiting us? Yo, the Bonner mentioned earlier, Aegislash. That is a potentially very funny 1v1. Because White Guard versus Heatwave as your endboard piece can make for some funny interactions, depending on like how many PP is left over. But it's using Substitute.
It might come down to whether or not this Aegislash has access to Shadow Sneak, which it looks like it doesn't because the Substitute went first. So Aegislash might be a special attacking set that, like you said, might have Wide Guard to try and protect that Charizard. But with Substitute on the board, also it's tricky because Aegislash is like so bulky and it's sword or shield form. So Delphox might not have enough in its tank to OHKO it from full, and so maybe you're in a position where you're trying to bait the Aegislash to go for King Shield, so then you can get the free Substitute up, so then you can, you know, sort of make it a position where you can survive Aegislash's attack and get to attack it twice. So it's a very interesting end game here. So it's kind of like maybe it comes down to a read of whether or not the Aegislash goes for King Shield, or if it just goes for another attack to try to break a Substitute set up by Delphox. So it's certainly not over.
Yeah, this is absolutely a very, very risky game of chicken, because right now it was tempting to hit the damage, but if this is a Substitute call, that becomes a lot more complicated, and we do see it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, excellent call from Rabby here to get that Substitute on the Aegislash's King Shield, and with Delphox being behind a substitute, still might not be over yet because Delphox has to rely on the accuracy of Heat Wave. Where are all these Pokemon coming from?
Yeah, oh no, there was a visual glitch that I haven't seen in a while.
As expected, Aegislash does hang on in its shield form from the single target Heat Wave and is able to get a Shadow Ball off into Delphox. So after taking all this damage now, it might not actually have to rely on a second Heat Wave. It might just be able to click Psychic here and lock up the knockout here. But Aegislash does have
the
leftovers.
leftovers might make a difference because
yeah.
it's honestly not that gonna take that much to survive a Psychic in the shield form thanks to its fantastic physical capabilities. So this again comes down to the mind game of like, do you have a no more mind games anymore. It basically just comes down, do you want to risk the miss or do you want to try and see if Psychic is enough? So excellently played from R6B Rabby. I'm not quite sure, but excellently played because this allows the highest chance of doing it unless you see the Shadow Sneak. Oh my.
Wow. So it wasn't even a mind game at all because, like, yeah, Delphox wasn't able to substitute anymore, so it has to click an attack, and maybe that's exactly what Anima was looking for. And now just getting it into Shadow Sneak range, able to lock up the game there. So we'll have to see if that was the set deciding game there. But that was very, very well played from both sides. It's just a very tricky end game, and as expected, Aegislash, you know, that guy was nerfed. It does have a little bit of
slightly less stats.
Yeah, slightly less defensive stats in its shield form, and slightly less offensive stats in its sword form. But Aegislash is on the come up. People are still realizing this guy is pretty good. Kind of like Cresselia a little bit. I think people doubted Cresselia a lot after its own respective nerfs to its defenses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But in all fairness, Cresselia got a signature move as compensation, which made it a lot easier to look past the shortcomings. With Aegislash, basically just lost those stats, which, to be fair, if I remember correctly, it's just 5 base stats in each defense and thus also offense. So that does make a difference. But it looks like it might have been game 3 because one of the players has left the room. So that might just conclude our round 1 of sets. So again, sorry for the scuffed sound. We had a couple of glitches, a couple of hiccups, but I promise you we're going to have a better time in round 2, so do stick around for that.
Yep, we'll be right back with more sets from the tournament. Round 2 coming up soon.
And welcome back, everyone. Round 1 has concluded. We've sorted out whatever issues we had, so we should have a much smoother experience going into the rest of the tournament. We're going to have 8 rounds of Swiss in total, so there is 7 more rounds of fantastic Pokemon action to go. So I do hope you can stick around with us for that. How are we feeling about today, Eric? Ready to cast another 7 rounds of fantastic Pokemon?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we have a really good variety of teams in the metagame right now. We have a lot of cool stuff we can feature, some staples of the new metagame, and also, just some as you can see from our first round, we have a lot of creative sort of team choices in this particular tournament. So yeah, I'm excited. It should be a pretty exciting day of Pokemon. I see we have a lot of really cool stuff in the field right now. We have a Crabominable that won round 1. We have a Rotom Refrigerator that won round 1. We have a Blastoise that won round 1. So we have a lot of
Yeah,
interesting stuff
Blastoise
to
has
feature.
been a bit more established. We have a Zoroark, a regular Zoroark that won round 1.
Oh wow.
So, while we are picking out the matches, what do you think of like the dominance of Rain in this? Like we saw it a bit earlier, but Rain is quite strong. What do you think people can do as a solution to it? Maybe outside of like playing their own weather, because that is something that feels borderline shoehorned in, that you have to run weather in this economy to combat rain or sun. I don't know. How have you been experiencing that so far?
I think the main issue, and I think this is a problem that's not exclusive to dealing with Rain itself, it's just having answers to Basculegion, because Basculegion is probably one of the most used Pokemon in the format right now, and Rain just gives it a much needed boost to its water attacks and either its speed with Swift Swim, but I think a lot of people have just been opting for the adaptability sets, and Basculegion just does so much damage, and if you leave it unchecked and if you give your opponent an opportunity to bring it in late game, it's just so easy to sweep with last respects, because like there's not really a whole lot of ghost resists in the format, and those ghost resists that we do have, like Incineroar, are just weak to Wave Crash on the opposing side, so it's really easy to bring Basculegion in sometimes in the late game and just start spamming last respects. But as far as Rain goes, like, I mean, Pelipper is still as good as ever. Archaludon, I think, is still kind of finding its way in the metagame here. We've seen a lot of people experimenting with a lot of different items on it since
we
kind
have
of lost.
Found a match. So
yeah.
I'm sorry to intercept, but we have found an interesting match. Because speak of the devil, we are having Sun versus Rain. Okay, we barely missed it, but it is a Charizard Sun versus very standard Rain team. So we missed out it, but there is a Glimmora on the opposing team. Glimmora Dragonite lead being brought out versus Charizard Whimsicott. What do you think about that one, Eric?
Yeah, we have the classic Weather War situation here, but Glimmora is actually a very nice tool to have in this matchup, because into Charizard, like, you have the fast adaptability power gem to just immediately remove Charizard from the field, so it's just another added option that this team has to threaten the immediate Charizard lead. And Glimmora is also very good into Whimsicott too. A lot of these Charizard teams have been opting for Whimsicott as just fast speed control with Tailwind, and Whimsicott does get access to Sunny Day, so it can manually overwrite the weather, so it's a really good tool.
Moonblast, Anchors, Tailwind, Sunny Day, and Mantle Herb on the Whimsicott on Rals's side, while the Glimmora being an interesting Terra meta Terra, I say Scarlet and Violet has ruined me. Being an interesting mega choice with the Glimmorite in a Rain team, though, being used. We do see the mega turn 1. Eric?
Yeah, Charizard just gonna go for the Mega Evolution turn 1. Get the Sun on the board here. Actually, I'm curious if it is... Okay, so it is Mega Glimmora. It's also Mega Dragonite, so you do have the double Mega option here, but Dragonite's still a very useful Pokemon to have into Sun, just because of how well it matches up type-wise. So Charizard just going to go for a Protect here, doesn't want to be on the receiving end of an adaptability boosted power gem from this Glimmora, as Whimsicott is going to set up the Tailwind. This Dragonite also does have a lot of threatening attacks that it can go for, but Dragonite, interestingly, has its option for its own Tailwind, as actually, as from Marino's side, maybe potentially reading the Charizard to Protect here, goes for an Earth Power into the Whimsicott just to break that Focus Sash, and Dragonite is able to match the Tailwind on the opposing side. So Glimmora remaining faster than this Charizard potentially, and Whimsicott also being under threat because it's facing down Sludge Bomb and potentially Hurricane from Dragonite.
Yeah, and honestly, one interesting choice I have to single out is Protect Mega Charizard. Like, usually you want a Mega early for the stat, but doing that early with Charizard in a rain matchup opens up this exact play, the switch in on Pelipper overriding the drought that was set last turn.
Yeah, Pelipper switching in here, interestingly, going to reset the weather, but Whimsicott does have Sunny Day in its move pool, but the Heat Wave going to be obviously very weakened by the rain, and also this is going to make Hurricane 100% accurate, so it goes into Whimsicott, able to get the knockout after the Focus Sash was broken. So now, that's a very big loss for Rawls there, because you have the option now gone of being able to manually reset the weather, so now Charizard-Y is at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, and now it becomes a question of like how do you reposition Sneasler? With its fake out pressure can absolutely do that, but the slot on Charizard is very susceptible. You can quite freely double up with Hurricane and Weather Ball, and Sneasler can only fake out one Pokemon, so whatever comes in on Rawls' Charizard slot, if Rawls opts to swap in the first place, will take massive damage and make the endgame even harder. Like, there is just such a disadvantage in the weather control of Megaing early that enables that, especially with like 2 more turns of Tailwind going, making it really hard for Sneasler to hit even in the first place, that maybe if you're Rawls, you already have to consider how you can adapt into this game, because it is already such a massively disadvantageous position, and we do see the swap out.
Yeah, Charizard going to swap out here, trying to probably reset the weather control. It is going to be Venusaur last, so a potential switch into Weather Ball as Marino going to make the smart play and pivot out the Pelipper here. Here comes Basculegion, as Dragonite is going to protect, probably to shield itself from the Fake Out and preserve its multi-scale from being broken, as the Fake Out does go into the Pelipper slot that now just switched into Basculegion. Very, very nice pivoting from Marino's side, and now Basculegion is in a prime position, as Dragonite's still in a pretty good spot too.
Oh yeah, it is very comfy, and the inner focus ability is actually being used on Dragonite, and now that it will not Mega, that makes it even harder to deal with it, because now I'm actually a bit surprised, especially with the inner focus. Dragonite should have been free to fire off a powerful move. Not quite sure what Marino was afraid of, because I do think that was a great opportunity to push the offense even harder. It is still a very favorable position, though Rawls can actually mitigate Basculegion a bit better since it's Swift Swim, and Charizard will take away its boost with the Drought coming back in.
Yeah, an interesting play that Marino could have gone for there is actually switching out the Basculegion and anticipating the Charizard to switch in, because if you take away Swift Swim, Basculegion actually becomes the slower Pokemon, so it actually gets the second on the switch priority, so you would have had Rain right back up. But unfortunately not going for it there, as we just see a lot of nothing going on that turn. So Charizard able to come back in. Now Venusaur is in the sunlight, so now it has the option to go for a fast Sleep Powder, or Solar Beam might be a little bit risky here because the Pelipper is in the back. But yeah, Marino still has plenty of their positioning tools available, and yeah, I think Rawls is really on the back foot here, trying to make something happen with this Charizard and Venusaur combination.
Yeah, obviously the Hurricane missing last turn was huge for Rawls, but now Pelipper coming back in, resetting the weather, establishing speed control once more, being able to use this rain-boosted Wave Crash to KO Charizard and establish Rain being on the field for presumably the rest of the game. And now it's a question of like, how will Venusaur answer in turn? And it is by virtue of firing off a Sleep Powder that misses yet again, and Pelipper being able to still fire off its Hurricanes, while only Sneasler remains with inner focus Dragonite in back, is making this look more and more difficult.
Yeah, I also totally forgot that Basculegion would have been faster, so the switch interaction does not work that way. But anyways, yeah, being able to KO that Charizard just all but locks up the game for Marino here, just having the Rain on the field for the rest of the game. You have Pelipper, you have Basculegion that's faster than everything in the back. Basculegion, you know, has a free KO into Sneasler whenever it wants because it can't get faked out, and then Pelipper has the option to just clean up Venusaur here with the Hurricane. So yeah, Marino just pivoting their pieces really well. Doesn't really mind the fake out onto Pelipper, as Basculegion interestingly goes for last respects here. Still going to be 50 base power because of no KOs yet. So, but Venusaur in kind of an awkward spot too, because it can't click Solar Beam because there's no sun on the field. So it has to click Sludge Bomb into the Basculegion, which does not a lot of damage.
The interesting part was that since Rawls is in fact running Focus Sash Sneasler, which has fallen out of favor, that was primarily there to break the Sash to enable a KO later down the line, and maybe hoping that eventually the Pelipper was going to go down to enable those stronger last respects to just have an easier endgame against the Venusaur, since it is Swift Swim and not choice locked, will KO the Sneasler, though turning this into a 1v4 situation. Now we're gonna see the speed interaction between those two, with Venusaur being faster than Pelipper and finally getting a sleep powder off, though you might just say that is a little too late, because this Hurricane will absolutely lock up game 1 in Marino's favor, and Ral's gotta go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, this Venusaur not able, like you said, the Sneasler carrying the Focus Sash on the team. So Sneasler, if forced to take a Hurricane in this position, was just going to get knocked out from full HP. And yeah, Rawls definitely needing to reevaluate the game plan here. Something interesting that I think is worth noting, that there is a secondary Mega option on this team in the Lucario. And I think Lucario, honestly, might have a little bit of merit in this matchup, just purely because of how well it matches up into stuff like Glamora and Archaludon. And Charizard might have a bit of a tough time here, just because of how many threats there are into it, and especially with having to deal with the rain and doing that little dance of trying to control the weather. So I think there's maybe a little bit of merit to bringing Lucario here if you're Rawls.
Yeah, I think Lucario is definitely an interesting choice. But outside of Glamora, the biggest problem that Lucario has is that with its steel fighting typing, it does really struggle into the rain mode in particular. It can't hit Rescue Legion or Pelipper for any meaningful damage at all, due to the type combination and the coverage being extreme speed. So the question would be, how do you deal with the rain mode in particular if you can't do that? Because Sunny Day Whimsicott is nice for overriding the weather, but it is still rather susceptible to being hit by Glamora, especially since Rals's Whimsicott is in fact the Mental Herb, since the Sash is reserved for the Sneasler, making it rather difficult to not bring Charizard. I do think playing the little dance, playing the little game of chicken more. Oh my god, no, I forgot about the spectator mode again. I'm so sorry. It happened again. But making that distinction again. The trains are choosing. Okay, it looks like we came in just at the leads because we see the timer is still right above 19 minutes. But yes, Sneasler, Whimsicott leads, trying not to fire off the drought from Charizard too early, I think is a good adaptation from Ralts. What are we saying, Eric?
Yeah, it's definitely a good adjustment because of how much pressure that Glamora is able to put on Charizard on turn 1, as Glamora opting to just take the defensive route here. Actually calls the fake out into it, able to get the Spiky Shield, which does critically break the Focus Sash there. Whimsicott going to fire a Moonblast. As you mentioned, this is actually Inner Focus Dragonite, so it will be taking a very healthy chunk of damage from that Moonblast, but able to hang on there as Dragonite going to go for the Tailwind. So what you might, while you might be thinking that, okay, now that Marino has the position where they have the speed control, Whimsicott does have Encore, so it kind of does have the pick of which one it wants to Encore here, as to where, you know, you want to Encore Glamora into Spiky Shield, or you want to Encore Dragonite into Tailwind. So it's a little bit of an awkward position here for Marino, because now both of these Pokemon have the chance of not doing anything this turn.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is basically just becoming a game of like, who do I swap out? Because Marino could try and safely play around that by going for a double swap, but if you bring in like the Rain mode now too early and all to play around the Encore, that enables a very, very annoying Sunny Day to play. And we do see the Dragonite swapping in, which difficult to say who's the fast one, because Bastion Legion comes in, and will Glamora switch out again, or will they try something else? It opts for the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, so Glamora going to be Mega Evolving, just try to get those offensive stats on board as quickly as possible. It does threaten potential knockouts into either one of these two. Whimsicott obviously not holding the Focus Sash, Sneasler having its Focus Sash broken, so even with the Tailwind going up, it's a very excellent call here to anticipate the Whimsicott going for Tailwind, as now Glamora has the opportunity to follow up with an attack into either one of these. Bastion Legion catching the poison on the switch-in, not the greatest, but actually Glamora opting for a Power Gem into the Sneasler, a critical hit, which does a very good amount of damage. Interestingly, not going for the Earth Power into that slot, maybe potentially predicting the Charizard to come in.
Like, that was absolutely a wild turn. Like, Whimsicott not going for an Anchor at all and answering with Tailwind was already not on the board. Anchor seemed so tempting that it's shocking to see, and as a Bastion Legion being in quite a comfy position, despite the poison isn't the worst scenario in the world, because Bastion Legion not a Pokemon that wants to stick around forever anyways, wants to do its explosive damage. But yeah, the biggest surprise in all of this is Marino apparently been making a call that Season stays in, but now instead we see Lucario coming in, and you were right about that call.
Yeah, Lucario does make its debut in the battle here. Interestingly, this Basculegion does not have Aqua Jet, so it doesn't threaten a KO onto the Sneasler. The Sneasler going for a strong close combat into the Glamora, able to hang on with about 40 HP left, but this is critically going to drop Sneasler's defenses as... Oh, wow! Raul's calling the Sludge Bomb target into the Whimsicott, and that allows Lucario to switch in safely.
Yeah, that might be the turning point of the game, because that was basically a perfect turn for Ralts, being able to bring in Lucario safely, calling the Sludge Bomb perfectly, and Sneasler getting this ever so important chip into Glamora, making sure that it can't really do all that much, since Lucario is honestly gonna have to work very, very hard on chipping down Basculegion, since its only good damage option into it is its Meteor Mash, which will thankfully be boosted by adaptability, while Sneasler has gonna have easy pickings into Glamora, maybe even able to go for a Diaclaw trying to call out the swap. So now, after a rough start, it is in Ralts' favor, and we do see the Mega Lucario Z. I'm sorry, not Z, regular.
It's the OG one. We don't got the Z version yet, but...
Yet.
Yeah, it's interesting that Lucario's choice of priority move here is Extreme Speed, which isn't exactly the best option into either of these, but just going to fire off a Meteor Mash into the Basculegion. As you said, with adaptability, easily strong enough to pick up the knockout. The Poison actually proving critical in stacking up chip damage on that Basculegion without needing to hit it with either of these Pokemon that ideally on the type chart you probably don't want to be attacking into Basculegion. Sneasler, unfortunately, has the close combat directed into the Glamora Spiky Shield here. But yeah, Lucario is in a very, very nice position because it will more than likely be faster than this Glamora with Tailwind still on the board here as Pelipper comes back in here as, you know, Glamora not having that much HP left, but this Lucario is still, you know, it's still on the field and it's ready to do even more damage.
Yeah, again, absolutely massive turn. I am a bit surprised that Meteor Mash was already enough to pick up, but I suppose 100 base power with adaptability stacked on top of it is enough to do stuff. And now Glamora being very threatened, might be able to call the swap and double into Pelipper, but we will see what is about to happen with Dragonite coming in.
Yeah, interestingly, like, Lucario doesn't really have a lot to hit Pelipper super effectively, but yeah, like, Lucario does not care about resistances. It's adaptability boosted attack. It's got strong same type attack bonus moves to take advantage of, able to fire off a resisted close combat into Dragonite and just pick up that knockout. It's a critical hit Dire Claw as well, so Raul's getting very, very fortunate with the Dire Claws in this game. Getting the status on Basculegion and then getting a critical hit onto the Pelipper. Pelipper just going to go for an Icy Wind here to drop the speeds of the opposing side and get the knockout onto Sneasler. But yeah, Lucario does have a priority move in Extreme Speed, so these Pokemon are still very heavily damaged, so the speed drop might not even matter too much for it.
Yeah, it honestly might not, because now with the Dragonite down and Whimsicott back in the field, you can override the -1 speed on Lucario with just a Tailwind of your own. And if Pelipper were to go for this Tailwind, Whimsicott has the Anchor, so now all of a sudden quite a strong position. Maybe just a Tailwind and close combat into the Glamora slot, trying to make sure that Whimsicott can't be picked up that easily, since it does still have merit in regards to overriding the weather if it needs to be. I don't think we've even seen Ralts' 4th Pokemon yet, so this is honestly quite a comfy situation, because you can't really get rid of Whimsicott and establish speed control again, so there should be some easy turns with just prioritizing the right target with Tailwind plus a close combat, not opting for the Meteor Mash last turn to not risk the miss, being a very smart play, even though losing the defense sucks, but Tailwind from Whimsicott, very unsurprising turn.
Yeah, I guess you do have to be a little bit smart about your targeting here, but correctly getting the close combat into the Glamora that doesn't decide to go for Spiky Shield. Lucario now at -2 defense and special defense, which probably leaves it susceptible to an attack from this Pelipper. But no, Pelipper just going to go for the Hurricane into the Whimsicott. This will be enough to pick up the knockout, but with Tailwind being set up, this just means that Ralts has a free switch into their final Pokemon, which should easily be able to lock up this game, because it is now a 3v1 into this very damaged Pelipper. And I guess this is good information for Marino to see what the last Pokemon is. It's going to be the Hisui Typhlosion, though.
Yep, quite an interesting one. It's a 2v1 situation already, but Hisuian Typhlosion with Choice Scarf Shadow Ball is going to be able to do all the damage it needs through the rain, since now you can just opt for close combat and Shadow Ball and deal all the damage that you need into Pelipper, since it's only at 20 HP. This does look like a game-free scenario, and quite fascinating adaptation, because even though we've talked about the weather so much, there is one very critical thing we didn't see this game, and that was a sunny day from Whimsicott.
Yeah, maybe not even needed at the end of the day
Mhm.
because you just are able to threaten so much offense into the Pelipper. So maybe even resetting the weather didn't really do much, and you're able to remove Basculegion early without even it able to get any real attack off. So the weather ward not even really being a factor in that game. And Pelipper just came out so late anyway, to the point
Mhm.
where you could just keep the rain up, and as long as you're just able to chip things into Lucario range, like we saw Lucario just completely ignoring the type chart, just firing off resisted hit after resisted hit into these heavily damaged Pokemon and just able to pick up knockouts
Yeah,
left and right. So
adaptability
I
is
think it was a
quite
really
the
good,
ability.
yeah, it was a really good adjustment from Rawls' end.
Mhm. Yeah, now honestly, the one thing that is making me scratch my head a little bit is the Hisuian Typhlosion Bring. I do think that is a bit of an odd choice, because that one more than anything relies on Sun being up for it to be a rather effective threat. Like, I understand it with Choice Scarf in Sun, it will be the fastest one on the field, but it doesn't threaten Glimora that well, it doesn't threaten Pelipper that well, Dragonite, so there is a couple of questions that I have in regards to it. Like, I would have maybe preferred to still see a Venusaur just for the sake of firing off those sleep powders, though without Sun, the Venusaur is more susceptible since Ralts did opt for the Solar Beam. But the question now is also going to be, like, how is Marino going to adapt? Because I do think that something like Archaludon might be brought here now that we have seen a willingness to not see Charizard, even though it is a bit scary into the Lucario. If it can pick up those stamina procs, it can become just bulky enough to deal with it. So I can see a more restrained, more defensive style of maybe Archaludon, Pelipper, Basculegion, but what the third game is going to bring is going to be decided right now, because both our players have picked their leads, and it is Dragonite Glimora from the side of Marino.
Yeah, I was wondering that maybe an adjustment you can go for from Marino's side is maybe try to leverage the weather a little bit earlier and try to just eliminate Whimsicott, so that you can eliminate the sunny day option and really have Basculegion just kind of pop off, because you can match Tailwinds with Whimsicott, but I think the issue is that Basculegion kind of got in too late, and Basculegion, you know, maybe you let one of your Pokemon go down just so you can give it that extra boosted Lash Respects, and we saw how potent even at 100 base power last game that move was able to be. But Glimora actually going to switch out on turn 1, going to bring in that Pelipper immediately, so maybe this is indicative of Marino just wanting to go on the offense, maybe trying to give Dragonite an edge with that Hurricane, as also maybe trying to catch the fake out here on the Glimora, as Pelipper is going to take the fake out. Whimsicott goes for a Moonblast into Dragonite, realizing that it doesn't have to match Tailwind quite yet if it doesn't want to, but able to just get a really good amount of damage, as Dragonite is going to go for the Hurricane into the Whimsicott. We know that this Whimsicott is not Focus Sash, so Whimsicott forfeiting the opportunity to click Tailwind, and instead just gets KO'd on turn 1, and I think that's exactly what Marino was looking for in this turn, just eliminating the weather possibility.
Yeah, that absolutely might be the biggest swing of the game already, because we do see Typhlosion coming in. Yeah, that was absolutely the plan for Marino here, saying, okay, even if you're willing to call the Sunny Day, with the swap of the Sunny Day, it still gives you 50% chance to get rid of Whimsicott immediately, maybe making the call of no Charizard Y in the back again, which might be the case, because I don't think we're going to see Typhlosion and Charizard in the back here, allows for a massive early advantage, especially coupled with the inner focus on Dragonite, making it impossible to flinch from the fake out. Actually was quite the call from Marino, worked on very, very many levels, just saying I'll confidently, no Charizard, no problem, and reducing the Shadow Ball lock into Pelipper, which is quite not
able to hang on. Yeah, it's able to hang on there. Dire Claw probably going to pick up this Dragonite. Pelipper, now that it's left on the field, it does have its pick of what it wants to knock out here. He has Weather Ball for Typhlosion, which it is going to go for here. This Weather Ball in the rain, going to easily drop Typhlosion. And even though that, you know, Dragonite is off the board now, you know, there's still an opportunity for speed control from Marino's side, because the Pelipper did reveal Icy Wind in game 1, but instead just going straight on the offensive. You have the rain up. Once Basculegion comes in now, it's looking like a massive threat, as Lucario is going to return to the battle here, as Basculegion comes in with the rain boost up. The Blast Respects now boosted to 100 base power, but I think if you're Marino, Wave Crash is looking very, very tasty on this board.
Yeah, Wave Crash does look like all you need. And the problem now is that previously Lucario was able to deal with Basculegion because it was already chipped. So Dire Claw would have to do overtime. Like, at this point, you basically just have to call what Basculegion is going to look into, and I think it's quite simple. A hit into Lucario, and with the Wave Crash and the Hurricane into Sneasler, but we will see the Mega Evolution and see what Marino is going to lock in, because this is the game-deciding turn, and it is in fact the Extreme Speed into Pelipper picking up the KO like that. Let's see. if it works out, because now Basque Legion is going to be free to pick its target, and it is in fact a Wave Crash into the Lucario, and with all those multipliers, it is not enough to pick it up and gets the one-hit KO, leaving a rather healthy Glimora and Basque Legion to deal with Sneasler, which tries to desperately swing with Dire Claw, and does it get a status? It does not. Which means that this might just be all she wrote, because that 1v2 is quite unfavorable. Sneasler not being able to threaten the damage effective enough into the full health Glimora, with Marino on top of everything else still having the Mega Evolution option available, since Dragonite was doing a lot of heavy lifting with its inner focus ability, mitigating any and all fake out shenanigans. It does show us the glorious Mega Glim to end things off, because with no Protector is no chance to even prolong this game any longer, and the last respects will find its target with 150 base power, put Sneasler down to its Focus Sash, leaving Glimora to finish the job right after this Dire Claw.
Yep, the one more Dire Claw into Basque Legion, desperately hoping for a status, maybe. Maybe there was a potential win con if Sneasler was able to critical hit a close combat into the Glimora, and then you stall out Rain to maybe take out Basque Legion and hope for another critical hit, because Basque Legion does not have Aqua Jet, so maybe there was a way out there, but it seems very, very unlikely. Marino, very well positioning this end game, and like you said, none of those Pokemon had Protect, so Basque Legion could just Wave Crash the Lucario, get the biggest threat to Glimora out of the way, and easily clean up the 2v1 there and move to 2-0 in the tournament.
Yeah, I will say that was quite an entertaining match, though I am genuinely not sure if even a crit would be enough, because one of the stats on Mega Glimora, and with the new Megas, it's something that people still have to get used to, is a massive defensive stat. Glimora already not a particularly frail Pokemon to begin with, but if I remember correctly, Mega Glimora gets a lot of physical defense, turning it into a quite nice 105 base with already 83 base HP. Unless the Glimora runs like no bulk, it will comfortably take even a crit from Sneasler, especially if it were a Jolly variant, which is quite common on Focus Sash. Because those things are quite tanky, especially in a team with like the speed control of like Whimsicott and Pelipper. I can't imagine the Glimora just going max for that, since you can go for defensive calcs while with speed control established that you hit first anyways.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would have to do the math, but I think it's quite well within the realms of possibility that Glimora survives that.
I mean, the close combat did a lot of damage in game one, so maybe indicative that it doesn't have a lot of bulk investment. But yeah, it was a very tight situation to try to get out of, and I think Basque Legion coming in at the end of the game was just a very easy way to lock it up. So very, very well played to both players, but Marino getting the dub there with the Rain team, and it looks like Rain teams are potentially poised to thrive in this tournament today.
But still, regardless, it was very interesting to see the counterplay. It's just the Whimsicott game plan like that, it can work out, but if you have a player adapt too well into it, it can be difficult. What I really would have wanted to see is maybe still bring the Charizard, because Lucario at least has some merit with Meteor Mash still doing some damage, having the potential to snowball or just threat it in close combat, since being able to deal with Glimora thanks to its step is already good enough, so maybe you don't have to Mega it. Since I will still die on the hill that I am not super happy with Typhlosion into the matchup, because Typhlosion very heavily relies on you winning the Weather War, and that requires a more intricate positioning game. But I don't know what you think about that. Do you think Typhlosion was the right call, or should it have been something else later down the line?
I potentially see the merit of Scarf Shadow Ball in the late game, just because if you're able to match Tailwinds, then you're faster than Basque Legion in the rain. Not match
not with
Tailwinds,
Swift
but
Swim.
like, yeah, not match Tailwinds, but if you're able to have the speed advantage over the opponent, you have the ability to just click Shadow Ball in the end game, especially since Typhlosion wasn't going to be threatened by something like Aqua Jet, because the Basque Legion opted for Flip Turn instead. So I potentially see the merit of Scarf Shadow Ball, especially if you're not bringing Charizard. Venusaur feels a little weird in the matchup because you can only really click Sludge Bomb, and then like if you can't Mega Evolve the Charizard, it feels like dead weight. So I see the vision with Typhlosion, but like you said, it's really tough to kind of get a lot of value out of Typhlosion if you're only attacking option is just to click Shadow Ball, which could have been an option, which could have
Yeah,
easily been
yeah,
a
yeah.
nice option to
Against
clean up the
Basculegion, it's
game.
quite useful.
Hmm.
You deal some nice damage into Glimora, but again, it really relied on being there fast, and losing Whimsicott's turn 1 just ended up being so detrimental since without Charizard, you are so much more reliant on it, which made the Whimsicott downright overloaded in its responsibility. So giving it away turn 1 like that was just it was just a little too much. That's why not having Protect or anything like that can be quite problematic, and not having the Focus Sash. Maybe there's some adaptations to the team being made, but that will be decided later on the line. Since it's only 1-1, there's still very much the possibility to make it into day 2 and make it into cut from that position at 1-1. So I do quite want to see what people's answers to Rain are going to be, since early stuff that feels so strong early on usually tends to get figured out. There is a lot of historic examples through that. Like, even if you go as far back as 2016, we literally had a team called Big Six because you didn't even have to describe the archetype, you just knew what that meant. And by the time the World Championship in particular came around, people were so prepared for it that it made barely a splash at the highest stage after previously being hailed as the Alpha and the Omega.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options you have in this format for like what the quote unquote the meta defining team is. Like we've kind of seen some standard variants of certain archetypes develop, but I don't think there is one singular team to beat in the format, at least not yet. But I think it would be kind of hard for this format in particular to develop that kind of team just because you have so many options, and you like the power level is just like it's not very centralized over around a singular Pokemon. So I think there's a lot of arguments. You could make the argument that Charizard, Garchomp, etc. is a really standard comp that's coming out right now. Or if you want to go with Floette, Aerodactyl stuff, Incin, like that core is also pretty standardized within the Mega Floette team. So you have a lot of options as far as like what Pokemon, like what cores are fairly good in the meta. And I think you have a decent case for a lot of different team types to be considered what the best team in the format.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I can see people just starting to tech something like a Prankster Sunny Day or Prankster Rain, depending on how the team fares against either weather, without even really benefiting from it outside of like just being able to mitigate something. And there is already some interesting stuff crystallizing. Something that has been popping up is Member Swine. It The ice damage that it provides is super interesting into Pokemon like Aerodactyl, like Garchomp, especially if you put a Never Melt ice on it. It can actually just straight up one-shot something like a Garchomp with an ice shard, which is quite significant in a format where you can't just change your typing away like that. So quite an interesting one for sure, while also some underutilized options like Rain Dance, Klefki perhaps being an interesting out to Sun teams later down the line. One of the few Prankster Rain Dance options in the game available right now. Don't know if you've experimented or heard about anything like that.
Sableye gets both weathers. I'm pretty sure it
Mm-hmm.
gets Rain Dance and Sunny Day. Also, people with on those Mega Blastoise teams that are running around, people are running Rain Dance on their Talonflame. So there's a lot of ways you can kind of flip the matchup in terms of getting your preferred weather in like the BO1 closed team sheet sort of scenario. Not just even running your own weather, but yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff you can do just because of how many like Pokemon with these like wide move pools we have available to us.
Yeah, with how much of a force weather is right now, I am a bit surprised that we haven't seen more of something like Drampa with its Cloud9 ability. Like, I know people aren't super happy with the Mega ability being Berserk, since it is something that the regular version already had. I know a lot of people were speculating on stuff like Drizzle setting its own weather instead, but Drampa is, I don't think, an uninteresting option to say the least, with some Pokemon being more reliant on weather than other. And funnily enough, Drampa naturally being quite an interesting counter to Basculegion in particular, with its normal dragon typing, having the resistance against water type attacks, while being straight up immune to its ghost type attacks. So that is something that I do want to see people make more use of.
I did see a Drampa I think I saw a Drampa somewhere in the field, but
Mm.
yeah, kind of disappointing that Drampa didn't get the drizzle ability, but Like you said, yeah, it does have a very interesting typing for Basque Legion related purposes. Drampa is also still very strong. The problem is it's kind of slow, so there's a lot of like hyper offense in the metagame right now. So I feel like a lot slower paced teams are kind of maybe struggling to keep up unless your name is Floette and you can click Calm Mind. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, we still don't have a Mega Evolution that sets Drizzle. Fun fact: we have Megas
Yeah.
that set every other weather condition. And I
Hmm.
know somebody in the chat is going to be like, "Oh, we have Primal Kyogre." Yeah, it's like, I guess that kind of
That's not a
counts,
mega.
but it kind of counts, but like it just
That
doesn't
one
work the same
is,
way. But
yeah.
we're not getting that guy back for a little while. But yeah,
Hopefully.
yeah,
Like
it'll hopefully be a little
I'm
bit.
very curious how fast they're going to rotate formats, since we're going to have Regulation MB after NAIC already, which is a lot faster than I thought it was going to be the case.
Yeah,
Honestly.
we could be playing an entirely different game come time for the Pokemon World Championships.
Hmm. I mean, you say we. It's not like I haven't qualified for the Worlds this year. I've been on a bit of a break, enjoying my time. But yeah, I suppose at this point that is all we're gonna say about round 2. So we're going to be right back with round 3 after the last 4 matches have concluded. So see you later.
Stay tuned.
All right, and that was thankfully a really fast one. We are starting with round 3 immediately. So, some interesting stuff. We're going to, if things go well, see a Crabominable team now. So, have you seen much of the crab yet?
I haven't seen a lot of it. I know it mainly thrives on Trick Room style comps, and it looks like
Mhm.
the team that it's featured on does have that Trick Room mode, while also featuring the double mega with the Charizard and Venusaur and Scarf Basculegion, just some metagame staples, but also having a unique style of Trick Room mode with Farigiraf, Torkoal, and the up Crabominable. Crabominable is interesting because it does get Hyper Cutter before it Mega Evolves, so it's able to sort of get around Intimidate before it Mega Evolves, and then I believe it keeps Iron Fist when it Mega Evolves, correct?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you can go for Hypercutters, you can do the good old Scrappy trick that Pokemon like Mega Kangaskhan are utilizing, where you can't even switch in on it pre-Mega, since priority works like that in its favor, and especially with the buff and accuracy to Crabhammer, it becomes quite interesting, since 95% accuracy is reliable enough that it makes it worth running over something simple like Ice Punch, giving it quite the strong ice stab option, further lowering its speed, working like Hammer Arm if I remember correctly, letting it do stuff. And there is some funny compositions that I've seen. I will say it like that, where you can run Chilly Reception Slowking as a pivot for um Crabominable, setting Snow, giving it a further defense. It was making this already very tanky Pokemon, even tanky, but I don't think that's what we're going to see here. We're going to see a Sun versus Snow matchup, because we're going to see Mr. Banana Man versus Dr. Banana versus Mr. Tiger, being a matchup of Mega Charizard versus Mega Frostless. So we're gonna put the teams on display right away, where we, as you can see, have the Frostless side, Focus Sash, Aerodactyl, and Rough Skin Garchomp. So no chance of Mega Shenanigans with Aerodactyl or Garchomp. They're just good old Snow. And Rotom Frost, which is an interesting choice. How do you like the team, Eric?
So I interestingly think that Mega Crabominable looks really good in this matchup potentially because I mean you are kind of hard walled by Frostlass. However, if you look at the rest of the team, fighting ice coverage kind of goes insane, and especially if
Mm.
Frostlass is able to give you snow, you're able to get a defense
Mhm.
boost on the Crabominable, so it's able to take hits from like this Iron Head King Gambit or CC from Sneasler or Rock Slide from Aerodactyl or Garchomp. So I mean, this team is obviously very hostile to Charizard because, it's Frostlass, so you're going to need a lot of counterplay into Charizard. Aerodactyl might be a little tough for it to deal with, but I really like Mega Crabominable in this position, especially since this
Yeah,
team looks
yeah,
a
I
little
am.
like faster paced. Like the Trick Room and Torkoal being your weather control
Mhm.
Pokemon of choice might actually be really good here.
I'll be honest. I'm positively thrilled to be looking at this match. I can't wait to start into. Let's just find the exact Crabominable team again so we can talk about it in more detail. But here we have it. It is, yeah, as we said, it's Crabominite, the Hyper Cutter for the anti-intimidate strats. Choice Scarf Adaptability Basculegion being quite an interesting addition to this, because it does help dealing with threats like the Aerodactyl. If it's Jolly, if it's Adamant, it will actually not outspeed. Very important distinction. But also the Farigiraf with the Twin Beam being very prepared to even deal with the pesky Focus Sash variants, while Torkoal has a funny tech choice in the form of Will-O-Wisp. Very uncharacteristic move choice with Torkoal, since it usually just wants to push for damage. Historically only using something like Yawn to try and force some status onto the opponent.
Yeah, a little interesting to see the options of moves that favor protect on some of these Pokemon. Like Farigiraf is running Thunderbolt as a coverage move, which is a neat tech choice for like maybe opposing Basculegion or like opposing Rain Weathermons that you want to try and land some Thunderbolts into. And Torkoal, yeah, saying you have Will-O-Wisp, so even if another way of mitigating physical damage from this team. But I mean, I think the Trick Room mode looks really powerful here. I think Torkoal can do a lot if Trick Room it gets set up and it's it's weather in favor of Frostlass, but even
Mm.
Frostlass doesn't like to take eruptions, like period. So
Mm.
I think the Trick Room mode is really well positioned here, and I'm really
Yeah.
hopeful that we get to see Mega Crabominable pop off here.
Yeah. That one is so cool, especially with Drain Punch in snow. I really want to see what it does. Like, I know we sound a bit biased, but the crab's cool. The crab is cool. I'm gonna say it like that. But nah, outside of that, I think Basque Legion Farigiraf is quite an interesting lead, just because it makes it harder for Farigiraf to be doubled, which is already going to be difficult enough to deal with, since it has the Citrus Berry on top of it all. While also, actually, what we haven't mentioned, has Thunderbolt to deal even more potential damage into Aerodactyl, which is one of the things that threatens quite a bit on the team with its Rock Slides, with its dual wing beats. So honestly quite interesting to see, since yeah, Sneasel's gonna have a hard time. You can't fake out, and you can't really deal with the wave crash. So I do very much expect the Farigiraf Battle Legion lead, and would be surprised if it wasn't. But do you see a different line for either of those players?
I honestly would. Okay, so we're going to see Aerodactyl and Garchomp come out here, and we're going to see Basque Legion Farigiraf. So, like you said, Basque Legion Farigiraf, really good positioning, sort of lead, because you have the option for flip turn here. But I would have also maybe liked Crabominable in the lead, just because you threatened King Gambit, which is something that could have prevented Farigiraf from setting up Trick Room. But barring no Rock Slide flinches, might be an easy Trick Room for Farigiraf to be able to set up.
Yeah, a flip turn and a Trick Room being like a rather quote-unquote obvious. They are potentially breaking the sash on the Aerodactyl and getting something. But Aerodactyl is fast, which means this is probably Adam and Basque Legion.
Yeah, so Aerodactyl just going to get the Rock Slide off. Basque Legion actually goes for Wave Crash here into the Garchomp, maybe just trying to get that piece off the board immediately. Not quite able to pick up the knockout. Garchomp is still very defensive and tanky in its own right. This is also going to activate Garchomp's Citrus Berry, but also Dr. Banana Man maybe just not wanting to switch immediately into the Crabominable just because of how vulnerable it is to something like Rock Slide. Maybe just going to let Basque Legion go down, try to get up as much damage as possible. And this allows Farigiraf to set up the Trick Room. So the Trick Room is up. We have two potential sweepers in the back, but I think it might be time for the Crab.
Yeah, absolutely. That is quite an interesting turn of events. Maybe knowing that it is in fact... knowing that it might be in fact slower, since Adamant is there, hoping maybe even the Basque Legion goes down as a tactical sack, chipping into Garchomp quite a bit, being able to do that, because now there is stuff like Twin Beam and Eruption on the table. With Farigiraf obviously being very, very hard to get rid of on a board set like that, it would require one, maybe two crits depending on the moves, leaving it in a very safe position. But it would have been quite interesting to see what would have happened if it wouldn't stay in, and now there's Eruption from Torkoal coming in.
Yeah, Eruption from Torkoal easily able to pick up that last bit of HP on the Garchomp there. Garchomp goes down, and Farigiraf able to just fire off a Twin Beam into this Aerodactyl. Took a lot of damage from Eruption, and it looks like the Twin Beam is going to be able to get the knockout on Aerodactyl. So with that Trick Room up, now just able to get two knockouts back to back right there. And Farigiraf getting rid of the Aerodactyl allows it to eat its Citrus Berry. So now Farigiraf is even more healthy. And now Mr. Tiger is in a position where they kind of have to switch in not a lot in the back that wants to handle this combination of Eruption plus whatever the other move from Farigiraf. But it's going to be both ice types, and I think even if the weather control goes out of favor, like Torkoal's in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, we have really, really undersold Torkoal in this, because even without the weather, Farigiraf has one more trick up its sleeve, which is just Helping Hand. And at this point, there's very little reason to do anything besides press Helping Hand and Eruption, because the Rotom is Choice Cuffed. It doesn't have an option to protect in the first place, and this might already be all she wrote. This is honestly looking like it's time to think about Game 2, but we do see Frostlass going for the Mega Evolution. Perhaps it is very tanky, but that will only time tell.
Yeah, if you have Helping Hand, Charcoal boosted Eruption, I don't even think Torkoal having the weather go away, it's not even going to mind that, as Farigiraf uses Helping Hand here into the Torkoal. We'll see if this Eruption is just able to completely board wipe right here, as Eruption going to be fired off from Torkoal. Is it going to be able to get... It does get the double knockout, so Torkoal just doing all itself, picking up all 4 KOs in this game, and just like that, Dr. Banana Man has swept through the opposing team and wraps up this game in just 3 turns, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna undersell a Farigiraf here. It did get the KO on Aerodactyl with that Twin Beam,
It's
and
true.
did pull the assist with the Helping Hand.
That's true, yeah. It's
But this was honestly quite an interesting one, because from what I can see, the one mind game that Mr. Tiger can now play is what the Basque Legion will actually opt for, since the Wave Crash, as strong as it is, would become a detriment if Mr. Tiger opts to not KO, because one of the biggest things we saw being Mr. Tiger's downfall was actually picking up the KO on the Basque Legion early on like that. If it would have stayed in, it would have been a sitting duck, since as the second fastest Pokemon on the field, it wouldn't have been able to do much bar taking a Garchomp Earthquake and enabling Aerodactyl to actually do get a hit of trying to further chip into the Farigiraf and potentially turn it around. So I would be a bit shocked to see the attempt at another Wave Crash, since that is probably the number one thing that Mr. Tiger has on his mind right now, being this particular mind game of, do I want to call the flip turn now or not, since the Rock Slide Flinch isn't the most valuable strategy in that sense, only has a 30% chance of working if it connects in the first place. But both players locking quite quickly, and we do see Frostless Kingambit as a lead this time around.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the adjustment for Mr. Tiger definitely has to be the King Gambit, just because of how well it matches up into these two. But Frostlass instead just going to take the lead role.
Yeah, and now this is quite interesting because, well, Basque Legion is faster. You can't really threaten the Sucker Punch anymore, which would usually KO it. But on one line of play is the Helping Hand Wave Crash, which we won't see because Basque Legion just switches out straight up into the crab!
Yeah, we're going to see Crabominable switch into Basque Legion here, potentially just trying to take... oh, okay, so I just read the team sheet. This King Gambit does not have Kowtow Cleave, so it's actually much less of a threat to the Farigiraf in this case. So it's going to have to rely on maybe... Oh, okay, so we're just going to see the Sucker Punch actually fail into the switching in Crabominable as a Frostlass. Going to take this opportunity to go for an Aurora Veil rather than getting up damage here. But this means Farigiraf being untouched here just means it gets the free Trick Room up. And now the Crabominable is in Trick Room, perfectly positioned. Full HP, didn't even take any hits. And now we have a very similar situation, but just with a different sweeper.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting swap because... honestly, an ambitious read on the snow setting, if that was the intention at all, since it would have given Crabominable even more bulk to tank any potential Iron Heads or low kicks from the King Gambit. So now it's in a much comfier position, being able to threaten those punches, but Torkoal coming in instead to override the Redo right away.
Yeah, Torkoal just switching in for the Farigiraf, just going to eliminate the free potential Blizzard spam from Frostlass's end. As we're going to see the Mega Crabominable enter the battle here, it's going to be the first thing to get a hit off in this particular turn, as King Gambit is going to go for Protect, obviously under huge threat from Crabominable's fighting type moves. Crabominable goes for the Drain Punch into the King Gambit Protect, so now Frostlass given the opportunity to attack here. Just going to fire off a raw Blizzard in the sun, able to get a decent amount of chip damage into both these Pokemon. They are obviously resisted, but yeah, it miraculously able to hit both Blizzards.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting position because now technically Sucker Punch is on the table again, but the question becomes how threatened is Torkoal really, since this is now a more of the same where you can just go for the damage, but it will be Sucker Punch trying to hopefully catch an Eruption perhaps.
Now Torkoal just going to read that, goes for Heat Wave. Unfortunately, the King Gambit avoids the attack, but I would argue that Frostlass is the much more important target. Not able to get the KO, just showing how much weaker that Heat Wave is compared to that Eruption, as the Drain Punch into the King Gambit. Not going to be that much recovery for Crabominable, but most importantly, just going to be a one-hit KO into that King Gambit. So, as you can see, Crabominable and Torkoal covering each other's offenses just very, very well there. But Frostlass able to survive the turn, gets a Shadow Ball into the Torkoal. So now Torkoal goes down, and that might be a pretty important piece for dealing with potential Ice types in the back. But I mean, with a weakened Frostlass and the rest of the team, Crabominable looks in a good enough position here to abuse these last few turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, that was an interesting turn because the Aurora will absolutely saving the Frostless and getting some damage, but even with all of that, Crabominable's Drain Punch was just too much for King Gambit to handle, and again, not enough damage being done, because now it's still just so hard to get through those Trick Room turns. Now, Frostless is being threatened by Farigiraf already, and you can afford to take a hit here. Because as strong as Aerodactyl is, it is not a one-hit KO machine, so maybe the play here is just a Twin Beam into one of the two, and it is the Ice Hammer, no protects being done, and Aerodactyl going down to its Sash.
Yeah, Ice Hammer easily able to bring down Aerodactyl with the added crit on top, just for good measure. The Focus Sash going to activate here. We'll see what Farigiraf decides to target here. Ice Hammer, a good tool for Crabominable because it does lower the speed, so it just, emphasizes it being the fastest thing under Trickers here. But Farigiraf just opting to go for the Twin Beam, pick up the last bit of damage on that Frostlass. Like you said, just not really acknowledging Aerodactyl as that much of a threat here. As dual Wing Beat into Crabominable just barely above half, so it is a 2-hit KO, but like Crabominable surprisingly tanked that super well, and we're going to see the final Pokemon from Mr. Tiger's side here. I would imagine it's probably the Garchomp, which, I mean, that doesn't want to be facing down a Crabominable.
Yeah, quite interesting. And with the dual hitting nature of dual Wing Beat, Crabominable looks like it would have comfortably taken one of those two critting, so it's quite interesting. But now we're in a spot where it's not quite over yet, with Torkoal being down and Basculage being slower. The double protect will be what's necessary to stall through this Trick Room, and that is what we're seeing.
Yeah, just a double protect to stall out the last turn of Trick Room. But interestingly, there is a situation where Dr. Banana may not even need the Trick Room to win the game because there is a Choice Scarf Basculegion in the back. However, as we noticed from Game 1, that Aerodactyl was faster than the Basculegion, indicating that it is adamant, so maybe it's a priority for Dr. Banana to Mach Punch this Aerodactyl and get rid of it so Basculegion just really click Last Respects into the Garchomp.
Yeah, so bar like something like a double protect now, there isn't really anything to keep Aerodactyl alive because Crabominable can't really reliably think that it can get an attack through with it isn't Mach Punch, and that is exactly what we're seeing, so we will see what the Garchomp will do in response to that.
Yeah, just gets the easy KO onto the Aerodactyl there. Garchomp going for Earthquake here and trying to pick up the last bit of damage, but no, not actually enough to knock out the Crabominable, as Farigiraf going to forego the Trick Room option and just try to get a little bit of chip damage on Garchomp, just basically softening it up for Basculegion to come in the end game, and I think Garchomp is probably not going to be able to win this 1v3 situation here.
Yeah, it's looking very rough. At this point, again, you really don't need to go for any Trick Room situations anyways, because right now Crabominable and Farigiraf are just setting the stage for Basculegion, and the Crab finally going down to the Rock Slide.
Yeah, Rock Slide just trying to maybe pick up a flinch or something on this Farigiraf, but that does comfortably knock it into Citrus Berry range, so Farigiraf able to restore a bunch of HP back, get another Twin Beam off. Gonna activate Garchomp's Citrus Berry, but I think with 2 KOs on the board now, this is more than enough damage that Basculegion needs to get that 150 base power Last Respects into the Garchomp, which most certainly will be faster than picking the Choice Scarf. So looks like it's gonna be a wrap here, and looks like we're going to game 3. Or no, that's gonna be it.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, despite the 150 base power, and considering that it was slower than the Aerodactyl, and Adamant adaptability boosted 150 base power Last Respects should be more than enough to knock out this Garchomp from this 96 HP that has left, and the Helping Hand stacked on top of it. Joshua really wanting to KO this Garchomp multiple times over with this Last Respects, and comfortably finds the target first and ends the game and the match in round 3 of this tournament.
Yeah, very, very well played set from Dr. Banana's side. Just being able to leverage the Trick Room mode super well and sort of being able to use it in 2 different ways. We saw Torkoal get the sweep game 1, and then we saw Crabominable absolutely pop off in game 2. And it's a very interesting sort of positioning of the Pokemon, because like Basculegion is such a good lead because it has that like pivoting potential with Flip Turn, but also
Flip Turn adaptability. Flip Turn is generally a quite strong option since it's a lot of damage on a pivot.
Yeah, and it's just perfectly preserved for the end game in game 2, where it's just able to, okay, you let a bunch of your Pokemon go down just trying to get a bunch of chip damage and maybe just try to knock out some pieces from your opponent's end, and that just perfectly sets up Scarf Basculegion to come in the end game and just click Last Respects and win. So yeah, tried and true strategy, never fails.
Yeah, it is all interesting to see how even in like those Trick Room centric comps, there is always room for like something very fast. I mean, this team has Chlorophyll, so but also the solo very fast Choice Scarf Basculegion, letting you do options. That in combination with the Mach Punch on a Crabominable lets this team operate quite well even when Trick Room expires, as we saw the Mach Punch on Crabominable in particular in game 2 being quite crucial to deal with this Aerodactyl, which otherwise would have allowed for some crit-based win conditions for Mr. Tiger's end board. So quite glad that we got to see that, because Crabominable is very much an underrepresented Pokemon, just because it does face some rather difficult matchups with Sun being as strong as it is, which is very ironic since we saw it in the Sun team right now, but also showcasing its massive bulk, being able to tank something like the super effective dual wing beat quite comfortably, making it a very, very underappreciated off-meta choice in the current environment of regulation MA.
Yeah, I mean, you just like you see Crabominable struggle a little bit into a Pokemon like Frostlass, but then you see the rest of the team being like some of the top dogs of the metagame: Sneasler, Garchomp, Aerodactyl, Kingambit, and then you just see it do absolutely so well against all of those Pokemon. And then like once you get the Trick Room up, like there's not really a lot that these Pokemon can do to stop Crabominable from just absolutely just
Yeah,
firing off
yeah.
massive hits. Yeah.
It's almost as if Ice and Fighting are some of the best offensive typings throughout the entirety of Pokemon. Who
Especially
could have
together.
figured?
Yeah,
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, imagine. Imagine my shock.
Yeah.
But a huge shoutouts to both players. It was a very interesting match, piloted very well by both players. It's honestly just looked rather bad for Mr. Tiger, since the game 1, turn 1 gambit with the wave crash paid so much dividends. Could have ended very differently if Basque Region wouldn't have KO'd, because then it would have become a bit of a detriment to have the choice scarf Pokemon in the Trick Room you set yourself. So interesting mind games going on, and again with like Trick Room teams like that, it is usually a rather fast-paced match just by the nature of the beast. So I wish both competitors the best of luck, and hopefully we see more of them.
Yeah, would love to see some more Crabominable.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're going to go into a break, unless we find another game to cast. But for now, BRB. I'm gonna start now, so... Alright, looks like we have found a game free for you all that just started. It is in fact a mirror match between two sand teams. Elites, Classic Sand, Tyranitar Excadrill versus Incineroar Rotom. Quite interesting without an option for Clear Amulet to mitigate those stat drops. And Rotom looking very, very strong into this. So strong, in fact, both players are using it. And Fake Out Pressure being there, while the Rotom has access to potent moves like the Volt Switch or Electroweb to try and get some damage off, or obviously the Hydro Pump, trying to get there. But Incineroar swaps out, brings in the Covenant, which is so very strong into this thing with its body, a combination of Body Press and Bulk Up, being able to just outlast everything bar like the opposing Rotom itself, and starting off with a Hydro Pump being caught by the Protect, while Incineroar came in for the switch and trying to preserve Excadrill. And now Fake Out Pressure on the side of Atomic Hand versus Jay, trying to prevent the Corviknight from setting up to the best of its ability. But even with a Mega, the damage that Tyranitar can realistically threaten into Pokemon like Corviknight is still not as substantial, especially while it's being threatened down by the Hydro Pumps. So it will be quite interesting to see if there is going to be an attempt at bringing in Incineroar again, or maybe even an extra of its own. But no, it is Incineroar trying to get the Tyranitar to -2, Intimidate triggering, making the position for Rotom even more concrete. And we do see the Mega already, not awfully surprising considering that Tyranitar is the only Mega option on this team. But at -2, not even a super effective Rock Slide will be as threatening. While the Fake Out finds the target into the Incineroar, Jay perfectly calling out the targeting here, but Tyranitar getting the Dragon Dance off, making it at least a bit faster, but still -1 attack. While the Hydro Pump finds the target into Incineroar, dealing a massive 75% into that slot. But Incineroar trying to do its best to hang on with the Citrus Berry, but even that will not be enough to survive that hit. And now we once more see the interaction, and Atomic Hand's Incineroar is in fact faster. We see to do the chip damage interaction, but now Hydro Pump still rather threatening into the Incineroar, will pick up the KO and threaten honestly most Pokemon that could be in the back bar like Rotom or Sinistcha, so potentially just a pivoting turn, bringing in Incineroar back out with a Parting Shot while mitigating the damage increase from the Dragon Dance. And we see the Hard Swap, in fact not trying to catch another one of those Hydro Pumps and trying to mitigate damage with Hydro Pump, while Tyranitar protects, maybe hoping to catch a Parting Shot into the slot so that it becomes more susceptible to an opposing Hydro Pump, while Tyranitar was actually being targeted with this, and Parting Shotting into the Incineroar slot. A very, very smart way to cover all of the defensive options from the side of Jay. And I suppose this is a good time to perhaps bring in your own Tyranitar and chip away at the Rotom and threaten the opposing Tyranitar with low kick before it can get its attack back up to full with something like a low kick and steering Incineroar back in. So quite interesting spot in revealing the leftovers to mitigate the healing potential from the damage potential from the sand. So now again, very, very mirrored board state, maybe even more mirrored with the potential of Mega Evolution, because on both sides Mega Tyranitar is the only Pokemon with the capacity for Mega Evolution in this game, so gonna be very interesting to see what is about to happen. None of the Rotoms have Will-O-Wisp or anything. It more comes down to support options like Electroweb or just trying to deal damage with the Hydro Pump, which will be mitigated by the Sand, giving Tyranitar 50% extra special defense. And we do see the second Mega Tyranitar this game trying to threaten as much damage as possible, and obviously with the Dragon Dance, the Mega Tyranitar on Atomic Heart side is the fastest mono field, trying to fish for any and all potential flinches, while Rotom is getting back out there and perhaps about to bring in Incineroar for the Intimidate engine, and assuming that Jay isn't crazy enough to hit the Hydro Pump into the Rotom slot, will just go for the Volt Switch, deal a respectable amount of chip on Incineroar, not enough for the KO, and bring back in a Pokemon of his own right. Perhaps bringing in Overnight, assuming that with a Rock Slide Incineroar goes down, but no, it is the Incineroar itself. Again, not trying to take too much damage from the Tyranitar. A lot of the strategy here is just to not get the Dragon Dance Tyranitar get going, because Giannis with the Dragon Dance of his own, trying to out-damage it in this race, now enabling something like an Dragon Dance fake out from Jay's side, because Atomic Heart has to retaliate, since Incineroar will not even survive a fake out plus sand chip at this, even though that is not something to worry about, since it is actually in fact the last turn of sand. So gonna be quite interesting to see, because all things considered, even Incineroar surviving isn't an ideal outcome for Atomic Heart here, since it just becomes fodder for Tyranitar's Rock Slides later down the line, especially if the turn here is something like a Fake Out Dragon Dance, since Atomic Heart has to respect it perhaps by virtue of protecting the Tyranitar, or even swapping out, since the speed boost does not justify keeping Mega Tyranitar in with all of those attack drops, making it a lot harder. But no, we do see in fact both players with the Fake Out pressure are going to opt for one Fake Out into another, so a rather zero-sum turn, since the Incineroar is going to stay alive thanks to the sand ending, not dealing any damage on the last turn of it, making this a much more open board state, since both Tyranitars are being threatened by Rock Slide quite a bit, but in the case of Atomic Hearts, Tyranitar, with all the stat drops that we have seen, will require a Grid to do any meaningful damage, so I may be hoping for a Rock Slide flinch, but no, switches out the Incineroar straight up for the Rotom, hoping to get perhaps another Hydro Pump off, but Tyranitar protecting, still staying in, and the opposing Mega Tyranitar going for the Rock Slide with the attack boost, getting the good damage into Rotom, but not quite enough for the 2-hit KO, while Incineroar's parting shot is being stopped by the Protect, and Rotom getting to recover a bit, making sure that it doesn't just get KO'd by pure Rock Slide. Now able to threaten quite effectively with its Hydro Pump, since outside of Sand, even a Pokemon as tanky as Mega Tyranitar is going to have a hard time surviving those rather powerful Hydro Pumps, perhaps turning the tide of battle a bit. But we will see if the Hydro Pump finds its target in the first place, if it's time to swap, since there is all Pokemon still in play and we haven't even seen everything quite yet. There's potential for the Corviknight or Rotom swap in to try and catch those Hydro Pumps, or it could just straight up miss, so it is a Dragon Dance setup instead. Atomic Heart insisting on playing this game of trying to set up with it, but you know, Tyranitar gets the knock of not quite enough to get rid of, but now Rotom, if Sand ever gets reset, will go down to even one run of Sand Chip, and Incineroar being able to hang out with just 24 HP is going to be able to Throat Chop, pick up the KO on Rotom, and after a long 9 minutes of Pokemon, we finally do see the first KO of this game. How will Atomic Heart utilize this opportunity to switch begin? Because perhaps this is the time to bring in Excadrill, but without the Sand Boost, it's actually going to be quite difficult to outspeed this Mega Tyranitar, since the Dragon Dance variants should have a certain amount of speed invested into them to try and actually make meaningful use of the +1 speed. So perhaps something like an Incineroar swap back in for the Tyranitar, try and enable the Sand Rush to make Excadrill go faster than the Tyranitar on the opposing side, again, would be an option, or maybe even just a Rock Slide trying to fish for a flinch while also being able to deal some damage into the Incineroar, since now it's also become a bit more difficult for Atomic Heart to break through the Corviknight, since Rotom was the biggest source of damage into it, and we do see the bird enter right away as soon as the Rotom was down, but there it is, the faster Rock Slide, not doing a lot of damage, but having this flinch chance, and even getting the crit on the Corviknight is actually quite substantial, but Jay answering with a Rock Slide in return, trying to perhaps get a flinch on the Excadrill, which gets to set up its Sword Stance, which is rather monumental in being able to perhaps set up for later on the line. But now the question becomes, can you actually position the Excadrill in a way where it doesn't just get damaged way too heavily by something like the knockoff, or even just a body press from Corviknight, since now the Sash has been successfully chipped? Honestly, quite a contentious turn, and both players are presumably going to have to start thinking about timer. Since it's only on ranked that a timer game ends in a tie. And goes back to the same old where it comes down to like amount of Pokemon still alive. And if it's the same amount of Pokemon, obviously it comes down to remaining HP, which are currently favoring J, and which might stay the case like that thanks to options like the Roost on which with the leftovers on the Corviknight. So yeah, there we go. Intimidate on the Incineroar is going to be bounced back by the Mirror, but it's primarily about being able to preserve Excadrill perhaps, because Incineroar does not survive the Rock Slide in the first place. Jay getting the second KO of this game 3, and it's starting to look really, really rough for Atomic Heart just trying to do anything, especially with the flinch and the bulk up. It's now going to be a Herculean task to try and get rid of this Covenant, because even with the +2, it would take multiple Iron Head flinches to deal any meaningful damage into the Covenant, which are going to be hard to come by because there is still the Rotom, there is still the Incineroar, there is even still the Tyranitar, which is going to be a problem to deal with. So even something like a Tailwind to try and make sure that Tyranitar and Excadrill aren't as free to hit faster, or even just the body presses trying to threaten damage right away are going to be a problem. So now it is a sink or swim type moment for Atomic Heart trying to do something, and it is another setup into Swords Dance, perhaps trying to bait out a defensive play. The opposing Tyranitar gets a Rock Slide, avoids the Tyranitar, so there is no chance of flinching this turn, dealing minuscule damage into the Excadrill, while the Tyranitar opts for a Dragon Dance, going very heavy on the setup, trying so hard to fish for a passive play, and kind of gets it with the bulk up. So now the question of how many Iron Head flinches can you get is back on the table, since the damage now isn't that severe. Like, perhaps it's time for a knockoff into Tyranitar, but honestly, Protect Earthquake is always something to keep in mind, because the Tyranitar will eventually be able to get some damage in if you ignore it for too long. So once more, rather important turn, but also +2. So perhaps the win condition for crits is being set up, since +2 bulk up with a resisted Iron Head, even a +4 is going to be only a minuscule amount of damage. In conjunction with the leftovers, is going to be very hard to get through, while also still having Incineroar and Rotom in the back. And we finally see the lock in. Mega Tyranitar outside Protect, perhaps trying to call out an Earthquake or an Iron Head, and does get rewarded for it, but knockoff into Corviknight, that might have been a... No, that wasn't a crit, but that was quite strong damage. Gets the body pressure +2 to Tyranitar though, and has turned this into a 1v3 scenario where you can only really hit one of the Pokemon, because Rotom and Corviknight being immune to Earthquake means that the spread damage isn't as meaningful. And as nice as it was to get rid of the leftovers, it is now going to be a very, very tough situation to play with, and it is in fact a forfeit, and Jay comfortably takes this game 3. So that was a great opportunity we managed to present you with another game 3, but now for the rest of the round, the forecasters are going to take a quick break. All right, and we are back. Round 4 has started. I think the last one was quite interesting. Let's see what we can do after the crab. We have already a quite interesting match planned for you good people. It is going to be a Azumarill and a Mega Kangaskhan. So let me show you the teams real quick on here. So suppose we're seeing a bit more of Sand again after we just spectated game 3. Because it's going to be Tyranitar, Excadrill, Rotom, Corviknight, Incineroar, and Sinistcha. How do you like the team, Eric? Is there anything you think stands out particularly?
So this is a pretty standard look at what Sand looks like in this current metagame. You have the T-Tar Excadrill mode with the Mega Tyranitar. The Magnet Rotom is interesting because it's just opting for a boost to those traditionally weaker electric moves like Volt Switch and Electro Web. But considering the matchup, I think that the X factor in this game is going to be that Corviknight. Because if we look at Aline's team, which we will look at in just a few seconds here, the Corviknight is very well positioned just due to the composition of the opponent's team, and you'll see why in a second. But I think Corviknight has a lot of merit, and it's a really good partner for these Sand teams because it's an Earthquake immunity and just has really good defensive synergy with the tried and true Sand core, and just has a lot of good support with Incineroar and Sinistcha to keep it healthy and to increase its bulk further with Incineroar's Intimidates.
Yeah, honestly, again, I'm quite curious about the Volt Switch calculations myself. Other than that, it is quite interesting, though. I will say Dragon Dance Tyranitar is not something that has been explored a whole lot so far. I'm quite curious to see how it goes. And with the calculations, since there's a lot of stuff that outspeeds it now, but once it gets going, it is quite a horrifying thing. But let's see what Aline has to answer all of that, because that is a rather interesting team with Kangaskhan, Dragapult, Mega Glimora, Azumarill, and Incineroar Sinistcha. Honestly, a lot more surprising in terms of choices.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Azumarill. Azumarill, this kind of giving me flashbacks to VGC 2014 and 15 because
Oh, yes.
Kangaskhan Azumarill was actually a pretty good combination because of that fake out plus Aquajet belly drum strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And on paper, it does look really good into a sand type team because your main attackers are weak to water, and just Aquajet being able to pick off stuff like Excadrill and do a lot of damage to Tyranitar seems pretty valuable here. And belly drum does give you a way to sort of offset or like keep up with Corviknight setting up bulk ups because you just increase your attack stat a lot faster than they're able to increase their defense. Unfortunately, it kind of does have a hard time dealing with Sinistcha, but I mean, of course, at +6, Play Rough will just immediately get rid of Sinistcha if you ever need to get rid of that Pokemon. But Kangaskhan's an interesting one. Kangaskhan is one of my favorite megas in the format right now. A little bit of
Oh,
an
yeah, same.
underexplored option.
I've been playing it so much.
Yeah, I've been using a lot of Kangaskhan, and I think Kangaskhan
Mhm.
was a really big beneficiary of the boost to the ability Scrappy because
Oh,
not
yeah,
only can you hit
absolutely.
ghost types, but also you are immune to Intimidate before you Mega Evolve. So it has a really good offensive toolkit. It definitely doesn't hit as hard as it used to. It lost power up punch. It got nerfed. Parental Bond did get nerfed a little bit. But I think
Mhm.
its offensive toolkit of normal, dark, and fighting coverage is just really solid into the metagame. And I think Kangaskhan has a lot of merit in this matchup. It
Mhm.
just does have to watch out for Corviknight though, because Corviknight, looking at this team, Corviknight, it has a lot of Pokemon that it kind of can just like sit in front of. So it'll
Mhm.
be interesting to see how Aline navigates that.
Yep. Kangaskhan in particular is a really funny case of those abilities getting buffed in Generation 8, because outside of the Scrappy that we see now, it also can run something like an Inner Focus, which gains the same thing, where you have different kinds of utilities with Fake Out from Scrappy being able to, as you mentioned, Fake Out Ghost types, which has a lot of merit. And on the other hand, Inner Focus preventing you from being flinched makes it very difficult for faster Fake Out users to fake out that. So again, very underexplored Pokemon, though we'll say once it megas, it actually does get walled by the Sinistcha, so it is a bit of a scary situation. And Honestly, Corviknight is quite an interesting one. I think Corviknight is definitely going to incentivize bringing something like the Glamora that can threaten it with power gems, but also the Will-O-Wisp Dragapult being an interesting one. Also, what I think needs to be mentioned is that the Sinistcha on this team is, in fact, Imprison. I haven't seen that one. Imprison Sinistcha to try and, I suppose, prevent damage into stuff like Azumarill and no so to prevent the burns into like most of the physical things is an interesting choice. I don't know if it's going to come into play here, but I can see it. I mean, it is primarily there for the Imprison Trick Room trick from way back when already. But yeah, gonna be an interesting one for sure, because I do think there's good options, especially with Corviknight being body press, if I saw correctly, being mitigated by 2 ghost types on this team. But yeah, we have the lobby, so I think we can just jump into the lobby right away. So let's see.
I think the Imprisoned Sinistcha actually has a lot of merit in this matchup because, like, we were just talking about how Sinistcha was going to be kind of a roadblock for stuff like Kangaskhan and Azumarill to pop off. So if you imprison the opposing Sinistcha, that means they can't Rage Powder, they can't Matcha Gotcha. So the opposing Sinistcha kind of just is sitting there like, okay, what move do I click? I can click like Life Dew or whatever move that the other one doesn't have. I guess that's being taken up by Imprison.
Yeah, if I saw it correctly,
the
it's just Life Dew, which to be fair has merit, but if it's just Life Dew, that is not as impactful. Let's say it like that.
If you're able to get around stuff like Rage Powder, I think that enables stuff like Kangaskhan and Azumarill to really do a lot of damage. But, I mean, the downside is that you kind of have to keep Sinistcha on the board, and it ever finds itself in a sort of disadvantageous position. If you switch out the Sinistcha, you do lose the Imprison lock, so that's something to keep in mind. But something we haven't really touched on is Dragapult. Dragapult's an interesting Pokemon in this format because it also was kind of one of those Pokemon that really lost out on the not inclusion of like the offensive items like Choice Band and Life Orb. But Dragapult interestingly has a lot of good support moves like Will-O-Wisp that could actually be very helpful in this matchup for a lot of physical attackers like the Tyranitar, the Excadrill, and the Corviknight. So I think there's a lot of merit to Dragapult here as well. So if you're able to get that Sinistcha in a good position, I think Kangaskhan, Dragapult, and Azumarill could do really well here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what our players have locked in. In fact, and I'll be honest, I am not entirely sure what the optimal leads here are. Incineroar can get stopped. Sinistcha could be an interesting one to set up early, but it is going to be Incineroar and Azumarill versus Incineroar and Tyranitar. Now, the interesting thing here is going to be the speed interactions, and it looks like Jay has, in fact, the faster fake-out user, which can be quite important to prevent Incineroar's fake-outs in situations like that. But there's an interesting thing about Belly Drum. It doesn't put you to +6, it maxes you out, so that means that even with the Intimidate drop here, if Azumarill opts for the Belly Drum, it will still get maxed out attack, since that is how the move works. And even if you like drop to -6, you would jump to +6 right away, which is something for Jay to keep in mind. And even with the Dragon Dance Tyranitar, once the Azumarill gets going, it has Aqua Jet, and we see the Mega Evolution right away, seeing the Mega Tyranitar go off.
Yep, not really having to worry about maybe playing the weather mind games here because there is no opposing weather setter, so Tyranitar just free to Mega Evolve here. Incineroar goes for the fake out into the Azumarill, wanting to stop that Belly Drum at all costs, but the other opposing Incineroar going to go into the Tyranitar, don't want to give that thing a free Rock Slide or a free Dragon Dance, so just a simple trade of fake outs here just to stop the other sides from setting up.
Yeah, a bit of a zero-sum game. Once more we see interactions, and surprising to see Azumarill actually being faster than Incineroar, since natively it's not that fast. But yeah, now, with Tyranitar as strong as it is, unless it gets something like supposedly the Flinch, it's going to be very, very hard to stop the Belly Drum from appearing here, enabling certain terms like perhaps Parting Shot and Belly Drum to bring in Sinistcha as fast as possible. So perhaps you don't even try to stop it and stop the Belly Drum and try and Throat Chop the opposing Incineroar, since you are faster, preventing the sound-based move, and we do see the Rock Slide go off first now.
Yeah, Rock Slide doing respectable damage, even though it is intimidated, just doing a ton of damage to both sides, maybe even fishing for a flinch, but as you said, Parting Shot from Jay's side, going to go into the Azumarill, trying to just slow it down a little bit more, but like you said, Belly Drum doesn't care how many times you drop the attack stat, it will just completely max it out right away. But getting chip damage on this Azumarill is important because, you know, Belly Drum's going to cut its HP down a significant amount, and then it can only heal so much back with Citrus Berry. But I think both sides are trying to pivot in Sinistra at some point because we know that Aline has the Imprison. But the
Oh,
Incineroar, unfortunately, going to be stuck on the
double
field here.
flinch.
But yeah, actually, double flinch here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a
neither
double
side
flinch,
able to
Satan. So
move.
yeah, that might be rather detrimental because Azumarill, as the belly drum set, has to use its HP as a rather active resource for the setup. And now the parting shot is actually paying dividends because honestly, hitting it into the Azumarill like that makes me not sure if Jane knows the interaction, but we still see the Incineroar switch out for now.
Yeah, but the downside of playing this sort of passive Incineroar switch out is that you do give Tyranitar a chance to click a Rock Slide. Doesn't go for it there, just instead going to go for a Protect here and let Excadrill have an attack here. Just going to go for the Earthquake, potentially trying to pick up the knockout on the Incineroar while also damaging the Azumarill. Now, interestingly, if this does enough damage to Azumarill, it potentially could deny the Belly Drum, but even if it has enough HP to Belly Drum, it's going to be left on such minimal HP, even after the Sinistra's Hospitality switch in. As we see the Belly Drum get set up there, but it's, you know, Azumarill does not have a lot of turns left, as the Sinistra doesn't have a way to heal it besides switching back in.
Yeah, since Jay is the one with the life due, this is rough because at this point you even gotta think about the sand chip slowly KOing you. So as nice as it is to finally have the setup, you can perhaps fire off an Aqua Jet into the Tyranitar slot and deal significant damage into it that way, but Excadrill, with being as fast as it is, will always get the Earthquake off and won't be able to get KO'd, so Earthquake is quite strong here to go for the redirection. Tyranitar does swap out for Corviknight.
Yeah, Corviknight comes in here, so Excadrill is going to go for the Protect to try and maybe dodge one of these Azumarill Rock Slides and stall out that last bit of HP. The Aqua Jet goes into the Corviknight, does a ton of damage, but Corviknight, nice and tanky, able to hang on, and easily able to switch into this Gacha. But after taking so much damage from the Aqua Jet, it's going to be left at a very, very low amount of HP. It would be also kind of awkward here if it got burned, but I guess we'll see if the burn comes out. Does not come out onto the Corviknight, but that does mean the Azumarill at +6 is going to be knocked out there. So the Azumarill, basically a non-factor, as Corviknight's able to heal up a little bit now with leftovers.
I mean, I do suppose it is nice to at least get the damage into Corviknight, since with how physical this team is, now Sinistra's moves are being 4 times resistant, threatening that kind of damage might prove useful later down the line, even though you obviously want more out of your belly drum on. This has been an unfortunate turn of events, because those 12 damage from the sand have been on the dot, and now it's the last turn of sand, meaning that if you want to be careful of Corviknight, you can swap it out now, perhaps into the Incineroar right away and try to do something, but no, Excadrill just opts for the Earthquake right away, and no Fake Out.
Yeah, no Fake Out. Excadrill able to get this Earthquake off, and it is more than enough to take out the Incineroar here. So Incineroar goes down, Azumarill goes down, and this Corviknight doesn't really have a way of healing itself outside of leftovers, but this is more than enough HP to just have it get a Brave Bird off into the Sinistra. Is it going to be enough? It is enough to knock out the Sinistra, so another knockout taken by Jay's side as they put themselves in a commanding position in this game. Corviknight actually, interestingly, living the Brave Bird recoil too, so now you have a 4v1 situation here in the end game, but I guess we'll see what... no, I guess we're not even going to see the last Pokemon Aline wanting to preserve a little bit of information maybe for the next game, but yeah, very...
tactical forfeit to not showcase what the Mega was been that has been brought, because, I mean, it's fair to assume that the last slot was the Mega that Aline wanted to bring, since Dragapult by itself isn't in that strong of a position. But yeah, this is an interesting one, because it's hard to say how the game would have went if the double flinch wouldn't have gone, because it was still quite a good position for Jay. But if Aline would have gotten that one off, would have had more life on the Azumarill, and perhaps being able to pivot the Sinistra around, it could have been a different one. So that makes you quite curious, and I do gotta wonder what Jay's thought process was, because at some point you can't be too sure how much people know about the interaction, since belly drum wasn't an awfully common move back then. Perhaps some of the newer players don't know about the interaction of how it works. I'd be very curious to see if that was just trying to cover for some swaps or protects or something like that, but then again, yeah, it's always hard to tell what the players are thinking. We can only make assumptions. But yeah, I'd be curious to see if we're going to see like Dragapult perhaps, or Sinistra being brought earlier, trying to prevent some redirection. Because well, it would be interesting to see, now that we have established that Incineroar is faster on Jay's side, a strategy that would involve bringing Incineroar in later, or perhaps going for an Azumarill and Kangaskhan lead instead, but the players have locked in really fast, so Aline has had to have an idea of how to adapt into it, since that was a really short team preview, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the players just know what they want to do immediately, as we're going to see a change to Kangaskhan Azumarill, as Jay is going to pivot to Corviknight in the lead. A very nice adjustment here, bringing Corviknight in front of the Kangaskhan, as we're going to try to see the belly drum get set up again, probably.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one, because Corviknight obviously has the bulk up to try and mitigate it, since we have seen how scary those +6 belly drums are. So now you could switch in the Incineroar, but it wouldn't really help with the belly drum. So honestly, making those leads makes me think that there had to have been some change in lineup, since I don't think you would want Incineroar and Tyranitar necessarily in the back. But it's also hard to tell. There's also the option of like trying to call out some switches and make some. Also, but no, we see the Mega Kangaskhan right away. Aline at least getting to Mega Evolve this game around.
Yep, there is the Mega Kangaskhan here, just going to get the extra bit of chip damage from the second hit of Fake Out, possibly, but Jay, wanting to preserve the Focus Sash on Excadrill, just goes for Protect, as the Fake Out does go into the Corviknight, obviously the one that cannot protect, so a much safer target there. And with that, Azumarill is in a prime position to get this Belly Drum off, if it so chooses this turn, and it looks like it is going to be the Belly Drum in a much more advantageous position, not having to deal with Sandstorm or those pesky Rock Slide flinches. So Azumarill now in a much proper Belly Drum position here, and we'll have to see exactly what it's able to do now that it's gotten this optimal Belly Drum off.
Yeah, this is now a rather interesting position, because technically you could eliminate the Excadrill as a fact before it does anything, since Mega Kangaskhan has access to Sucker Punch, being able to threaten Aqua Jet plus Sucker Punch to KO the Excadrill, since you, even with the Azumarill in this position, don't want to necessarily take those Iron Heads. Or, on the other side, you could also threaten the Q into Corviknight, since we saw the Corviknight taking a good almost 90%, but we do see the Sucker Punch going into Excadrill, perhaps for the double up?
Yeah, probably indicates that there is going to be a double up here. Sucker Punch goes into the Excadrill. Aqua Jet also going to the Excadrill. That's going to be an easy knockout. And we'll have to see what Corviknight goes for. Let's see if it actually decides to set up a bulk up to potentially bolster its physical defenses against these powerful physical attackers. But no, just going for a Brave Bird into the Azumarill, trying to get as much damage on it as possible. Does a decent amount of damage, but this Azumarill is still here around. It still has a reasonable amount of HP left, and it does have the ability to click even more Aqua Jets now. So we'll have to see what Jay brings in here to try and slow down this massive threat. It is going to be Incineroar.
Yep, honestly, almost a bit surprised to see the Incineroar, because I would have thought that maybe we're going to see Sinistcha, or perhaps there's been no Tyranitar brought. Really makes me question what the last slot is going to be here, but at the very least, if nothing else, Incineroar enables Corviknight to go for a rather safe bulk up, since as strong as Mega Kangaskhan is, it only has non-step neutral options into Corviknight, making bulk up Fake Out a rather safe option, trying to go for maybe a plan of like setting up, since now at +5 it does slightly less damage with the Azumarill, and you can try to go for damage, so perhaps we can see a swap here, trying to call Fake Out shenanigans for Protect and Fake Out, but no, we see Azumarill protecting, no swaps.
Yeah, protecting from the more than likely... Oh, there's actually no Fake Out coming from the Incineroar, as Kangaskhan is able to get a low kick. Gets a critical hit onto that Corviknight. I was going to say that did a lot more damage than I was expecting, but getting a little bit of a good chunk of damage there onto the Corviknight with low kick, as Corviknight opts to go for a Tailwind here, as Incineroar fires off a parting shot into the Kangaskhan. And just looking to reposition here, correctly calling that the Azumarill was going to protect there. So a good read getting the parting shot into the Kangaskhan. This Kangaskhan is now at -2 attack, as Tyranitar is going to come in. But interestingly enough, this Azumarill still has a lot of attack to work with. It's only been intimidated one time, so we'll have to see if Aqua Jet is going to be enough to pick up this Tyranitar, because we know from this range, Corviknight is more than likely in range of Aqua Jet, but I mean, you also don't want to switch an Incineroar to Aqua Jet either.
Yeah, it didn't have a bulk up boost, and with how much damage we saw in game 1, Aqua Jet into the Corviknight slot is extremely safe, because you either get a pickup on Corviknight, or you get the pickup on Incineroar, which are both rather favorable positions to work from, while you can potentially swap out the Tyranitar in the first place.
Yeah, the Kangaskhan going into the Sinistcha, so this will allow Azumarill to heal up a little bit, and it puts it above half of its HP there. So we're going to see the Mega Evolution on Tyranitar Tyranitar does get a little bit more bulky with its Mega Evolution, so maybe that will allow it to take an Aqua Jet from this Azumarill if it decides that is the target. Aqua Jet goes into the Corviknight, able to pick up the knockout there. So Azumarill finally getting to do what it was supposed to be doing in Game 1, picking up 2 knockouts with Aqua Jet there as Rock Slide comes out. Does a lot of damage there to Azumarill. So now with the Sand Chip, potentially puts it in range of Fake Out, but you do have options with Aline here because you still have a full healthy squad of Pokemon.
Yeah, it is quite interesting because obviously Azumarill, it took 12 damage earlier from the Sand, and with 3 turns of Sand remaining, that means that there is just enough time to KO Azumarill with the Sand, so you also got to be mindful of the Fake Out. So perhaps Azumarill wants to protect, then it's just swap out so that you can swap it in again for another Hospitality proc. Seems like a rather reasonable option as to prevent Azumarill from being taken down by just the environmental hazard, so to speak. And we do see the Protect on Azumarill, but no swap.
Yeah, no repositioning switch. The Azumarill just going for the Protect there. Just probably acknowledging that it can live at least one turn of Sandstorm, but Tyranitar actually taking this passive turn from Aline side to just go for a Dragon Dance, trying to boost its speed, a little bit of its attack, but it actually also dodges the Matcha Gotcha. That's actually a huge dodge because that would have been a pretty decent chunk of damage onto the Tyranitar, along with a potential burn chance and extra healing for Sinistcha. So that's a very, very advantageous dodge there for the Tyranitar as it's able to get that Dragon Dance up. But now Azumarill has one more Aqua Jet left in it, and I mean, this Incineroar is looking like a pretty good target because it can't protect.
Yeah, absolutely. Aqua Jet into the Incineroar should be the safest play here, since we do know that there is the low-kick Kangaskhan in the back being able to threaten Tyranitar quite a bit, so at this point, the setup is more or less just get rid of Incineroar and just hope you don't get flinched to high heavens, and Tyranitar does protect you.
Yep, going for the Protect as the Aqua Jet goes into the Incineroar. That's an easy knockout. At +4, the Azumarill is able to still get the clean knockout onto the Incineroar. Sinistcha actually goes for the Trick Room here, so maybe potentially positioning Kangaskhan even better in the back, as Tyranitar did go for Dragon Dance. So now you have a slower Kangaskhan in Trick Room with low kick, as you said, which should easily be able to pick up the knockout on Tyranitar. And if it doesn't, you have Sinistcha able to fire off a Matcha Gotcha. And it looks like Aline was able to take this to a Game 3.
Yeah, honestly, quite good adaptations, and actually very, very smart Trick Room. I didn't consider it, oh yeah, right, with that as an option and the Tyranitar already being at +1, since Mega Kangaskhan doesn't love to run max speed. Going for that meant that if Sinistcha doesn't go down, it wins you the game, and Sinistcha wasn't really a priority, with the recognition that the most important thing to deal with here is the instant, since Tyranitar could protect, and if it doesn't protect, then you can at least double into that, allowing fake out pressure. So honestly, just a very, very smartly played endgame from Aline. I quite like that. And we're going to see how that is going to translate into this Game 3, since now I think it's Jay's time to adjust, since it was a bit awkward to not bring enough pressure into Azumarill like that and being susceptible to this Mega Belly Drum that we see in turn 1. I want to see if there is something from they said to adjust that. It might even be something like a Sinistcha lead just to threaten Matcha Gotcha, since that is the best damage that you have into Azumarill on your first turn.
Yeah, it sometimes is an interesting decision on whether or not you want to lead Sinistcha because you're kind of losing out on that hospitality value because both your Pokemon are at full health. But yeah, now we have it from Aline's perspective here. We have the Kangaskhan and Dragapult lead, so it's just a complete switch up here from both sides, as Jay is going to lead Incineroar and Rotom Wash.
Yeah, seeing those two Pokemon for the first time, and I'll be honest with you, it tripped me up that those two players just switched perspective, because I thought Aline was bringing Rotom despite last I checked not having one on the team. But yeah, honestly, a rather interesting lead, trying to be more conservative, and obviously Magnet Rotom does also threaten very, very strong damage into Azumarill, perhaps even better than the Sinistcha. It just feels a bit risky with the opposing Sinistcha potentially being there for healing, but no. Dragapult having the Will-O-Wisp option and Intimidate being counterable with all its abilities, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and it's really going to be interesting to see how both players pilot this, since Dragapult feels quite confident position, since it can be protected by a Kangaskhan, which does opt for the Mega Evolution.
Yep, you can just go for the Mega Evolution with the Kangaskhan here, get a little bit of a stronger fake out. You do have the faster fake out, so you're able to fake out the Incineroar before it's able to fake out any of your Pokemon or get a hit into this Dragapult here. As Dragapult going to go for Phantom Force, so it's just going to avoid any sort of damage altogether from this Rotom, as Rotom's going to go for the Magnet Boosted Volt Switch. Does a decent amount of damage. I mean, it's a little bit of a nice little power boost for Volt Switch there, but this does allow Jay to reposition, and we'll have to see what the Mons are in the back, as it's going to be Tyranitar here, which is still very much under threat from Kangaskhan's full-powered low kick because it has not been intimidated. But this interestingly does break Dragapult's Focus Sash, so this does allow Jay to get a free hit off into this Dragapult because there's nothing it can do to escape the damage here.
Yeah, now it becomes an interesting matter of like, who does the Phantom Force goes into? I mean, presumably there's a Tyranitar slot, and it was very smart from Jay to bring in a Tyranitar here just for the resist, but the problem is even Mega Tyranitar might have a hard time tanking both the low kick and the Phantom Force. It's going to be quite interesting to see what the strategy here, since Phantom Force does not get blocked by attack, and we do see the Mega going off right away.
Yeah, so we'll see Mega Tyranitar. Once again, Tyranitar going to go for the Protect. Phantom Force does bypass Protect, but, I mean, Tyranitar should be able to tank that relatively easily, as Phantom Force going to hit the Tyranitar. Does not that much damage at all. Kangaskhan, if it does decide to low kick Incineroar, Incineroar will be able to live that hit, but no, it just goes for the double edge into the Incineroar. The Incineroar does not have a berry, so it will not be able to recover any of this HP, but Kangaskhan going to take a healthy amount of recoil as well. But now, since Dragapult is stuck into the battlefield, actually able to hang on from the Throat Chop there, so the Dragapult is able to live to see another turn, so maybe this could mean a Will-O-Wisp, or maybe just some extra damage with Dragon Darts.
That was actually quite an interesting choice from Rebecca, because the berry that Incineroar is carrying is the Chople Berry, so the low kick would have only done a fraction of the damage it would usually do. So, and now it's an interesting one, because Dragapult drops to a Dragon Darts, but at this point I think you have done the damage that you wanted to, since now the Dragon Darts, it drops the sand, but it allows it to go for a Dragon Darts, dealing with the Incineroar, while Kangaskhan can threaten those low kicks into being able to deal honestly reasonable damage into basically anything that comes in, and we do see it in Tyranitar swap, but the question is just into what.
Yeah, swapping into Rotom here probably to eat the low kick. Low kick not really going to do a lot of damage to Rotom, but unfortunately both of these Pokemon do have to eat a Dragon Darts as well, and with Incineroar not having that much HP left, going to be an easy knockout, and Dragon Darts going into Rotom does a good chunk of damage as Kangaskhan goes for the low kick. Yeah, Rotom is a very, very light Pokemon, so unfortunately low kick's base power not going to be very high, but this means Dragapult goes down, and I think if you're Jay, the question is like, yeah, Kangaskhan's taking a lot of damage, but I think that's going to be the priority to try and knock out now, because you want to try to get your Tyranitar in a good position.
Yeah, it's a quite interesting one, and hey, just because the size of Rotom Wash increase doesn't mean it does more damage. We do see the last Pokemon on Jay's side of the world, which is in fact the Excadrill, which can now threaten something like an Earthquake to perhaps deal some damage through potential redirection, while Sinistcha being revealed can honestly just matcha gacha its way to victory, since everything gets so rather threatened. You don't want to get burned, Rotom takes very effective damage, Kangaskhan can comfortably break the Sash, which makes it hard to set up like a Dragon Dance endgame for Tyranitar here, so I do quite like the position and the adaptations from Aline, so perhaps now it's time to hopefully fish for some flinches, but before everything, Kangaskhan swaps out to reveal Incineroar on Aline's side.
Yeah, I really do like how Sinistcha is positioned in this endgame, especially with Incineroar in the back, because you're able to eat these Earthquakes, especially at -1. Don't need Kangaskhan to be taking any unnecessary damage. Does still deal a healthy amount of damage to Incineroar here. But now, oh, actually, we're going to see a double up, the Hydro Pump also into that slot, just covering Kangaskhan potentially switching out into something like Incineroar. So that's just a knockout on the Incineroar, not able to do anything. But this does leave Sinistcha to go for Trick Room now, acknowledging that Sinistcha will be slower than everything, and also Kangaskhan will be slower than... I think we saw that it was slower than... Oh, no, I guess we didn't reveal that because it went for Fake Out.
Yeah, it was in +1 speed in that case. But yeah, now it comes back to... in Kangaskhan and Sinistcha versus Rotom, Excadrill, and Tyranitar, and considering how fast everything is, Matcha, Gacha, and Low Kick are starting to look like mighty tempting options. Like at this point, you don't even have a reason to go for the Fake Out, but a Rotom protects regardless.
Yeah, just trying to double protect, stall out one turn of Trick Room. But this unfortunately leaves many more turns of Trick Room to play with, so it'll be a very delicate positioning game if Jay wants to survive these turns of Trick Room. And like if you're switching things out and stuff too, you have to risk Matcha Gotcha just burning one of your physical attackers. But as you were probably saying in Team Preview, this Kangaskhan might be a more bulky defensive Kangaskhan, so it might even underspeed this Excadrill.
Yeah, I will say there was an instance in one of my matches where I had a Tyranitar Mega just straight up outspeed my Kangaskhan, so it is very much an option. If you have a certain amount of speed, Jolly Tyranitar, which you could play if you get damage from the Dragon Dance, would actually be undersped by Tyranitar and Trick Room. So that interaction might be quite crucial, since Tyranitar with potential Rock Slide flinches could prevent any damage output from Sinistcha and then potentially clutch the situation, because right now the best chance that Jay has at getting back into this game are some Matcha Gotcha misses, but we do see a hard swap out instead.
Yeah, so the Rotom is going to switch back into Tyranitar, just in case Kangaskhan wants to maybe fire off a double edge. You do have a resist in Tyranitar in the back. Excadrill actually going to get a double protect here, so it's going to be able to protect itself from damage for at least one more turn. But Sinistcha has the opportunity to fire off a Matcha Gotcha, super effective into this Tyranitar, able to eat it reasonably well just because of the Sandstorm special defense boost, but this does mean more recovery for Sinistcha, and the low kick does go into Excadrill's protect, so Tyranitar able to switch in here pretty well. Could have easily gone worse, but yeah, we
no
still
crits,
got
no burns.
Plenty more turns of Trick Room to deal with.
Yeah, 2 more turns of Trick Room. I don't think we're gonna see an attempt at a triple protect. So perhaps for Elaine, it's still the same game plan where you just double into the slot with Excadrill, since Tyranitar shouldn't be faster than your Sinistcha depending on how it's EV'd, especially if it's like a Jolly. Tyranitar might be able to survive the knockoff barely, if it even gets it at full power, since it's assumed that Sinistcha should be slower and fire off a Matcha Gotcha off, and 20% burn chances are absolutely there. So yeah, we do see the drop into Excadrill trying to preserve that one, trying to pivot it out of the sentence, and Rotom making its switch in a Matcha Gotcha double connecting.
Yeah, Matcha Gotcha does hit both targets here, able to drop Rotom very, very low on HP, which means Sandstorm will be able to take it out. But interestingly, we see no protect from the Tyranitar, so Tyranitar actually is faster than Kangaskhan in Trick Room. The knockoff is able to get the one-shot on Sinistcha, so now all of a sudden, Aline looks to be on the back foot here, as now they've lost 3 Pokemon, but the Kangaskhan is going to fire off a low kick into the Tyranitar, so suddenly it seems like a much more even game here, because now it's just a 1v1 after Rotom goes down to Sandstorm.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting one, because now the main question becomes, does Kangaskhan survive a single target Earthquake? Since at this point, okay, it's gonna be the last turn of Trick Room, so the obvious line is you just go for the Protect on Excadrill, you have no reason to not to. And Kangaskhan will be at Excadrill's mercy once this turn is over, with 3 more turns of Sand remaining and only 1 more turn of Trick Room. This might have been the comeback. Perhaps that double Protect was what was needed to get it, but no Protect! Oh my god, have I messed up? And it's... Wait, no, it is Protect.
No, it's 1 more turn of Trick Room, and Excadrill just not going for Protect here, knowing that it can survive the low kick from Kangaskhan, able to get the single target Earthquake into Kangaskhan, and that, even with the critical hit, I don't know if Kangaskhan was going to be able to live that plus the Sand. So it looks like Jay is going to take this game and advance to 4-0 in the tournament. What a crazy set.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was quite fun to watch. So good stuff to both our players again. Really surprised to see the calculations. Like, I kept overestimating the weight on Excadrill, I suppose. That was a mistake on my part. But what a game. What a game. I mean, double Protect came in clutch. I suppose sometimes that is how you gotta do this. And Aline tried to play this so well, being smart with targeting into the Tyranitar when it happened, but unfortunately that knockoff is just a little too much. Needed to be a Colbert instead of a Mental Herb in that specific instance, but still a very, very strong run with a rather interesting team. Makes me root for both players to see more, since at this point in time, Top Cut is still very much on the table for both players.
Yeah, I think the pivotal turn was that non-protect on the Tyranitar to get the knockoff into Sinistra, because I think you just make the judgment call there. It's like, okay, I'm gonna be faster than this Kangaskhan under Trick Room. So even if it does attack me, I'm gonna be able to get this knockoff into Sinistra and able to knock it out before it's able to just keep sitting on the field and this Kangaskhan's able to get rid of me with low kick. So yeah, just making the judgment call there. I mean, I guess it's not surprising to know that to see
Mhm.
Tyranitar being faster than Kangaskhan, but I mean, we didn't know because the you know, like you said,
Mhm.
Kangaskhan's tend to be more
Yeah.
defensively trained in this format, not really invest a whole lot into speed depending on the team. And you know,
Yeah.
Tyranitars do like to run a fair amount of speed if they're Dragon Dance, because you
Mhm.
do get some certain speed advantages if you run a faster Tyranitar. But yeah,
Mhm.
what a set! Both these players,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, playing
Like
really well.
I'll be honest. I was really so uncertain about the speed interaction between Tyranitar and Kangaskhan because the thing is, like, you have to have a lot of speed investment to get those plus ones because there is still so much very very fast stuff in the format. Because last I checked, Tyranitar doesn't have the highest base to work off of. Like, for example, it is very, very difficult to with Tyranitar to even a +1 outspeed Pokemon that are in the very upper echelon of the speed, like a Mega Gengar or an Aerodactyl. It can also even be decently difficult to outspeed a Sneasel unless you max out on it. So the question always becomes for, like, what do you actually want to outspeed, especially with Jay's team not having the most speed control options, the only real one being either Electroweb or Trick Room, which are quite strong, but not the easiest to pull off in like all situations, especially against like even faster teams. So even with like open team sheets, there's still just this game of incomplete information that both players have to go through that can be quite scary. But overall, I'm quite happy with those matches. I don't know. I think what are the viewers saying? What are we thinking of the matches so far? Show us some appreciation. And remember, if you're watching the YouTube stream, to like the stream so it gets recommended to more people, because Ericko is putting a lot of work into those tools and you should all support that. Especially now in this era where we have this online spectator mode, we can bring you all great quality online streams, and the more eyeballs we get on that, the better the product gets.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for showing up. We've had some excellent games so far, but we're not done yet. We're only just about halfway through the tournament, so we have a lot of higher level Swiss matches coming up,
Mhm.
especially as these players decide to, you know, try to see who gets to lock in for day two, because we're getting
Oh
close to
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going to be soon in day 2 win and in territory, but until then, we're going to hit you with the BRB because our caster voices need to be rested for a little bit. Later.
See you guys soon.
All right, round 5 is up. We are getting ever so closer to the day 2, which is 6-2 or better. How are we feeling about a little bit of Gengar action, Eric?
Gengar is a mega we haven't featured yet, so I'd be interested in some Gengar. We've been seeing a lot of Weather Wars today, so maybe it's time to feature a different mega.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to have Super Oink versus Arctic Fish. And as you see, yeah, there's the Gengar with the Mega option being the only one on this team. What do you say about the moveset on the Gengar? I see a move that I really haven't seen on this Pokemon yet.
Yeah, Thunder Wave is a very interesting coverage option here. I mean, Gengar's usually reserve that move slot for some other options, typically, like Perish Song, Taunt, Icy
Disable.
Wind, Disable. Yeah,
Especially
there's
Devious with the Shadow Tag on Mega Gengar.
and especially Devious with Encore paired with Encore on Whimsicott. But Thunder Wave
Some
is
might
definitely
say
a
the
nice
second most.
option.
I might say the second most evil combo in Pokemon, right after Max Myrtle.
Yep, that's what this one at least is pretty viable and not just a gimmick. It's a combination that can really mess with a lot of teams out there. But yeah, you do have also like a bit of an offensive component of the team. You got Scarf Rotom, you have Palafin, which will, once it switches back into its hero form, it can do a lot of really insane damage. And you have a King Gambit. This Como set is also very interesting. Iron Defense
Defense,
Body Press
Body
with
Press Draco.
Draco Meteor. And Bulletproof too, which is an ability we don't see on it very often.
Yeah, Bulletproof, I mean, it makes sense. You don't really need Soundproof if you don't run your own Perish Song, because that is like one of the main things that you worry about. And if you are Iron Defense Body Press, Parting Shot is less of an issue. And since it's primarily that you aren't that scared of Snarls, which would decrease Draco Meteor damage, since that's not your main mode of damage. So Bulletproof makes a lot of sense, especially in a format where Spore isn't really that much of a factor. I think this team can deal quite well with stuff like Sleep Powders. So overall, I really don't hate it. Kobo is one of those interesting factors where it's a Pokemon with 3 extremely strong abilities that all have their own usage cases. Like Bulletproof, Soundproof, and Overcoat are all abilities that other Pokemon would fight for.
Yeah, 3 really solid abilities, and I feel like Como is another one of those Pokemon that's kind of in an awkward spot in the current Champions landscape with, Como has kind of thrived in the past using the generational gimmicks. Like it was really good back in the days of Z moves with Clangorous Soul Blaze. And then it was really good with Terrestrialization because you can terrestrialize away from its rather middling dragon fighting typing, which is, it has a lot of common weaknesses in the format, but that was really helpful for not only the Iron Defense Body Press sets being able to like terrestrialize into steel or fire. It was also really good for like the attacking sets that utilize Clangorous Soul, which is the boosting move that Como gets. So
yeah, it's quite an interesting one.
Yeah, people are
dude,
still trying to figure it out.
Was quite a thing because all of a sudden you could go from being extremely weak to something like a Flutter Mane with Terra Steel Bulletproof to hard walling it, or like Terra Fire Soundproof to hard wall Primarina. There was some silly stuff about that, and then Scarlet Violet is still technically the competitive game of choice right now until May in Indianapolis. It's kind of hard not to think about that stuff. That mechanic was quite something, but thankfully we don't have to worry about that in Pokemon Champions. We are safe now, my children.
For now.
And yeah, that is honestly quite an interesting team. Palafin also feels like rather underrepresented, but let's see what the team is up against. Because we have Aegislash, Talonflame, Sneasler, Rotom Wash, Mega Floette, Garchomp.
Yeah, so this is like a pretty standard offensive combination in the metagame right now. Floette, arguably one of, if not the best Mega Evolution right now. Just so strong with Fairy Aura and just like its incredible stat spread. Just being able to abuse Fairy type moves. It has Calm Mind if you want to play a slower, more positioning based game, but it also just has the ability to step on the gas immediately with some immediate damage. It looks like this team is taking the more offensive approach because you do have a Talonflame here that sets up the priority Tailwind. You have Talonflame Garchomp combination, a classic Tailwind hyper offense sort of duo there. And then you also have Sneasler to help out with Fake Out and also just more offense. Scarf Rotom for added speed control, and Aegislash, which is a Pokemon that we've seen, I think, at least once today. Aegislash is, one of those Pokemon we were talking about earlier. It is
Mhm.
this one in particular is showcasing its new toy Poltergeist, which is a much stronger physical ghost move than that it's able to use, and in a format where you have an unknockoffable items such as the Mega Stones. Poltergeist actually is a very, very good move to have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Quite curious to see how it's gonna go because Echo Slash would be very, very interesting for certain kinds of matchups, but not having something like a steel type move means that it isn't as useful into something like the Whimsicott, which could potentially tank a move otherwise. Obviously, it's going to be extremely strong into Gengar though, so very, very curious how that's going to play out. And Floette is going to be an interesting one to handle for Super, just because you don't have the Anko that's able to try and trap it, and even on a resist, Mega Floette is going to deal quite a lot of damage, so I'm curious how it's going to be like, because Kingambit is there, but there's ways to counterplay, and we do see the Talonflame Garchomp lead versus Gengar Palafin.
Yeah, Palafin in the lead position here, probably just looking to get a little, just the immediate switch out so it can get its ability activated. But Gengar does have to be a little bit careful here because Tailwind Earthquake is an option that this Garchomp and Talonflame could go for immediately.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting to see the flip turn. Usually the Palafins opt to not run it and have something like coverage, but now it becomes a question of like, how do you actually counterplay just good old Tailwind Earthquake here? Because you can protect away from it, you can bring in the Whimsicott, but even with all of those factors, it's just kind of hard to deal with it, so I'm kind of curious. But we do see the start, no hard swaps, and Mega Gengar enters the field.
Yep, Mega Gengar enters the field, and that means these Talonflame and Garchomp are trapped onto the field. Not exactly a bad position to be trapped in, if you ask me, but Gengar wanting to protect itself from these soft sand boosted ground moves from Garchomp, wanting to protect itself there. Talonflame getting off the priority Tailwind, and Garchomp will be able to get a massive hit off into this Palafin with the Earthquake. We'll see how much damage it does. Palafin's defenses are a little bit lower in its not hero form. That actually does a ton of damage. So Palafin not just immediately switching out, going to go for the flip turn, but at a cost of a lot of its HP. And the flip turn not able to pick up the KO on Talonflame. So Talonflame is still able to potentially fire off a Will-O-Wisp or do a Wing Beat to get some extra chip damage on. We'll have to see what Super Oing is going to go into. It's going to be Rotom here, but like you were saying, this Garchomp is still in a pretty decent position because, like, what exactly does Oing have to threaten it at the moment?
Yeah, that's why I'm honestly surprised to see that flip turn into Talonflame. I would have genuinely anticipated going for the weird play, keeping Palafin in and just wave pressing into Garchomp, trying to get as much damage as possible, with maybe Kingambit in the back to try and threaten damage. But no, it is the Whimsicott just trying to minimize the Earthquake impact.
Yeah, but it's instead going to catch a dual Wing Beat on the switch in, and this is Sharp Beak Talonflame, so that dual Wing Beat just has enough damage to knock out the Whimsicott. And this Garchomp does have Rock Slide, so it does have the ability to hit this Rotom Heat. So this Rotom Heat, barring some fortunate accuracy, is going to have to take a single target Rock Slide from Garchomp. And we'll have to see if Rotom is even able to get an attack off this turn, as Rotom does get the Volt Switch, able to pick off the last bit of HP from Talonflame. But right now, if you're Oing, you've already just lost your method of speed control. You've lost like probably one of your best damage options into the Garchomp, and that thing is still looking very, very healthy and has a pretty good time against the rest of your team.
Yeah, honestly, insane call out from Arctic to just opt for Rock Slide, dual Wing Beat there, but making it very clear that you're willing to play into the more obvious plays with the swap on Gengar being so quote-unquote obvious, so streamlined that it was hard not to go for it and getting punished for them to the highest degree. And yeah, Garchomp just stands like a tower hit of soft sand, boosted Earthquakes, just proving too much of an issue. Like, Rotom still being alive, but not being able to threaten it effectively, since the only damage it has is not super effective. And now we see the Flood entering the field finally, making it very, very difficult for Super to really do anything. At this point, you just have to reconsider what your game plan was, because Palafin, I don't even think a Jet Punch crit would necessarily be enough to deal with Garchomp. While Floyd will eventually be able to just deal enough meaningful chip into stuff like Gengar and Rotom, so that even something like the Rotom is the last one, maybe even the Mega Slash would be able to just comfortably pilot through this. So curious to see how players are going to go about it, but there's the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, Mega Floette in all of its glory going to hit the field with Tailwind up in a prime position to start getting a ton of damage off. There is Dazzling Gleam too, so it even has an option to just fire off spread damage if it wants to. Gengar, once again, going to protect itself, doesn't want to take a Stomping Tantrum into Garchomp. Palafin also going to click Protect here, so just trying to prevent themselves from taking a massive hit here. But Floette is going to be the first one to move here, going to Dazzling Gleam into 2 Protects. Garchomp also going to fire a Stomping Tantrum into a Protect. This, interestingly, does double the damage of Stomping Tantrum, but something tells me Garchomp might not need it to pick off this Gengar.
One very interesting thing of note here is that the Floette is faster than the Garchomp, because plenty of players already know Floette is by default 1 point faster than Garchomp, but most sets, especially the Calm Mind ones like Arctic is running, usually opt for a more bulky, perhaps modest Floette trying to tank it, so seeing it move before the Garchomp is a pretty good indicator for data, and we do see another swap from the Gengar trying to catch the Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, just trying desperately to position here to stall out these last turns of Tailwind, but unfortunately Palafin hitting into the Garchomp is going to have to take a little bit of rough skin recoil. Not really going to matter though. Much, wow, yeah, Floette just able to click Dazzling Gleam, and the Rotom's already super damaged already, so not able to take that Dazzling Gleam from the Floette here. So it's just going to be Gengar versus these 2 Pokemon and an unknown mystery Pokemon in the back, and it might be a little bit of a tall ask for Gengar here.
Yeah, like, at this point I don't think you just did enough damage into, like, Garchomp to really hit it. Like, perhaps it is enough at this range, but there is not really any combination of Pokemon that make it comfortable to deal with Mega Gengar. Like, perhaps if it's Sneasler, there is a slight out, but even on a resisted hit, if that gets the Calm Mind, it's not enough. But then we do see the Shadow Ball, and Garchomp doesn't tank it.
Yeah, with the critical hit especially, yeah, Garchomp not able to hold on from that Shadow Ball, but unfortunately you do leave Floette alone. This is going to allow it to click Calm Mind here. Interesting decision to, you know, make it a little bit more tanky against Gengar's hits. Maybe allows it to live a Sludge Bomb now, and also just fire back an insanely powerful Moonblast. This Floette is not going to care about the resistance at all, but Sneasler is the last Pokemon here, so a little bit awkward because now Arctic Fish does not have really any good moves to hit Gengar.
I mean, it has one good move, and that's Moonblast. At +1, I wouldn't be surprised if that's enough for a 2-shot, but we do see the Protect first, trying to fish for status as much as possible with Diaclaw, perhaps?
Yeah, Gengar gonna take the bait and Sludge Bomb into the Floette, which allows Sneasler to go for the Dire Claw. If this gets a status, it all but locks up the game, I'm pretty sure at this point. Critical hit Dire Claw, we'll have to see. No status, so Gengar still has an opportunity to hit this Floette, and it might need a critical hit to try and wipe one of these things off the field.
The critical hit might be the only win condition that Super even has at this point, since Brute +1 and its massive special defense that it has by default, Floette could comfortably take perhaps even 2 of those Sludge Bombs, depending on how the Gengar is trained, and we do see it go in. It is slightly above half, which is not enough to seal this game, even with the poison.
Yeah, it gets the poison on the Floette, but Floette surviving this turn means it is able to get off a powerful +1 Mood Blast into this Gengar. Another Dire Claw does put Gengar to sleep, so Dire Claw doing what Dire Claw does best, as Floette is going to fire off a Moon Blast. We'll see how much damage this actually... Oh, wow, that was probably... Yeah, that was definitely more than enough damage. Oh, there's another critical hit. Might have mattered there, but I think with the sleep, I think Arctic was in a pretty good position to clean up the game, even without the sleep.
Yeah, I will say I don't think the sleep... I don't think the crit mattered all that much. Mega Floette can 2-shot a lot of stuff on a resisted. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is something like a maxed out Floette that's just going for maximum damage and speed, just to do stuff, since it was already willing to be faster than the Garchomp, which indicates that it might just be maxed out on the speed, because Garchomp didn't seem like it was particularly slow either in this position. So very curious to see. I mean, obviously it obfuscates some data, and it was an interesting call from Zane to have Sneasler in the back, since it doesn't seem great into Gengar in particular, so that's a Pokemon that you have to deal with, which really makes me want to see what the adaptation is going to be like. As I've been saying, perhaps you can do some out-of-pocket stuff and Wave Crash Garchomp turn 1 and just sack the Palafin for a bit of damage, since it's not really going to be able to do much, but that was a fast team preview. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think if you're owing the the best thing you could do here is try to take out Garchomp, because we kind of saw a glimmer in the end game of what Gengar was able to do against the back line of Arctic Fish's team. So I think dealing with that Garchomp is going to be a priority, as Palafin is once again going to lead alongside Rotom, and from the other side we have a repeat of the Talonflame Garchomp.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Usually, if Talonflames that don't carry Protect will be much more susceptible to something, but now it feels like there is a lot more layers to it, because you don't necessarily want to go early, but there's the Tailwind already. That was fast.
Yep, Tailwind already from Talonflame. This allows Garchomp to go for a Rock Slide. It's going to miss the Rotom, which was arguable. Oh, it's going to miss the Palafin, too. I was going to say Rotom was probably the one you wanted to hit there, but this does allow Rotom to get a Thunderbolt off into the Talonflame, just get the free knockout there. So getting Talonflame off the board immediately. This will also allow Palafin to go for a... Oh, actually is going to go for a Wave Crash in the Garchomp. This should still do a decent amount of damage. So getting some early damage down on Garchomp thanks to both Pokemon dodging the Rock Slide here. But now with Talonflame out of the picture, this does allow Arctic to go into one of their other Tailwind Sweepers. And we saw how much destruction Floette was able to do with just Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one now, because if this at that point the question becomes, do you want to preserve Palafin, since the Mystic Water boosted Jet Punches, especially in Hero form, are going to be quite potent? And what the Garchomp's going to do. There's a lot of variables in this, though. I don't think you want to be passive and try to outstall the Tailwind just because, well, there's the Calm Mind Floette. And our plays are way too fast for us to finish our thoughts, because we already see Mega Floette on the board.
Yep, Floette is going to Mega Evolve, possibly indicating that this this double spread move Onslaught is about to come out from Arctic Fish's side, as Palafin trying to get a little bit of damage before it inevitably goes down. Just going to fire a Drain Punch into that Garchomp, get a little bit of extra damage as Dazzling Gleam into the Palafin, easily able to knock it out. And as we saw from the last game, this Rotom was knocked out by a combination of single target Rock Slide plus Dazzling Gleam, so we'll have to see if it's able to survive this Rock Slide. It is not, so that's going to be another double knockout for Zane here, with still an extra turn of Tailwind to play with. So we'll have to see how the backline from Oin is able to possibly defend against these last two Pokemon. But I would say that the position is potentially a little bit better, because now you have the means of dealing with Garchomp if you're able to stall out Tailwind.
Even more, we might even have the means to deal with Floette, because if you have Whimsicott on the board here, it heavily disincentivizes any Calm Mind shenanigans, which lets you work through this even harder, and you can now match the Tailwind, so Garchomp is being threatened, Floette doesn't like this position either. Even though this is like a 3v2 scenario now, I do not entirely hate this for Super, because you have the Thunder Wave option, later down the line you have the Anko, you have the Tailwind, you have Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball to do this. Again, if Sneasler is the last Pokemon again, because honestly, Arctic doesn't have a reason to switch up the strategy, this might honestly end up quite favorably. It just really comes down to like what Floette does here if it opts to try to be sneaky, but first we see Mega Gengar opting for the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, Floette just kind of really restricted on its options here, because, like, as you said, Calm Mind is not really an option because of Encore, and, you know, Fairy type moves will be nice onto this board, but Gengar does resist them and probably will take them a lot better now that this Floette is not +1. Shadow Ball into the Garchomp, able to take out that last little bit of HP, and we'll have to see what Floette does here. I would assume it's probably just going to be another Dazzling Gleam. This should do a lot to Whimsicott, but actually does a respectable amount of damage to Gengar, so maybe there could be a way, depending on... Oh, actually, it's going to be Aegislash in the back, so this is a very, very good Pokemon to have here. But it might have to rely on the lower base power of something like Shadow Sneak, because Gengar is still the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm actually very impressed by Arctic's discipline to make adjustments to the strategy, even though it was a rather clean win. Because Aegislash in this position is just fantastic, since I honestly don't know how you realistically get through Shadow Sneak. Like, Gengar doesn't necessarily survive it, and it doesn't threaten enough damage. But I mean, this turn you can just try and go for Poltergeist, but we see the stance change already, so it definitely is a Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Gengar is going to be tanky enough to take this. It just barely hangs on. This Aegislash, not a boosting item like Spell Tag, like a lot of them are running. Instead, running Focus Sash. So this unboosted Shadow Sneak, not quite enough. But the Focus Sash does allow it to live Shadow Ball. But is this going to be a double up coming out from Whimsicott into the Aegislash? We'll see. The Moonblast going to target into the Aegislash, knock out its last remaining hit point. And we've seen Floette is not able to KO this Gengar with a fairy type move, but potentially there could be a Moonblast critical hit that maybe could save Arctic here, but we'll have to see. Nope, just another Dazzling Gleam to clean up the... Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot Gengar had like no
Yes,
HP
Shadow
left.
Sneak.
Yeah, Dazzling Gleam was more than enough to take those Pokemon out, and yeah, just getting the Shadow Sneak off in and of itself was more than enough for Arctic to clean up this game, and wow, yeah, we're going to a game 3.
Wasn't it 2-0?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot I thought the other side had won. Oh, it's been a long day, guys. My
It's been
brain,
a long day already, and it's
the
not over yet. We
synapses
got
are
3
not
more rounds to
firing
go through.
correctly. But yeah, very, very clean set from Arctic there. Got a little close, but I think the Aegislash adjustment was very, very solid.
Yeah,
And I think
I gotta say, I completely missed the part where it was Focus Sash, Aegislash. It's actually crazy how that out-of-pocket tech choice ended up working out, because Aegislash historically not something you run with Focus Sash. It's designed to be super tanky, super bulky, to just absorb hits like it's nobody's business. And seeing Aegislash come out in game 2 and get so much value out of this Focus Sash was kind of crazy. I love it when out of the box thinking like that gets rewarded. I really, really do.
yeah, of course, Aegislash is super vulnerable in that sword form, so just being able to guaranteed live a hit, especially if you're going for something like Shadow Sneak, which means you're going to be transforming before anything else moves, so you're going to have to take a hit in that sword form, is really nice for it to be able to survive there. Very interesting moveset choice, but it ended up making all the difference because that allowed you to hang on with the Shadow Ball, necessitating a double up from the opposing side to take it out. So you just demanded all of the attention, and that just allowed Floette to pick up that last bit of damage to seal up the game. So very, very well played. It was a very very cool set.
Yeah, it was also interesting to see the damage, because the Gengar did actually take a respectable amount of chip from the Dazzling Gleam, so it recontextualizes the game 1 from earlier, where the single target Moonblast with just over half HP would have definitely picked up regardless. So it's good to know that that crit didn't matter. And if it comes to a rematch, and again, both players are now at a very respectable record. Arctic at 5-0 and Super at 4-1 could still very much rematch against each other in a potential top cut match. So stuff like that is always important to keep in mind, where it's like, okay, you gotta know your calcs, because you can never truly fully prepare for what you're gonna face, but if it comes down to a rematch within the same tournament, it's important to make those notes. That's why Wolf is selling that notebook, don't you know? And prepare for the future, because it has happened before and it will happen again that people face off against each other in like Swiss rounds and then against each other later. Like, I am trying to remember the one regional where it happened, where it was one of Wolfie's more recent regional wins, where his opponent went X2 and his only 2 losses in Swiss were against him. I think it was Get Nikidon, like a good friend of Justin Tanks, if I remember correctly. But that is a brutal instance, because even the finals was really, really close. And getting triple eliminated by Wolf like that is an insane one. But again, goes to show how important it is to retain as much information as possible throughout each individual match, because every game is a lesson, and every lesson is an opportunity to improve.
Yeah, I've only had the pleasure of being double eliminated by Wolf in a tournament before, so I can attest that the information game is definitely very important, especially against these higher level players. But yeah, very, very well played to both sides. I'm excited to see these 2 players move on. I think the teams they've brought are really good examples of what's shining now in the current metagame. And yeah, I'm hoping they're able to make it through the second day, and maybe they will have that rematch in Top Cut.
Yeah, especially in particular because I think this is one of like our only matches where there hasn't been any weather at all so far, quite interestingly.
That's true, yeah.
But yeah, until the next round starts, we only have a couple more matches to go. We will see you on the other side, so BRB. are back. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our round 6. And dare I say we have another special one today. Hit us with the team, Eric.
So this is a team that I know we were both pretty excited to feature, and the fact that it was at 5-0 and in a spot to secure a spot into day 2. We have a lot of really cool Pokemon on this team. We have Choice Scarf Meowscarada, which is a Pokemon I think we haven't seen be meta viable in probably forever, even since the beginning of Scarlet and Violet.
As a big believer, I can say it's been check clock 3 years and 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but obviously Protean, a really cool ability, allows Meowscarada to change its typing, gets a lot of really cool moves to take advantage of, and its signature move, Flower Trick, always critting, is a very, very nice tool to have. Grass, like offensive grass types are usually, like in this metagame, not very valued very heavily, but like there's a lot of
mostly
cool
special.
Things. Yeah,
like Rotom and Venusaur are like the only 2 really big ones.
Yeah. And then we have Psychic Fang's Dragapult. We did see a Dragapult earlier on stream, but Psychic Fangs is a cool tech choice on it because it just allows you to one-shot Sneasler. And get rid of screens if those are ever in the metagame at any particular time.
There is Aurora Whale potentially on things like Frostless, but yeah, Psychic Fangs on Dragapult is such a specific counter. I can't help but love it, because Dragapult obviously one of the few Pokemon in the format that natively outspeeds Sneasler, quite important.
And then, of course, we have Sableye also. Sableye is another Pokemon that I think is a little bit underrated in this metagame just because of how many unique support options that it gets. It gets Encore Disable, it gets Screens, it gets Weather Setting moves, it gets Thunder Wave, it gets Will-O-Wisp, it gets Fake Out. It has so many like moves that it can be used to customize it to individual teams. It's just such a cool Pokemon to experiment with. And also a new Mega that is appearing on the stream right now is Mega Gardevoir, a Pokemon that's often being overlooked with Floette being everywhere, but some are saying that it might end up being a little bit better than Floette. I don't know if I'm quite on the propaganda train there, but I'm a huge Mega Gardevoir believer, so I'm excited to see it in this match.
Gardevoir does have a quite interesting track record, and as some people might even say, the counterplay into Mega Floette is quite interesting because this is one of the Pokemon that absolutely utilizes the fact that Fairy Aura goes both ways. As long as Fairy Aura is active, everything on the board gets a nice 30% boost to its Fairy type moves. Also, quick correction, since the team sheet is a bit incorrect. The Corviknight does in fact not run Iron Defense twice. It is Body Press, as you would assume.
Oh, it's Body Press. Okay, I was assuming it was like Iron Head or something, but that's good to know. It is Iron Defense, so I guess having Body Press on the moveset would make a lot of sense. So that makes sense.
And yeah, let's look at the opposing team, because we now spent a lot of time with this one.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more standard of what you see out of Charizard, and you got Charizard, Venusaur, Garchomp, Sneasler. Pretty typical looking Sun team here. Incineroar, just extra Fake Out option, does benefit with 5 boosted Flare Blitz with the Sun Up. Rotom is another good choice here, actually utilizing Leftovers and Will-O-Wisp, so it's a little bit more of a supportive set.
Yeah, a more support-oriented option.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Sneasler does have Rock Tomb, so that's probably a really useful tool in the Charizard Mirror match if your Scarf Rock Slide isn't enough. Yeah, so a bit more of a standard team here, but we're showcasing the real power of what Mega Charizard has to offer, and I think this is one of the best team comps that you can use with it.
Yeah, honestly, even with the more standard stuff, I gotta say, Choice Scarf Bulldoze Garchomp is a very, very fascinating option for speed control, especially on a team that does have double Levitate options, but only 1 Protect. So quite curious to see if that's gonna come into play, because obviously it's not that easy against stuff like Dragapult and Corviknight, which doesn't get hit by it, or doesn't get hit with the stats drop. But into the game we go. We have the team preview, we see the teams. What leads do we anticipate here, my dearest friend Eric?
So I'm going to be honest, the Gardevoir team, I'm a little concerned about how it leads into Charizard, because like, you don't have any super effective damage into it, and then you don't really have any way to disrupt it, because Sableye doesn't have Fake Out, it doesn't have, like, Rain Dance, it does have Thunder Wave. Thunder Wave is an option, but, like, with a attacking core of Gardevoir, Meowscarada, and Corviknight, I'm a little curious to see how Charizard lead from Basil's side isn't just a free thing that they could go for here. But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm assuming I'm assuming Charizard is something that this player has prepped for, because it's like literally been everywhere in the first few days of Champions. So I'm curious to see what the Charizard game plan is here. But other than that, just purely on paper, I think Mega Charizard Y is a very, very good Pokemon into this team.
I mean, the funny thing is that Sableye could theoretically do some funny things because it does have Encore Disable, forcing at the very least some 50-50s, but we will see what the players opt in, because the teams have been locked in. Ooh, the Meowscarada badge too. It's hard to not be a fan of Nubasaurus in this position. And we do see Sableye and Dragapult, which out of all the Pokemon on this team probably tanks the Fire-type attacks from Charizard the best.
Yeah, Dragapult obviously being a resist here. Probably one of the best Pokemon you could have into a Charizard lead, and also it does have the nice little perk of ignoring Incineroar's Intimidate. So we'll have to see how these two are going to deal with the onslaught of Charizard.
It's going to be quite interesting to see, because Thunder Wave is an option, because if all else fails, you can go for some extra shenanigans in the speed control into Charizard, making sure that even Pokemon like Corviknight and Incineroar that would naturally be outspent by it can't do much. But we do see the start off of the Mega Evolution.
Yep, Charizard just going to go straight away for the Mega Evolution. Going to get the Drought in play. No opposing weather to deal with. Just going to start by firing off some strong moves. It could get Faked Out this turn because... Actually, no, this Sableye does not have Fake Out. So no Fake Out threat from either side because you're facing down two Ghost types. But there is the Hacks potential that you were mentioning. The Thunder Wave going into the Charizard. So... maybe this is the game plan here. Maybe just try to slow down Charizard quite literally as much as possible, but it is able to get the Heat Wave off here, so it is able to get a lot of damage into the Sableye. Not quite enough for a one-hit KO yet, but Incineroar goes for the Darkest Lariat into the Dragapult, potentially trying to catch it, not protecting, but is going to mitigate the damage there.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the Sableye opts for now, because obviously it does very close to literally nothing to Incineroar, and Charizard can now at least try and protect, but it's probably smarter to opt for Weather Ball in front of an Anchor Sableye, since it's not guaranteed that you can survive, but instead we're going to see the swap out from Luke right away.
Yeah, Sableye not really doing a whole lot on the board here. You have the benefit of switching into Incineroar here, which is able to take these Fire-type attacks a lot better, but Dragapult just going to just disappear from the battlefield here with Phantom Force and avoid any and all damage going into it as Darkest Lariat. Oh wow, actually Dragapult's able to dodge two attacks there as both attacks go into Dragapult's Phantom Force, so very nice play there.
Yeah, that is actually quite interesting, because I'm starting to see the vision. There is some rather concrete counterplay, because Incineroar without any hit from Charizard should not be able to KO Dragapult. Something we saw in like earlier games is a Dragapult barely tanking something like a Darkest Lariat from Incineroar, so that might be the strategy of like just not letting Incineroar get the free hit in, and just making Dragapult hit as hard as possible. And there's the Protect, which is a tactical error, because Phantom Force breaks through it.
It does break through Protect, so if the Phantom Force does go into Charizard, it will be taking this hit. And since you're able to fake out the opposing Incineroar, you're able to guarantee that Dragapult doesn't take two hits this turn, so it's actually not able to get KO'd through its Focus Sash. But Dragapult ends up going through the turn completely unscathed, and Charizard takes a very, very large amount of damage from that Phantom Force.
Yeah, quite exactly 100 points. And now the big problem is that Dragapult can just chill and do the same thing again. You can just opt for another Phantom Force. Nothing in Basil's team quite likes it, so Charizard switches out, trying not to tank anything, and we see the Garchomp instead.
Yeah, Garchomp switches in here, which is a bit of a risky play, because this Dragapult does have Dragon Darts, so it easily could have just fired off a Dragon Darts into that Garchomp switching in. But another Darkest Lariat going to whiff into this Dragapult as Incineroar is able to go for the Flare Blast. That's a lot of damage in the sun. We'll have to see if this Garchomp is going to maybe get burned, but Incineroar going to be taking a lot of residual damage for its troubles because of Rough Skin and the Flare Blitz recoil.
Yeah, now the interesting question becomes, does Garchomp tank the Phantom Force here? Because Charizard already took exactly 100, but Garchomp should naturally be tankier, so theoretically the chances should be alright for it to survive. But Garchomp is, as a matter of fact, fast because of the Choice Scarf, and it misses the Dragapult.
Yeah, so it's not able to attack the Dragapult because it moves first, but just going for Rock Slide here, maybe hoping for a flinch into the Incineroar. Does get a critical hit, so a little bit of good fortune there. That is going to activate Incineroar's Citrus Berry, so it's going to get a little bit of HP back. The Phantom Force, as you said, Garchomp is a bit more tankier than Charizard, so it's able to hang on there. This, interestingly, will break Dragapult's Focus Sash because of the Rough Skin, and this will allow Incineroar to finally get a Darkest... It doesn't KO the Dragapult!
Yeah, the Intimidate doing some absolutely heavy lifting.
And the Parting Shot.
Parting Shot about to finish off the turn. And now the question becomes, what does now actually opt to bring in? Because, oh, it's the Sableye again. Oh yeah, right. Threatening the Disable into Garchomp means that that slot can be thoroughly ignored this turn, allowing Dragapult some respite and maybe even some repositioning so as to not sacrifice it with Incineroar right away. So that is actually a fantastic pivot. Because again, the Prankster Disable option is there and it is being used, making Garchomp run out of options here.
Yeah, interestingly, Garchomp can... Oh, it will not struggle this turn, but it could potentially struggle if Dragapult remains on the field, so it could potentially knock out Dragapult with a struggle if it wanted to, but nope, just going to go down to Dragon Darts there, as Incineroar is going to take another Dragon Dart, as the Incineroar goes for the Darkest Lair, this time into the Sableye, is able to pick up the knockout, so there is a Pokemon down on Nubosaurus' side, but this Dragapult has been surprisingly difficult to remove, and it's putting in so much work.
Yeah, honestly, as you said, the plan worked out quite a bit, because thanks to the Intimidate drop from the Incineroar on the swap and being able to hang on to those 5 HP and Sableye maintaining it, like, Dragapult was apparently better than we gave it credit for, because it does seem like there is quite a concrete plan. And the next step of the plan is in motion, because now Meowscarada hits the field for the first time in this game 1.
Yeah, so interestingly about Meowscarada, it does have access to Low Kick if it wants to go for that into the Incineroar. It doesn't have a great option to hit Sneasler here, but I mean, that Protean boosted Low Kick might be more than enough to knock out the Incineroar, and Sneasler cannot fake out Dragapult, so Dragapult is going to be able to get another hit off this turn, so it could potentially get some really good damage into the Sneasler. If the Low Kick KOs the Incineroar, then both Dragon Darts will be redirected into the Sneasler, so it might be able to score another knockout here. We'll have to see, but I mean, obviously Sneasler can fake out the Meowscarada to prevent that.
And
but
that is exactly what we see.
there's still a Dragon Darts on the board here, so it's going to be even more... Oh, actually, I totally forgot about Psychic Fang. So yeah, this Sneasler just completely deleted from the field thanks to the Psychic Fangs from Dragapult.
And if this Flare Blitz goes into Meowscarada, that means Dragapult stays alive and it will be able to comfortably pick up this Charizard, turning this into a 2v2 scenario, 2v3 scenario, no, 2v2 scenario, my bad, with Incineroar in the back, further diminishing the damage output from Basil's Incineroar, and now, frankly, Incineroar coming in, threatening Fake Out and Dragon Darts into the already heavily chipped Mega Charizard. Why looks like it should have Game 1 on lock. I'm not quite sure what Basil's counterplay to it would be, because even if you protect with Charizard with the smart targeting, Incineroar would have to tank both Dragon Darts in that scenario. So Dragapult, despite being on the board since turn 1, manages to pilot and navigate its way through the very end of the game, while hanging on to 5 HP for numerous turns in a row, thanks to fantastic support from the rest of the team, in particular Incineroar and Sableye doing their best to make sure it became as hard as removed to be as hard to remove as possible, and the rewards are being reaped. I honestly quite thoroughly enjoy this game. Both players are playing their heart out, but not being able to stay one step ahead on this. Looks like it should be able to lock in this endgame now, bar any surprise. And it is actually the Fake Out into the Charizard. That is a bit surprising. Oh, it's the Phantom Force trying to not lose the Dragapult just yet.
Yeah, this is an interesting play. You have the Dragapult able to avoid any sort of damage this turn, and also you get the little extra chip damage on Charizard, so it just can't get a free hit off into the Incineroar. But this does mean that a KO into Charizard is guaranteed at this point if the target is the Charizard. But it does become a little dicey because the Incineroar on Nubosaurus' side is very low on HP. But the Incineroar on the opposing side has had its attack lowered quite a bit, as we see the Phantom Force go into the Charizard here. So this means if Basil wants to, they could just target into the Dragapult and get it off the field. As that we do see the Darkest Lariat go into the Dragapult, and we'll have to see how this Incineroar v Incineroar endgame shakes out, because even though the Incineroar on Babel size is weaker, Nubosaurus's Incineroar is a lot less HP. So I mean, this might be close depending on some damage
really
rolls
close,
and some critical hits. Maybe we'll see.
Basil might have to run those critical hits, because you got to remember the Incineroar is at -3, so the Flare Blitz might not be able to do great damage, while the Darkest Lariat will be able to clutch up, while the factor of being fast might also come in quite handily. So it's really going to depend on this Darkest Lariat damage now.
Yeah, we'll see how much Darkest Lariat does. It actually does a respectable amount. I'm not sure if it's a 2 at KO. It might be close, but we saw how much that Flare Blitz did, even at -3, you said, on the Incineroar?
-3.
Yeah.
-3 versus fully there. So the Sun boosted really helps, because the but the interesting thing is perhaps it's a Darkest Lariat into Flare Blitz. Like, oh, I don't think Flare Blitz was the right call here unless it KOs, which it does not.
Not quite able to KO, so we'll have to see with the recoil damage if Darkest Lariat from Nubosaurus' side is able to pick up the KO. It'll be close. Let's see. It's able to pick up the knockout, and the first game will go to Nubosaurus at an absolute nail-biter.
Honestly, an interesting endgame for sure. I do think that there were some factors that should have been taken into account, because one of the things that's on my mind now with the Phantom Force line is, shouldn't have Incin been faster than the paralyzed Mega Charizard? That was like one of the reasons why I was rather surprised to see the Charizard being targeted by the Phantom Force in the first place. Because surely Incineroar should be able to outspeed it at like half speed.
You would think.
But yeah, a lot of factors going into this. Again, I'm rather surprised that it wasn't a Dragon Darts kind of line, since it should have been a decent amount of damage, but perhaps Nubosaurus was worried about the Charizard surviving that turn, so there is always those factors going into it. You can't always say those kinds of things for certain. But honestly, very, very respectable performance from Basil to bring it that close. Because honestly, with how close the damage calcs were going, I think if Basil would have opted for Darkest Lariat the turn prior, it might have been able to barely stand a chance by surviving the Darkest Lariat without the recall, because we saw that it was very close. It could have survived on single-digit HP in that case, I think. And then opt for the Darkest Lariat into Flare Blitz Rod. That might have been the difference.
Yeah, it's a difficult trade-off, because you probably needed the extra damage from Flare Blitz to even keep it close, but I mean, yeah, the recoil ended up adding up a lot, and that allowed the Darkest Lariats from
I think
side.
without the recoil it wouldn't have been ranged. So I also think Noob, if Noob recognized the ball position, perhaps on the last turn would have much preferred to see a Flare Blitz, because in that position you have to be aware that that was the last turn of the game for you, no matter what. Because either you get Darkest Lariated and you don't get KO'd, or you die next turn, or you just Flare Blitz this turn and they both go down, but because you die off of recoil, you go down second and you're fine. So honestly, from what I've been reading, it seems to be that both players are lacking a bit on experience, so it's kind of hard to stay composed in these kind of situations. But despite that, I quite enjoyed this game. The early game, the Dragapult gameplay was so beautifully played that Basil really needs to lock in and focus. But this time we see the Incineroar lead right away, being answered by the classic Venusaur Charizard lead.
Yeah, maybe Basil recognizing that the speed offered by Venusaur in the sun maybe is a way to slow down the Dragapult. But I mean, it does have to worry about Fake Out here. And what's cool is that if you bait Protects out from the Charizard and Venusaur, that is a prime opportunity for Phantom Force, potentially, yeah.
Sableye to come in and
also Sableye, yes. So Charizard gonna go for Protect here, not quite gonna rip the Mega. This probably indicates that Venusaur, gonna go for a Protect just to stall out the Fake Out turn, preserve its Focus Sash, and we'll see what Dragapult decides to go for here. If it's gonna be a Dragon Darts or a Phantom Force, it's just gonna be a Dragon Darts into just 2 Protects, and basically a nothing turn to start out this game.
Yeah, I mean, the primary point of that turn was to roll out the Fake Out pressure and not lose the Focus Sash on Venusaur, because that is also a valuable resource. And unsurprisingly, we do see the Charizard going for the Mega Evolution now instead.
Yep, Charizard now going to Mega Evolve, give Venusaur the doubled speed in the sunlight thanks to Chlorophyll. So we'll have to see what Venusaur goes for. It is going to be a Sleep Powder, and unfortunately it's going to go wide left and miss the Dragapult, as Dragapult goes for the Dragon Darts into the Charizard. That does a lot of damage, so that probably indicates that it was enough to pick up the Charizard in the last game, but breaks the Venusaur's Focus Sash. It is going to take a Heat Wave. Actually takes it a lot more well than I thought it was going to, doing a little less than half. But the double up here into the Venusaur, thanks to the Sleep Powder miss, is going to mean that Venusaur goes down. And on turn 2 of the game, Basil already on the back foot with one other Pokemon down.
Yeah, this is... I mean, when you play something like Sleep Powder, you always have to live with the fact that there is a certain amount of risk involved. But this honestly still puts the Scarf Garchomp into a great position, because now it's not going to be impeded by Sableye, and it's not particularly safe to swap in. Another question becomes, does Dragapult survive the Earthquake? And does Incineroar decide to swap out, since at Half-Life it will not stand those kinds of moves? Meaning that despite the fact that Sleep Powder missed, the double up went into it and Charizard is still decently healthy, this is still quite the playable position for Basil. Now it just comes down to like what's in the back, and protecting with Dragapult is not something I quite expected, just second to Incineroar presumably.
Yeah, Garchomp actually opting for the Bulldoze here to try to maybe get some speed control here, opting for the weaker move. It's going to hit the Incineroar, not quite enough to KO it, but if Charizard did go for Heat Wave, that would mean that Incineroar is... Oh, actually no, because of the Citrus Berry. So Incineroar will be able to eat a Heat Wave here, and I'm assuming this means Incineroar is probably going to Parting Shot. I would imagine it probably Parting Shots the Garchomp here, just to limit its damage output a little bit. Maybe... it could go into either one of these targets. I think either one of these targets is a reasonable thing to target. It's actually going to go into the Charizard here, so Incineroar going to be able to pivot out. So we'll have to see what Noob's backline is going to be. It's potentially an interesting spot for the Meowscarada to come in here, yeah, because this thing does have Triple Axle. So if you're able to KO the Garchomp with Triple Axle, then you have a single target Dragon Darts into the Charizard, which probably picks up the knockout.
Yeah, so this is starting to become rather interesting, because I really didn't think it was going to be Bulldoze. Because obviously Dragapult with its clear body ability would not be impeded by the drops, so Garchomp wouldn't have the threat, and Basil perhaps trying to read a swap instead, being forced to swap in Incin instead.
Yeah, Incineroar comes in here, very smart play to prevent the Triple Axle KO into the Charizard. This is going to change Meowscarada's typing to Ice, so going to be doing a little bit of extra damage with the same type attack bonus. Able to land all 3 hits of Triple Axle into Incineroar. Just a little bit of chip damage at the end of the day. But this critically means that the Dragon Darts from Dragapult will be spread, or will be hitting both Pokemon still. So it means that Charizard will be able to survive the turn and get another Heat Wave off, which should easily be able to KO the Meowscarada. Puts Dragapult at a very low amount of HP left, and yeah, that's the first KO from Basil's side in this game.
It's also quite crucial, because that means that the only thing on Noob's team that could have been faster than the Scarf Garchomp has now been taken out of it, and letting it be a lot more threatening with those Earthquakes whenever it hits the field again. And there you go, the Pokemon that you wanted to talk about. Gardevoir has finally hit the field. We're going to see the Mega Evolution, presumably this turn, firing off the strong Psychics, being able to tank those Heat Waves reasonably well. So now it becomes a matter of like, how strong is it, and can it KO the Incineroar from this range eventually? And even then, I suppose the Faker pressures on the board, there is a lot of factors going into this once more, because Gardevoir absolutely needs to stay alive, but it opts for the Mega Evolution now this turn.
Yeah, I actually do really like Gardevoir in this position, because you can't fake out the Dragapult and stop Dragon Darts from KOing the Charizard. And if you're able to KO the Charizard here, Charizard's smartly going to protect here to try and survive the Dragon Darts. But interestingly, if you were able to KO the Charizard, you could have turned it into a single target Hyper Voice into the Incineroar. But now it's a spread. But now, since Dragon Dart's smart targets, it goes 2 hits into the Incineroar, and that will cleanly put it in Hyper Voice range, even though the Charizard protected there. So Hyper Voice going to hit into the Incineroar. That's a knockout. And yeah, but this does allow Basil to bring back in the Scarf Garchomp. So we'll have to see if Garchomp is able to remove the Dragapult before it can remove the Charizard. And I think if you're able to remove the Dragapult, Earthquake plus Heat Wave should be able to take care of this Gardevoir. But there still, interestingly, is an Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, so at this point, I don't even think you necessarily opt for the Heat Wave, because now, with the last turn of Sun in particular, you kind of have to try and swing with the Weather Ball, because obviously Heat Wave can miss, Dragapult is not going to be in that range, but Gardevoir unsurprisingly protecting here.
Yeah, Gardevoir just going to go for the protect, and I feel like the game plan here is to sacrifice the Dragapult, so you get a free switch into Incineroar, you get Fake Out online next turn, you have a free Fake Out into the Garchomp if you want it, and you could also Fake Out Fake Out the Charizard, anticipating that you won't be taking that much damage from the Bulldoze. So you have options here with Incineroar. So Fake Out Hyper Voice looking like a very, very solid play on the next turn, as Bulldoze able to KO out the Dragapult. As you said, Sun does go away this turn, and Incineroar comes back into the field. It doesn't have that much HP left, so it will go down to one singular Bulldoze, but I think from an Incineroar, Fake Out is all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, I think the only thing you can really hope for in Basil's position is that your Charizard is perhaps faster, but outside of Sun, I think Gardevoir is just not gonna be able to be KO'd. With Choice Scarf locking the Garchomp into this Bulldoze Fake Out Hyper Voice is kind of not really something that you can play around anymore. We just gotta hope that Nuke kind of messes up or something and maybe locks in a Psychic for some reason. Because even with the Bulldoze locked in now, it's also quite awkward since at -1 it also doesn't threaten that much damage anymore, but playing themselves into a corner. So gonna be quite curious, but yeah, unsurprisingly, there's the Fake Out. You don't care about the Ruskin chip. Incineroar already did its job.
Yeah, Fake Out is all you need in this situation, because now you prevent Garchomp from attacking. As you said, Charizard probably not strong enough to deal with Gardevoir. Oh, it does get a very nasty critical hit, but that is not even enough to deal with Gardevoir here. And Hyper Voice, if it's able to KO the Charizard, which it does, and it easily KOs the Garchomp, critical hit not needed at all. It's able to take out the last two knockouts of the game, and Nubasaurus going to take this set 2-0 and advance to day 2 with an undefeated record.
What a lovely performance with a very, very unique team. Again, I always want to give credit to really good, interesting, creative team building, because obviously we haven't seen half the team in the tour yet, so that was quite something. And obviously good stuff to Basil. It's easy to praise the creative teams being played, but it's also really difficult to pilot well against them. And that was a respectable performance because it really did came down to the wire. Charizard, if it would have had like, instead of like the Solar Beam or the Weather Ball, if it would have had an Overheat, it might have been able to push through against the Gardevoir with some crits potentially. But again, great set. Would have been really, really nice to see a game 3, but we can't have everything. Though we do have our first confirmed day 2 player with a personal favorite from both of us, with Meowscarada and Mega Gardevoir of all things, using two rather underutilized options to shake up the meta quite a bit. So even though things do seem rough with the weather domination, again, we saw the team without a weather option actually pull through, thanks to some really, really smart piloting. Again, I can't stress enough how masterfully played the first game was from both players. That was an absolute treat to watch in terms of like showing how to protect your most important mon and build your game plan around something, and having tech choices pay off, because the Psychic Fangs was such a deep cut in a moveset choice that it even caught you off guard in an open team sheet environment, because it's very easy to focus on like the strong stab options with Phantom Force going through the protect and Dragon Darts with smart targeting. Quite the lovely combination of factors. Like I'm having a fantastic time. Again, huge shout outs to Ericko for hosting this tour. I am having a blast. And it's great to do this with you, Eric.
Yeah, it's been fun. I personally would have liked Meowscarada to do a little bit more there, but I think I respect what it was going for in this matchup, but it's a little hard to position, I think, around Incineroar and Charizard. But I think the pressure of the Scarf, like triple axle, Scarf low kick, was enough to threaten defensive plays from Basil's side. So it definitely did do its job. I really did like the Gardevoir switch up in game 3 or game 2, because I mean, Sableye like kind of did okay in the first game. Like it got a Thunder Wave off, but it didn't really do that much else. It did disable the Garchomp though.
Yeah, disabling the Garchomp was like,
pretty huge. Big. But I think setting up that end game there, where you're able to just like get Incineroar in with Fake Out pressure on the board, stall out the Sun, making Charizard a lot weaker, and then just setting up that win condition of Fake Out plus Hyper Voice was really, really smart. And I really, really like that adjustment. And I think the MVP, I think we can all agree, was Dragapult. Like Dragapult absolutely put in so much work. Yeah, with the masterful Phantom Force positioning
Mhm.
in game 1 and then just the consistent Dragon Dart spam in game 2, it was
Yeah,
just
and
such
being
an
able to
oppressive mon to
disable
deal with.
Sneasler so
Yeah.
that the rest of the team isn't threatened. Because, frankly, this team on paper is quite weak to Sneasler. Incineroar doesn't appreciate it. Gardevoir doesn't appreciate it. And Meowscarada also does not appreciate it. Especially with those White Herb variants where you can't really risk giving it the status drop for free because you do have Incineroar on this team. And you do even have uh some other option. It's very, very scary to go against it. So honestly, a very, very, very respectable tech. Very well thought out team. Quite enjoyed watching that and looking forward to seeing more of that in day 2, hopefully. Maybe even in cut, since 6-0 is a great position to start into like the rest of the evening. Not a whole lot of people are going to make it to this position. I think in total there's going to be only 2 people undefeated after this round, actually.
Yeah. I guess it goes without saying that winning more is always good, but setting
Mm-hmm.
yourself up to go into day 2 with a 7-1 or potentially 8-0 record, especially starting out so strong, is a really good position to be in. And this is such a unique team to feature in the early format of Pokemon Champions. So, yeah, I mean, just really well played too. It seemed like, despite the shaky matchup into stuff like Charizard and Sneasler, Nubosaurus just knew their lines and knew the game plan
Mm-hmm.
and really executed it well to lock up the set. So very, very well
And
deserved, undefeated, and advancing into day 2.
oh yeah, and once more I want to reiterate, as you said, that the switch up on the game plan of Gardevoir was really, really good because it's easy to switch up your game plan if you lose game 1, but if you win and you switch up, which genuinely drastically changed the game plan since Sableye and Gardevoir operate very differently, being able to go into this in a matchup that does seem very tough on paper is also a sign of a very strong player. So again, a bit of a highlight of the evening so far, I'm not gonna lie, but that might also be the bias speaking. But yeah, with that, I will say that we are going to go into break because there's only a couple more matches remaining, and we'll see you in round 7. 1. And we are back with round 7 out of 8. With once more a treat. What are we going to see, Eric?
So we have a couple of new megas to the broadcast. We finally have a Mega Delphox representative here. Pretty standard composition. I will say that one thing that sticks out here is the Primarina. Primarina is a Pokemon that I think has a lot of potential in this format. I just think it's been kind of looked over because there's a few other fairy types that people prefer, but still a
Cough,
very
cough,
solid
Floette.
option. Yeah, cough, Floette. But still a very strong damage dealer, especially spread damage with the Liquid Voice, Hyper Voices, and Dazzling Gleams, and still has a pretty strong Moonblast.
Yeah.
And
Usually
yeah,
seen with Coleman if you see it, so I'm a bit surprised to see double fairy type move. That is interesting, but yeah, outside of that, not anything really standing out. Rather standard Mega Delphox team for how much of a standard there is. Substitute as a setup move. Yeah, Choice Scarf Basque Legion, pretty normal. Fake Out, Unburden, Sneasler. King Gambit with Sword Stance is not super common, but it's fine. And obviously Aerodactyl. Overall, a well-rounded team. Unsurprising to see it in that position. Anything else you think it's to mention?
yeah. I mean, the Swords Dance King Gambit is interesting. It probably explains why the Primarina is more of an offensive set, but yeah, I mean, you have options to set up Swords Dance. There's not a lot of support for it. I mean, you have Fake Out with Sneasler, but if you're able to get a
Yeah,
Swords Dance off, if you're
Mhm.
you're just hitting back so hard with the Black Glasses boosted Dark moves, and you also have just Swords Dance Sucker Punch, which is just really strong. But yeah,
Oh
all around,
yeah.
pretty standard composition here. Mega Delphox, interesting choice. It's always interesting to see what the third move slots on the Delphox. You have a lot of
It
options.
absolutely does have options, yeah.
Yeah, like Substitute, Encore,
yeah,
Calm Mind.
I will say the Sword Stance makes a lot of sense because this isn't a team that heavily sets up. It's more so like I think it exists to punish passive turns and disincentivize the opponent from making passive turns more than a win condition because, as you said, Black Glasses King Gambit already hits so very hard that it usually doesn't need it in most situations. So I can see that. But the team that it's going to play against is going to feature something that we haven't seen: a Charizard with a different stone. Mega
Yeah.
Charizard X makes its debut in today's stream.
Yeah, this team has got a lot going on with it. So you have Mega Charizard X, which we know is a physical attacker compared to Charizard Y. It Mega evolves to have the Tough Claws ability, so it has all those contact moves boosted like Flare Blitz and Dragon Claw, which are super strong, and a solid boosting option with Dragon Dance. So these teams are often designed to support Charizard to get those Dragon Dance off. One of Charizard's best partners is Milotic because it punishes the Intimidate from the opposing side, by getting the Defiant or the competitive boost. And also, speaking of Defiant, we also have King Gambit on the team, so we just have a ton of Incineroar hate on the
That
squad.
Yeah, even the White Herb Sneasler is a very strong anti-instant attack. And speaking of the Sneasler, this is the much underutilized coaching option, making the Charizard X and King Gambit even more threatening than they already are. Like, this is very much a more structured team around the setup. Because once Charizard X gets this Dragon Dance off, it is already faster than most things and hits hard enough to KO most things. While also seeing like a old tech choice, something that we don't see all that much, is the Endeavor Whimsicott is worth mentioning. So no Protect on a Sash is always a brave move, especially on a open team sheet team, because in closed team sheet you can at least hide the information that you don't have this move. So that is a quite interesting, quite bold choice, honestly. And then there is this Choice Scarf Sturdy Archaludon. That is throwing me for a loop. I don't know about you, Chief.
Yeah, it's definitely a new take on Archaludon. I mean, we were kind of talking earlier about how Archaludon's kind of had a little bit of an item crisis coming into this game. But Scarf is a very interesting option because, like, we've seen Scarf Dragon types do pretty well in this format. And Archaludon just gets so many good coverage moves. Like Flash Cannon is a good move to spam into the many fairy types. Aura Sphere is a really good coverage move for
into King Gambit
and Tyranitar, and I don't know anything else that's weak to fighting. And then Thunderbolt is just a good coverage move that it gets to maybe help in that rain matchup.
Yeah, this is very much an anti-rain Archaludon, I want to say. Like, I also do think Sturdy is undervalued because without the body press, stamina isn't that strong, and without this, especially without Assault Vest, the Pokemon is missing some rather important damage calcs on survival. But yeah, it's also interesting to see the Melodic with Life. A lot of teams opt for Recover to have more solo functionality, but this team instead wants to support, which makes a lot of sense with how much the focus here is on Charizard Y. But our players locked in the team preview very, very fast. Use the time that we gave them to log in, so let's see what leads they will present. And it will be Sneasler or Chaladon. Interesting combination, definitely what I had in mind versus Aerodactyl Primarina. Now the first question is, does this Primarina have enough speed to outspeed Sneasler in Tailwind? Because that isn't exactly guaranteed, I want to say.
Yeah, Primarina is really slow, so the it potentially will not be able to outspeed the Sneasler and Tailwind, but I'd say this is a pretty good position for the Archaladon, especially since it has Choice Scarf. You have the Fake Out on board that can threaten to break Aerodactyl's Focus Sash, which is precisely why it's probably going for Protect this turn, as Primarina also protects. Also gives you an opportunity to not only stall out the Fake Out option, but also to scout what move Archaladon's going to lock into. It's going to be Flash Cannon into the Primarina, so just looking to get a neutral Steel type attack into the field here, but you do have a lot of switch-ins here if you're...
Yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, even though it was simple, because you want to sort of protect versus the Fake Out and the Choice Scarf, especially with Sash, the potential of Whimsicott coming in was so scary that it was actually crazy to see that, but instead we see the swap into Melodic now, and Flash Cannon into Primarina.
Yeah, Sneasler obviously under threat from dual Wing Beat, so it probably doesn't want to stay in here, as the Aerodactyl does go for the dual Wing Beat. Milotic able to take that attack a lot better than Sneasler ever could. The Primarina does have a pretty big special defense stat, so it's able to eat that Flash Cannon pretty well, as the Moonblast goes back into the Archaladon, does a lot of damage. Actually gets the now even rarer special attack drop into the Archaladon, but able to live that hit regardless because of the sturdy ability, and yeah, choosing to delay the Tailwind for maybe just one turn.
Yeah, and another interesting potential is that it would be not unreasonable to ignore the Archaladon this turn, actually, and just try to focus on Melodic, because Primarina is doing okay into it, but Aerodactyl doesn't deal great damage into it. Potentially Delphox doesn't do a whole lot of damage into it, so perhaps with the potential of Tailwind on your side anyways, you could maybe afford to KO and it does just straight up Flash Cannon to Aerodactyl.
Yeah, Flash Cannon to Aerodactyl, almost bringing it down to Focus Sash, but this does allow Aerodactyl to get the Tailwind up. This will make Primarina faster than the Milotic, and this Dazzling Gleam will be able to pick up the knockout on Archaladon, do a little bit of chip damage to the Milotic, and I would assume we might be seeing an Icy Wind come out just to get the last little bit of HP off of the Aerodactyl and get a speed drop onto this Primarina, which, as you said before, if Primarina wasn't already struggling to outspeed things in Tailwind, it's going to struggle even more now, especially that Sneasler. But importantly, Aerodactyl is off the field now, meaning one of the biggest threats to Sneasler is off the board, but there is a Delphox still lurking in the back, and that could prove a bit challenging for Sneasler to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, for now, the Primarina is at least faster, so you would have to bring in the Sneasler to outspeed it, which is exactly what happens, but with a Sneasler on your own or potentially Basque Legion, there is always options for that, because now in Tailwind, you also have the guarantee that you are in fact faster with your Sneasler if you want to go for the Fake-Out shenanigans, which is quite reassuring. Gives you at least one turn to do those kinds of things. I mean, there's no Sash to be broken on either side anymore, so isn't that important, and Primarina can start to threaten damage, and it opts for the Fake Out into the Sneasler, which is very, very reasonable, because the flinch now happens immediately.
Yeah, just disrupts the Sneasler on the opposing side, allows Primarina to get another pretty healthy Dazzling Gleam off, as the Scald this time goes into the Primarina. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but maybe hoping for a burn to proc here. Doesn't get the burn, actually, so Milotic just content getting a little bit of chip damage into the Primarina, and a Fake Out into Sneasler is very nice. But yeah,
and now at this point, even Diaclaw should be able to pick up the Sneasler, but I think it's safe to do close combat, even for the crit, even for the proc on burn, and the protect from a potential homeless, I suppose. But yeah, there's the Diaclaw into the Milotic.
Yeah, the Direclaw goes into Milotic, which means the Direclaw can go into the Primarina now and pick up the knockout. So picking up another knockout here, as Luke is trying to make as much use out of these Tailwind turns as possible. But if Tailwind is able to be stalled out, you know, you obviously want to get this Milotic off the field, because not only does it threaten super effective damage into the Delphox, but also has the Icy Wind option, which can set up a potential back Charizard X really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting choice, because the Sneasler on Pedro's side, it has to be mentioned again, does actually not have a protect, so it would have been pretty safe damage into the slot, but assuming that Lucas said that, oh yeah, the Moonblast isn't going to be enough and wanted to KO the Milotic sooner rather than later. It cost him the Primarina without it doing as much as it could have, but again, the Delphox is in rather comfy position because even outside of Tailwind it's going to stay faster. So we do see the Mega Delphox hit the field. And
Yeah,
let's see what it's up to.
Delphox does Mega Evolve. It's questionable to see if it'll actually get an attack off here. There is a potential situation where you could try to go for a substitute if you're trying to read a double or potentially a protect from one of the opponent's Pokemon and just try to get the KO on Sneasler with the opposing Sneasler. Instead, goes for Heat Wave, does whiff it, unfortunately, into the Milotic, and this chip damage might be important if this close combat. Okay, thankfully the Heat Wave miss did not matter, and the close combat is able to get the knockout into Milotic. So, able to pick up 2 more KOs on the last turn of Tailwind, and it looks like it's going to be a 1v2 to end up the game for Rue here.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think there's any Pokemon in Pedro's team that could clutch this 1v2. Like, King Gambit doesn't appreciate either of those Pokemon. Charizard X wouldn't either exactly. So yeah, King Gambit, as strong as it is, and even with the Occa Berry, shouldn't really be able to clutch this 1v2 because I don't even think a crit is enough to KO Sneasler from this range. So if you're Pedro, you're gonna have to start thinking about game 2 and figure out what went wrong. Because yeah, Sneasler and Primarina were able to put on a lot of pressure, and even though the Primarina didn't get as much value out of it as it could, breaking, doing the damage into all of those things was good. And there is the Sucker Punch being mitigated by a substitute. And Sneasler getting the KO, and that is game 1. That was quite fast, 2 rather aggressive teams, so it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, what do you think Pedro can do in terms of adaptations to get through this battle? Like, was it the wrong choice to bring a Charlodon into this, or was it just a matter of like mixing up the leads? It's honestly not that easy in my opinion, so I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
It's very tough because like you kind of want to prevent Aerodactyl from getting up Tailwind because we saw how much offensive pressure there was into the opposing team with just the speed advantage. Like even the Icy Wind into Primarina wasn't enough to slow down the offense from Lucas's side. So, I mean, if there's a better way to deal with Aerodactyl, maybe that's the better option, or maybe like a Milotic lead to just start putting Icy Winds down to mitigate the speed advantage. But yeah, interestingly, we didn't see a Mega from Pedro's side. So like, I feel like the damage output was just kind of lacking. So, I mean, King Gambit also just kind of found itself in a weird spot. Maybe he was expecting a Basculegion in the back rather than a Sneasler and/or a Delphox. So maybe that's something to consider if you're considering switching up the Pokemon here. But I think definitely trying to put down some Icy Winds maybe early, and then trying to stall out the turns of Tailwind a little bit better, and then maybe trying to set up more of a Zard X angle in the back.
Yeah, or maybe even adapting even further, and maybe if you go for a similar lead again and try to bait the double protect, bringing in Whimsicott and threatening those Anchors should give you ample opportunity to do something else. That might have been the angle that I would have seen, because I do think that the lead initially in game 1 was screaming Whimsicott swap. But we do see a switch up, and we will presumably see 2 Megas this time around because Charizard has hit the building. And yeah, now it might become a simple turn of just trading fake outs. You don't really want to give much to either player, and you usually don't want to risk losing the Sneasler speed tie and faking out into the Sneasler when it fakes out your Adamon, because that usually has disastrous consequences. But yeah, let's see how the trainers opt to do this turn, because there's also the potential of just switching out the quote-unquote obvious slot. But now we start off by seeing the Mega Delphox side.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see both Mega Evolutions going off here. So we're going to see Mega Delphox hit the field in the first turn of the battle, and we're finally going to see the Charizard X hit the field as well. And like you said, I imagine it's just going to be a trade of fake outs here, because you don't want to give Charizard a Dragon Dance, you don't want to give Delphox a potential substitute, but actually it's just going to be a protect from the Charizard here. So potentially not wanting to risk the chip damage, as fake out from Sneasler going to hit into the Delphox, as Sneasler's fake out going to hit into Charizard's protect. So I guess Pedro gets a better turn there because you get actual damage off.
Yeah, like this is a surprisingly damaging fake out, but oh, fake out protect, my old pet peeve. I'm very curious what the thought process was here, what you tried to accomplish with that, but it works out now, and this definitely does free up the slot for any potential Dragon Dances, because even though Delphox can threaten the KO on Sneasler. It can't really threaten it on Charizard effectively unless it's like a double up. Though I suppose that is actually a quite realistic option because the Protect was just burned, so maybe we see a Charizard swap right away and try to reposition and or get some crucial chip in there. But no, we just see the Psychic finding its target into Charizard Charizard X.
Yeah, I imagine that we might see a double up into the Charizard to try to pick up the knockout, as Sneasler on Pedro's side does go first, gets the close combat off, going to activate its own white herb first. So that interestingly will make it faster than the Delphox on the next turn. So maybe if Charizard is able to survive the turn, it does have a lot better physical defense than Charizard Y, but unfortunately that is not enough to survive the double up from Psychic and close combat from Lucas's side. So just as Charizard quickly hit the field, it immediately exits as well. So that's a big hit to Pedro's side of defense.
Yeah, and that is why it was so off to me that it was a Protect, because it does enable the double up into the slot. Like, that was just perhaps a short side in the planning, because the double up is so scary, especially with Mega Delphox being the fastest mon in this entire team. So it's going to be a tough recovery, but with King Gambit you can at the very least play some guessing games, so you can try and call the lack of substitute, and it does work out. Both Megas have been put out of commission.
Yeah, correctly calling that the Delphox would go for an attacking move. Maybe predicting that the Delphox, or maybe predicting that King Gambit wouldn't go for Sucker Punch, predicting that the Delphox would go for Substitute, but instead Pedro getting the good side of that read, able to pick up 2 knockouts here in revenge for Charizard X's early demise here. So now we'll have to see what the backline looks like for Lucas. It's going to be Primarina, and it's going to be Basculegion. So this is a much better position for King Gambit to be in, especially now that since the Sneasler's gone.
Oh yeah, downright fantastic. I mean, also what's worth noting is, like, at this point, you can start making assumptions that perhaps Pedro does have the faster Sneasler. Like, it's not guaranteed yet, but he won the very speed ties, if you want to call it so, and we do see the Protect from Primarina first now. It's like, just find its target.
Oh, Basculegion actually survives that on 1 HP, so that is a pretty clutch survival here. But Basculegion unfortunately can't really lock into Aqua Jet if Lucas wants to win this game. Instead, gonna hit a last respects into the Sneasler, so Basculegion able to get at least 1 knockout before it goes away, and that's a very valuable knockout into the Sneasler. So I would say this is maybe doable for Primarina, but I think this King Gambit might just be too healthy.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one, especially now with Milotic on the board, with the capacity to just Icy Wind. Should mean that with this Choice Scarf, Basculegion, as clutch as it is that it survived on 1 HP, is still extremely susceptible to yet another Sucker Punch that it can't really prevent. So Sucker Punch, Icy Wind should be the play here, and we do see the Sucker Punch go off and get the KO.
Yeah, pretty free Sucker Punch to pick up the last little bit of HP on the Basculegion, because we know it's locked into last respects. And now the Milotic will be going for Scald here, actually, trying to just maybe get a burn to easily take out this Primarina and just get that extra chip damage. I'm not going to get a burn for the second Scald in a row. That's brutal, but this Moonblast, a little bit of a risky Moonblast into the King Gambit, because you never know about those drops, but fortunately does not get the drop there. Actually does a lot of damage to King Gambit, but I think an Icy Wind might be pretty valuable if you want to just not rely on Sucker Punch here.
Yeah. Oh, Life Dew! That is surprising.
Yeah, Life Dew is the third move choice on this Milotic, so it's able to heal up the King Gambit before the Primarina is able to act. But Primarina, interestingly, goes for Moonblast into Milotic this time, does a lot less damage here. Again, no drop, and oh, this King Gambit has Iron Head.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so oh, I was looking at the wrong team sheet. That's why I was surprised.
Yeah, 2 different King Gambits, so it's easy to be caught off guard. But yeah, honestly, I respect it. It was an attempt to try and read the Protect, which is reasonable, because Icy Wind Protect would give you another shot at that. But Pedro's saying, hey, why should I bother? I can just do it. Although, I will say that line ran the risk of losing to a crit potentially, because the damage rolls with crits have enough variance where it would actually be able. So perhaps a bit risky, but definitely a more stylish finish. I can appreciate that. But also interesting to see that apparently Pedro just straight up doesn't need Charizard. Why? Because all that thing did that turn was, or that game was Protect, and then gets dropped by the double up. So I'm going to wonder how this goes into this last game, because there was some choices, like no Aerodactyl from Lucas in the second game is a choice, because we did see Sneasler, Primarina, Basque Legion, Delphox. Even though Aerodactyl feels so tempting, especially with the Tailwind option when Whimsicott doesn't drop into this, and the dual Wing Beat and Rock Slide. It seems so tempting that it makes me really wonder what thought process Lucas went through that arrived at no Aerodactyl in the second game, and if that choice is going to be corrected or not. And we do see that the team preview is up, so let's see what our players have decided for this deciding game 3.
Yeah, day 2
Sneasler
on the
plus
line.
King Gambit.
Yeah, Sneasler King Gambit versus
Sneasler
Delphox
plus
and
Delphox.
Yeah, Sneasler and Delphox.
So, this is an interesting one here, because at this point it's fair to say that Pedro probably has the fastest Sneasler, so we could see the devious little fake out into the opposing Sneasler and try to call out something like a potential substitute, trying to play around. And we do see the Mega Delphox. That might be an indicator that this is not a protect this turn.
Yeah, Delphox could either go on the offensive or maybe try to capitalize on King Gambit getting faked out here to potentially go for a substitute. But no, Delphox just going to go for a protect. Sneasler also going to go for a protect. So maybe indicating that Lucas is confident that their Sneasler is slower, so it's going to win. It's going to lose the fake out speed tie war. So in this situation, you could just double protect, stall out the fake out. But interestingly, the Sucker Punch goes into the Delphox. So as we saw, this King Gambit does not have something like Kowtow Cleave. So it kind of makes substitute pretty free in this spot if you want to go for it.
Oh yeah, theoretically it absolutely does, but more so than that, it makes the substitute free, because King Gambit is way too threatened by Sneasler, so that being recognized brings in the Milotic instead.
Yeah, Milotic comes in here as we see substitute set up from the Delphox. We'll have to see if Sneasler decides to go for the break on the substitute, potentially anticipating this. So good call out from Pedro there to Dire Claw into the Delphox. That will be able to eliminate the substitute as Sneasler goes for close combat into the Milotic. And that is a critical hit. I saw that HP bar just disappear, and that is a big critical hit into Milotic, because we saw how much of a defensive powerhouse Milotic has been in this set. So getting that thing off the field early is a big, big turn for Lucas here. And gets the White Herb activated.
And gets the White Herb Block. So now the speed dynamics have been put upside down. And honestly, Charizard coming in here, I don't know how comfortable of a position that is for Pedro, because Charizard, again, is being at the threat of being just double tapped by the Sneasler Delphox double up, especially with Unburdened proc now. And besides like maybe a Dire Claw crit or a Dire Claw sleep, you can't really do much into Delphox if Sneasler survives the turn regardless. So this is honestly a tough place to be in for Pedro, because if you call out a Protect, which is not that hard, because Sneasler is rather susceptible to everything because it lacks aforementioned Protect on its own. So Charizard X goes for the Mega Evolution. Will it get to actually play the game this time around?
Yeah, because we saw a Psychic and CC double up into the Charizard was more than enough to pick it up. But Charizard, maybe recognizing that threat, going to go for the Protect here, as Sneasler goes for the close combat into the Sneasler, interestingly, this time. So maybe Lucas calling this out and deciding to target the Sneasler down this turn. We'll see what Delphox decide to do. Nope, just spreading damage here, but unfortunately that Psychic is going to hit into a Protect as Sneasler gets a Dire Claw into the Delphox. Not going to be enough for a KO and no Dire Claw status.
Yeah, that was honestly an odd choice of turns from both players, not threatening the KO into either. I would have much rather seen like a double up or a switching around of the targets, because at the very least the Delphox would threaten the one-hit KO into Charizard right away. But what surprises me more than anything is that for all the choices was that the Sneasler didn't close combat into the other Sneasler to proc the Unburden on Pedro's side, because 2 close combats would be enough. And now we see the Sneasler swap out of all things. That is throwing me for a loop.
Yeah, I think this is what Lucas was trying to predict last turn, as maybe trying to predict the Sneasler to switch out from Psychic into Clean Gambit, but this time, without the Charizard able to protect, it is susceptible to a double up. But actually, Delphox surprisingly goes for Heat Wave, which is going to proc the King Gambit's Akaberry, allowing it to take that Heat Wave a lot more comfortably, which does mean Charizard is allowed to act this turn, so it's going to get a Dragon Claw into the Sneasler, which is a big knockout, because we saw how potent King Gambit was in the last game, and getting rid of its biggest threat in Sneasler is very, very good for it. So Primarina does come out here, and I would say that this position is pretty good for it because Charizard can't touch it, and King Gambit is going to have a bit of a hard time dealing with it on its own because it still has to
Yeah.
get rid of that Delphox.
Honestly, very interesting to see the Heatwave because as a real dragon now, Charizard X has the spot resist, so Delphox even opting for the Protect. I'm surprised that it's a substitute.
It doesn't have enough HP to make a substitute.
Oh my god, it's been a long night. I'm so very sorry.
Long day. We're making our way through it, but just double protects from the 2 Mega Evolutions. Primarina going to find its mark with Moonblast. I don't think this is going to be enough. Yeah, we saw last game that it just barely wasn't enough to KO King Gambit, but I think King Gambit just wanted to hit into that Delphox now because it knows it can't make a substitute. But Primarina correctly targeting there and getting King Gambit down to reasonable spread move range.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm rather surprised that Pedro at no point has opted for the Dragon Dance yet. It would have been great to see the Dragon Dance instead of the Dragon Claw on the turn that Sneasler KO'd, because becoming the fastest one on the field would have been huge. But we'll finally see the last Pokemon on Lucas' side, and it is in fact the Bascule Legion.
I really like this as a last Pokemon here because if you're able to get rid of King Gambit and the Sucker Punch strike, oh, there's a Dragon Dance, but unfortunately might be too little too late because I am quite confident that this Charizard is in range of Hyper Voice or Dazzling Gleam. And just as as I was saying, both Pokemon in range of Primarina's spread damage, and now with nothing stopping a Bascule Legion from clicking Last Respect, Sneasler all by its lonesome here. It looks like Lucas has wrapped this game up and has locked their spot into day 2.
Yeah, this is all she wrote there. This is already shipped. We don't like to call off the games early, but in a 1-3 situation like that, it's quite difficult to even think of a theoretical way of doing it outside of like accidentally hitting Last Respect on your own Primarina, but no, it does find its target, and that is Lucas finding his way into the day 2 of this tournament. Congratulations, well played set, very nice game 3 scenario. But sometimes it just comes down to some reads. Like, as we said, maybe an earlier Dragon Dance would have allowed for some repositioning, because +1 Tough Claws Flare Blitz would have definitely done really good damage, even into a Pokemon like Primarina that resisted quite well. So that is always a bit hard to tell. But, yeah, interesting match. Like, perhaps the crit into Milotic was a little too unfortunate, but the fact is, like, the question is, like, what would have Milotic done if it actually stuck around, because it was also in such a pinned position. Because, I mean, I suppose it would have freed up the slot for Sneasler to do something, but even then that would force Psychic versus Heatwave Mind Games into the Sneasler slot with like a potential King Gambit switch. What's your perspective on it? What's your read on it? Because I think talking about like those crits, what if they didn't happen, is always a factor.
Yeah, I think Milotic's utility in that matchup was just being a defensive pivot and just a defensive mon in general, because like it prevents Delphox from, staying on the field and spamming heat waves into the rest of the team. And if you're able to get a couple icy winds down on the opposing team, like maybe that sets up Charizard X to do a little bit more, because it kind of just got outsped by everything like Delphox and Sneasler.
That's why I'm so surprised that there wasn't a Dragon Dance earlier, because once the Dragon Dance has happened, once Charizard is more than fast enough to outspeed basically everything on the board. And also, quick mention from Ericko. Lucas has in fact won last week, which, not surprising looking at the very solid performance and the strong team that was massively piloted, and already on a good way to maybe make it a repeat victory.
Yeah, I think definitely the X factor in that set was like the Sneasler interactions, like just keeping the Sneaslers healthy, because like King Gambit we saw like absolutely dominated game 2. So if you're able to keep Sneasler around, you can just have an instant like delete button with close combat into King Gambit, and that just allows your Delphox to freely fire off attacks without fear of getting sucker punch, and it frees up your Bascule Legion end game, which I think was a really good adjustment in game 3 to recognize that King Gambit was kind of something that was pinning down a lot of your offense, and then if you're just able to get rid of King Gambit, Last Respects just cleans up the end game, and Bascule Legion just had a really easy time there.
Yeah, also, don't think I didn't see what you did there with that X Factor pun in the Charizard X game.
See, I didn't even notice that I did that. Unintended, sure. We'll take that one.
Intend your puns, you coward!
Yeah, I'm just... my brain just didn't even think of that.
But yeah, it's still potential to see Pedro in day 2. Would be interesting to see Charizard X. Like, usually you see a lot more of it on ladder because it thrives off of the surprise factor, since so many teams by default assume that they're running into a Charizard Y. So it is genuinely curious to me how to see how it's going to perform in an open team sheet environment for the first time, because again, I want to remind the newer players that are watching here that the last time we had megas, open team sheets weren't even a thought. 2019 was a long time ago in VGC history. We've only had open team sheets for a little over 3 years at this point, which is quite something. And
Yeah,
also, looking at that, was this? No, this was not our last match. There is one more to go. So we're only going to have a short break before we head into the next round. So, any closing thoughts for this round, Eric?
Delphox, great mega. Charizard X, keep it on the radar. It's a good Pokemon, but we'll probably see it again in day 2. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, man, remember when people were molding about Levitate? Good times. Good
It's
times.
a good Pokemon. It's good.
Later. Hello and welcome back to our final round of Swiss. How are you feeling, Eric? Are you motivated for some good Pokemon to end this lovely evening?
It's definitely been a long day, a lot of Pokemon, a lot of things going on, but I think we have a absolute treat for you to feature in the
Mm-hmm.
last round of Swiss today. We have a rain mirror match, but it's definitely not your everyday rain mirror match, and
Mm-hmm.
there's more than one reason why, and I think you're seeing
Yeah,
one of those
yeah.
reasons on the screen right now.
Mm-hmm. Starting off with our first sighting of the ever so deadly Mega Scizor with sword stance, because how many multipliers do you want? Yes. But yeah, outside of that, is another soft sand Garchomp. I am honestly surprised that we see a second one of those in one evening like that. The rare White Guard Pelipper, and outside of that, very standard Basculegion, and the Archaludon with the Chople Berry. Honestly, reasonable adaptation into this meta makes this Sneasler matchup a lot more bearable.
I think people are kind of underrating Scizor because, like, we've seen Rain plus Mega Scizor literally win an IC all the way back in 2018. So I think people are just like, wait a minute, Scizor might be like really good. I mean, because like Scizzor's attack set is massive once it Mega evolves, and then it also has access to Swords Dance, one of the best priority moves in the game, in Bullet Punch and
Mm-hmm.
Bug Bite.
Technician boosted Bullet Punch.
Yes,
Very, very important.
and also access to Bug Bite, which is also Technician boosted and also has the added benefit of munching on a whole lot of berries in this format.
Mm.
So I think
Yeah.
Scizor, either in its Mega form or base Scizor, deserves a lot of attention in this early Champions meta.
Yeah, it also has a whole lot of other potential interesting options, like a Technician boosted dual wing beat. But we're not going to talk about what's possible, we're just going to talk what's in there. Because again, I'm actually very curious what the White Guard is for. Nothing on this team is like particularly weak to stuff like Rock Slap, but I do suppose it's for the Earthquakes. So let's see what it's up against, because we did say it's a promising Rain Mirror. And first sight of one of my favorites in early the champions is Clefable. With the cute charm ability. It has 3 abilities. You pick that one. I have questions, buddy.
I also have some questions, but Mental Herb is clever on it because it's a strictly support Clefable. So, like, you shake off Taunt for at least one turn. Cute Charm is potentially infuriating because if you get hit by the Infatuation status, like, you can follow me hits into Clefable, and like that just increases the chance. It's kind of like running Effect Spore Amoonguss, where like you can Rage Powder
Mm-hmm.
hits into yourself and then like try to proc the statuses. So it's definitely an interesting choice. I mean, I think a lot of Clefables normally opt for Unaware, but like
Mm-hmm.
if you really think about it, Unaware doesn't really do a whole lot in this format because, like, aside
I
from
take
like
personal offense to that, but yes.
I mean, yeah,
I love
because
Unaware
like
Clefable, but that's a whole different story. Can
it's
we
it's
talk about
hard to
Quick Claw
use.
Pelipper, please? It's bothering me so much. Her Hydro Pump Quick Claw Pelipper, that is insane. I want to see this proc so badly.
We're seeing full gamble on Pelipper because there's also Hydro Pump. So, like, if you click Hydro Pump, you're just like, okay, I hope I move first with Click Claw, and then I also have to hit the 80% accurate Hydro Pump. You're leaving a lot up to chance, and I think that's more risk than a lot of VGC players are willing to put up with. But we're also seeing a new Mega. We're seeing Mega Dragonite come to the forefront. So we're actually on a pretty good streak of featuring new Megas. Like, we've having a lot of them at the top tables.
Yeah,
Um,
it's quite interesting because I
yeah.
remember we had a Dragonite with the Megastone earlier in the tournament, but it used its inner focus more and
Yes.
didn't end up megaing at all. So even though it was technically featured, it didn't make an appearance yet. And also interesting to see that there is actually an adaptability Basculegion. It's going to be quite interesting in the Rain Mirror. It doesn't have to worry about any drops in terms of, not drops, but changes in weather. So that is quite stable. And honestly, with Cute Chunk Clefable, I'm starting to think it's probably going to be female most of the time, specifically for male Basculegion for the Infatuation, if it's able to tank a Wave Crush in the first place, which in rain isn't guaranteed to be, because that's just a lot of damage, honestly. It's just
I
a lot of
mean,
multipliers.
it also sucks for Clefable in this matchup because it is Scizor food, so
Mm-hmm.
might be a little tough to bring here. But I mean, you never know. This team has a lot of surprises, so we might be in for a bit of an interesting set here, to say the least, if certain things go certain ways.
Mm-hmm. Also, one little thing that I think deserves mentioning is the Flamethrower and Dragon Knight feels rather odd on a Rain team, but I do suppose it's tech for matchups like
Scizor.
Scizor is definitely an interesting one, although I will say Scizor will probably survive the non-step Flamethrower in range, so that's an interesting one. Though it will still put an absolute chunk out of it and put it in range for something like a potential... Oh, I was gonna say Aqua Jet, but the Best Legion doesn't have Aqua Jet.
Yeah, admittedly, Scizor does look a little awkward into this team because, like, there's a lot of resistances to Bullet Punch between the water types and Archaludon, especially with Stamina Archaludon. So if that thing gets a lot of boosts up, it might be a little hard to break through for Scizor, but I imagine, like, you know, there's still plenty of situations where Scizor can just, like, click Swords Dance one time and just start absolutely wreaking havoc, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this one shakes out because I mean, there's a lot of similarities between both teams, but there's also a lot of differences, and I think the differences are really what's going to make this matchup unique.
Yeah, like even the Clefable, it's quite interesting because even if it just tanks one redirection in a matchup as aggressive as the Rain Mirror, that might actually still be enough for all intents and purposes. So I really want to see how this plays out. I'm waiting on feedback from our players. Yeah. So again, as a reminder, since it's the last round, Eric, where can we find you? What kind of social media do you have that people can find you on?
So you can find me on twitter.com at ARIC Eric B XXIV, the Roman numeral for 24. You can find me on X or Twitter, whichever one you prefer. I do have a Twitch channel that I do intend on returning to one day. It's just ARICB. You can follow me there if I ever decide to stream VGC again. I technically have streamed in the past 6 months because I did stream something for USPA, but that was a 1 in a million type event. So I'm hoping to not make that the case going forward. But yeah, if you guys if you like hearing my voice and you like hearing me yap about Pokemon, those are the best places to hear me do it.
All right. You can also find me on Twitter. I'm not gonna call it X. I despise that name. Or on Twitch, as we're currently multi-streaming. If you're on the YouTube audience, you can check me out on twitch.tv/KC_VGC. And also, reminder to the Twitch viewers, there is a pin on top of the chat that gets you to the YouTube stream. So do make sure that you check out both of them for the algorithm numbers. And yeah, outside of that, I think our players should finally be ready. We have gotten feedback, so let's jump into the lobby. All right, as you said, this is going to be quite interesting. It makes me wonder if the Basque Legion is going to be Adamant or Jolly, depending on like what speed stats you really want to hit. Because if it's Jolly, it might be missing out on some important damage, because we could very well see like a Basque Legion versus Basque Legion matchup or some important chip, since there is options like a not super effective rank pull, so quite hard to say. So yeah, I'm honestly curious if so there's one option, those rain mirrors, that I'm always thinking about, and it's the just not bringing your own rain set and just trying to abuse it. Like, I can see that one of the two players might just lead Archaludon Basque Legion and hope that it's a Pelipper lead from the other side. Very possible. Do you think it's a risk worth taking? Because that is like one of the only things on my mind here that makes sense to me. Very, very curious about it.
I will say, in regards to the Basque Legion facing off, I do like GG's Basque Legion positioned a lot better, just because it's the Choice Scarf variant, and it's, you know, like the other one's running adaptability as well, so it's not even going to get the speed boost from Rain.
Oh yeah, right, I completely missed that. For some reason, my mind defaulted to Swift Swim. You caught me on that one, right, that's a problem.
Yeah, so also, like, look at Zuri's team and look at Last Respects, if properly positioned. There is the cute Charm Clefable that can potentially trip up this Basque Legion if it does happen to attack into it, but I mean, against a Scizor team, it's really hard to justify Clefable potentially.
Yeah, we've been underselling it a bit, but this is the one time where leftover stamina Archaludon might actually go crazy.
Yeah, if you're able to get enough
So,
boosts off, then like
mhm.
Archaludon could easily sit in front of like the entire team. I think you maybe have to deal with Garchomp and Sneasler, which are
Garchomp,
likely
Sneasler,
to
yeah.
come. Yeah, so it might
Especially
be.
because, as we've mentioned, it is soft sand. That is truly one of the item choices. But I mean, there's not that many. White Whip is already taken. Choice Scarf is already taken, so it does make sense. The only thing you could alternatively run would maybe be a Lumberry. But
Some
yeah.
people run Citrus. That's another good one.
Oh yeah, we've actually seen that before.
Yeah, usually with soft sand, you run multiple ground moves, but this one's only running Stomping Tantrum,
Yeah.
so still plenty of damage though.
Yeah. But yeah, we finally have a concluded team preview. We're going to see the Rain Mirror. Let's see. I want to see one Basque Legion Archaludon lead for the hell of it. But we see Sneasler and Archaludon opting for the Fake Out pressure instead versus Pelipper Sneasler. So honestly, already a good start for GG, because having Archaludon in this position to just fire off those Electro Shots without needing to with Pelipper in is already a good start. Another question becomes, do you just trade the Fake Outs? Because Pelipper is Focus Sash, but, oh wait, I almost picked it up. Zurim has the one with Protect, so you could actually theoretically Protect and try to do something else. So instead of a Fake Out trade, I could see a situation where it's just a Protect on both Pelipper and Archaludon, because you don't want to get hit by the Close Combat turn 1, and you don't want to lose your Sash turn 1, which means both players have potentially a little too much to lose. But oh, then again, oh no, I got mixed again. It's actually Quick Claw, right? And there is the Fake Out into the Stamina Archaludon. That's shocking.
Yeah, so giving Archaludon a boost right off the bat, just risking the Fake Out. But actually, the Fake Out goes into Sneasler here, so maybe trying to catch Sneasler, maybe trying to judge the speeds a little bit. But this does allow Tailwind to go up on Zurium's side. But I don't really hate the position that Archaludon's in, considering it is holding that Choppleberry.
This is fine for all intents and purposes. Like the Tailwind, it's gonna take a while until it actually kicks in, and GG does have the Sneasler with the Protect, so this is quite the safe position, honestly. So you're not threatened immediately by KOs. Archaludon is now very, very comfortable to set up for later with the Electro Shots, and we do see the Protect on a Sneasler trying to stall out a Tailwind turn.
Yeah, maybe just trying to just protect itself from a Hurricane from this Pelipper, but we're going to see the Choppleberry consume. Archaludon eats that, especially after the stamina boost it got from turn 1. So it's able to easily tank that close combat from Sneasler, and this critically will drop Sneasler defenses to not only undrop them, so now it gets the wider boost, so now it gets even more speed. But the Hurricane goes into the Sneasler, yeah, the Unburden boost, and then so the Sneasler protects in front of the Hurricane, and we'll have to see what which slot this Electro Shot goes into. It's going to go into the Pelipper, and that is just going to be a clean one-hit KO, because this Pelipper is not Focus Sash, so just taking the opportunity to get rid of the Rain Setter immediately and just get a free knockout with Electro Shot.
I'll be honest, I'm very, very surprised to not see the Electro Shot into the Sneasler. Perhaps it was a read, but I'm gonna have to keep so much yeah, both Sneaslers have Protect, so the likeliest explanation here is that it was a Protect read, and we're bringing in the Dragonite, which at this point, with its Hurricane and Draco Meteor, can threaten the KO on both Archaludon and Sneasler without the Assaulters, and especially without a good chunk of its health. Both Pokemon are in range to be KO'd, but probably makes more sense to try and KO the Sneasler, since without the Choppleberry at this range, it's very easy for Sneasler to presumably still pick up the KO. It's just above 2-hit KO range in terms of HP, so there is a lot of offensive pressure going on here, which means that I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like the Sneasler or the Archaludon switch out and just try to redirect the position, because this is, funnily enough, one position where Clefable could be... Oh wait, no, the sides. It's late and I'm messing up the teams in this position. Save me, Eric. But yeah, no, we see the Dragonite Mega Evolve and no Protect, no switches.
Yeah, Dragonite's in a pretty decent position here because you just have another option to Hurricane the opposing Sneasler. Sneasler, I don't know, honestly. It might be close whether or not close combat would KO the Archaludon from this range because it is +2 in defense, but not going to take the chance this turn. Just going to be a protect from GG's side. But this does mean that the Dragonite is going to get the Hurricane into the Sneasler. That's going to be an easy one-hit KO. And Zuri has answered with a KO of their own, trying to get these Tailwind turns. It's kind of tough from GG's side because, like, if you wanted to switch out Sneasler there, then like there's not really much on the rest of the team that wants to take a Hurricane from Mega Dragonite, so it's kind of a tough spot there. But I think Sneasler probably is the weakest link if you're assuming something like Basculegion is in the back and maybe not Archaludon.
Yeah, or maybe even a Scizor, which we see entering the field now. So the double Steel types in a very comfortable position, and Sneasler without a drop yet. So this is really going to come down to like, does Archaludon survive this or not? Because I mean, we're going to see Dragonite presumably flamethrowing into the Scizor. So now it becomes a matter of like, how much damage does it really do? Because Sneasler obviously actually better special bulk than physical bulk. So if the Scizor is strong enough, maybe a Bullet Punch is enough to KO from here. Few people have done that calc so far. Sneasler from like about 75% range versus a Bullet Punch. And then the other thing is like, does Draco Meteor or does Dragon Pulse from this range do enough damage to the Dragonite? Probably doesn't. So perhaps the play here is hope that Sneasler goes down and chip Dragonite with an Electro Shot. And we do see the Mega Evolution of Edward's Giga Scissor Hands.
Yes, Scizor going to Mega Evolve here, and we'll have to see if it actually goes on the offensive, or maybe there is a universe where it could click Swords Dance here to potentially set itself up for the end game. But nope, just going to try to go for that Sneasler KO. It does get the KO. Critical hit. Potentially could have mattered there, but very, very nice KO to get for the Archaludon because Sneasler was easily the biggest threat. And now you have this Tailwind petering out, so that may indicate that Archaludon might be able to get the jump on some things, but we'll have to see what the last Pokemon from Zuri is here.
Yeah, couldn't really someone. I mean, honestly, for GG, it might be a little annoying to have gotten the crit because it would have been great to get confirmation that this is enough for the KO, but we will see the second Archaludon entering the field, and now this is going to be a bit of a tough one because without Sneasler, you don't have that great damage into Archaludon, so the hope is that maybe GG pulled the strat that we were talking about earlier and didn't bring Pelipper and has instead the Basculegion or the Garchomp, because otherwise dealing with the opposing Archaludon Zuri side, especially with those leftovers to its name, is going to be a real uphill battle. So yeah, even with the lower health, the plus defense won't really matter. It would have been nice to see the Electro Shot. That's what I mean. Like, Electro Shot, the previous turn would have put Archaludon to +2 and it might have been enough, but instead uses the Bullet Punch to break through the multi-scale. Very, very smart targeting here, honestly.
Yeah, Bullet Punch to break the multi-scale, which indicates that there might be a double up from the Archaludon. Oh wow, that Hurricane did a ton of damage and also managed to get the Confusion. And also interesting confirmation that Zuri's Archaludon is going to be the faster Archaludon. So maybe a double up into the Sneasler or the Scizor might be able to knock it out here, as Archaludon is going to be throwing an Electric Shot into the Sneasler. So that our Scizor, too many S Pokemon on the field. Scizor goes down to the double up there, and this does leave Archaludon able to fire off a Dragon Pulse into the Dragonite. At +1, that'll be an easy knockout into the Dragonite now that it has had its multi-scale broken. And we'll have to see what this last Pokemon is from GG, because I think if it's Basculegion or Garchomp, I think it's a pretty good 2v1 position despite the stamina, because you have a +1 Archaludon on your side, and you do have a Garchomp that can hit this thing with a Soft Sand boosted Stopping Tantrum.
Yep, there we see it. It was the call out that you don't need to bring your own rain in the Rain Mirror, and this Garchomp with Soft Sand, honestly, Archaludon is not going to enjoy that. It might not KO straight up depending on how the Archaludon is trained, but it's going to leave it with very little. Yeah, 27 HP, that is a good chunk of change.
Yeah, and unfortunately, since Archaludon doesn't have the ability to attack multiple Pokemon at once, it can only get one KO here. It chooses the Garchomp, but now this leaves GG's Archaludon to click a Dragon Pulse into the opposing Archaludon, and that will seal up the game, and GG will go up 1-0 in the set.
Yep. Honestly, quite interesting strat from GG. Like, it's easy to backfire for stuff like that because it felt like Archaludon was such a huge pillar. So this first game makes me back the question of like, do you just not bring rain at all from either players in the rain mirror to not enable either of those Pokemon? Because it's not impossible at this point, I want to say. Like, a Basculegion would have also been an option here. What do you think? What are the adaptations going to be for that? Because there was a bit of a silly game one, and they didn't even have a quick Clobrock.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting mind game for both players because I think Archaludon becomes a lot less of a threat if there's no Pelipper. So it kind of begs the question of like, okay, do I bring Pelipper to enable my own Archaludon at the expense of enabling my opponent's Archaludon? And I was kind of surprised to see the absence of Basculegion in the first game because I think Basculegion Choice Scarf Last Respects looks really, really good in an endgame scenario, especially if you're in a situation where you're not giving the Archaludon any stamina boost like that last game. So maybe potential switch up. I don't think Scizor really did that much. Like the Bullet Punch was nice into the Sneasler and also was nice to break the Dragonite's multi-scale, but I just don't think it quite had enough to do enough on its own. So maybe there's
for the most part,
if there's one Pokemon you
the
could
same.
swap,
Like I see your angle.
yeah, if there's one Pokemon you could consider switching out, maybe you drop Scizor here because of Bullet Punch maybe isn't the most essential tool in the matchup.
I mean, it's possible. Basculegion could also just replace Garchomp because in the late game, if you have like 2 Pokemon down already, 150 base power, Last Respect is also going to deal massive chunks into Archaludon. The strat isn't usually to one-hit KO it from the get-go right away. It's usually not possible. So chipping it significantly into something might be the strat. So I can see some switch-ups from both sides. But I'm very curious how Zorian is going to handle it. And this time, we're seeing the Pelipper brought from Zorian. I was wondering if they switched up perspectives because we had the one already. But no, this time GG actually opts to bring the Archaludon and just wants to go crazy with those Electroshots right away. Versus the Sneasler Dragonite lead. So, again, interesting position. Can try and break the Focus Sash right away, which is probably a pretty reasonable thing to do. The question is just what do you want to try with Dragonite? Perhaps it's like a fake out Hurricane double up with the Mega Evolution, since both Sneasler and Archaludon can tank one of those hits early on, and if Sneasler prevents Pelipper from doing anything, it's a fair trade. And we do see the Mega Dragonite going off first thing in this game.
Yeah, Dragonite going to Mega Evolve right off the bat as Archaludon going to protect, probably just going to protect itself from a Fake Out or a Close Combat from Sneasler, as we do see Close Combat go into the Archaludon's Protect. Dragonite actually goes for a Draco Meteor, so the double up, trying to get rid of the Archaludon just immediately on turn 1, as Pelipper is going to take this opportunity, now that it wasn't targeted, to set up that Tailwind. So I did like that play a lot, because you just protect Archaludon, and then you just make it so it becomes the fastest thing on the field with Tailwind up, and now you just have the freedom to start spamming Electroshots.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious what GG has in the backdoor, because that kind of play felt like, I mean, either you're willing to bet it all, or you have a backup plan for if Pelipper goes down first turn to like a Draco Meteor, or maybe even a double up depending on what you need. So comfortable position now, because Sneasler shouldn't outspeed Pelipper right now, so the Hurricane becomes quite threatening. Electroshot to break through the multi-scale on Dragonite is quite nice, since not even a Dragon Pulse crit would KO from multi-scale, and it sets up safer for any potential switch-ins of something like a Basculegion or Archaludon, but we do just see the Protect. Let's see how the rest of the turn plays out.
Yeah, Protect from Dragonite, just trying to prevent any sort of damage, but this does allow Pelipper to go for a Hurricane into the Sneasler. That is going to be an easy one-hit KO. But the good part about attacking into a Protect, Electroshot doesn't care. Electroshot will still give you the special attack boost, but Archaludon interestingly goes for Dragon Pulse into the Dragonite, so not even choosing to go for the Electroshot there.
Yeah, and this is the second time, like, at this point I really would have loved to see the Electroshot, because both times hitting into the Protect could have at least netted you the special attack boost, but thankfully this is still a stable enough situation where it's not like it's super necessary, and now that Pelipper with the Quick Claw is really threatened by the Electroshot, while you can use your own Pelipper to use Hurricane to proc the multi-scale on Dragonite, while also giving you the Confused chance, or well, better than trying to do anything with Weather Ball, frankly. So again, very good usage out of the Tailwind turns. Like, that turn 1 is still carrying so much weight into this game, and will presumably for its entire duration, because, again, what needs to be said is that a GG in this game got the first KO without taking a single point of damage so far, and there is the Hurricane to break the multi-scale.
Yeah, really good setup of speed tiers here. We have the Hurricane to break the multi-scale, and then we have the super effective Dragon Pulse. Not able to KO the Dragonite. Dragonite is a very, very bulky Pokemon. Dragon Pulse not the strongest move. Draco Meteor, this should still do a lot of damage as Archaludon does not have really good special defense. It is able to hang on, though. So Dragonite able to get an attack off that turn. That will give Archaludon a stamina boost, but now Pelipper is going to match the Tailwind on the opposing side. So now with the Tailwind running out on GG's side, this might be a chance for Zuri to reverse the momentum here.
Yeah, quite curious how this is going to be played out, and again, I feel like harking on a little bit. See, if the Electroshot would have been used the last and the +1 Archaludon would have picked up on Dragonite here, and GG would already be in a much stronger position. But now, like this, Archaludon has to respect the -2, but Dragonite swaps out instead, hoping to catch a Protect, perhaps.
Yeah, we're going to see Basculegion switch in here. So the Archaludon going to protect itself here, trying to, hang on to that last little bit of HP. There is a Hurricane. This will do a significant amount of damage to Basculegion, take it under half HP, as Pelipper is going to fire off a Hurricane into Archaludon, which just protected. So that is going to be the last turn of Tailwind from GG's side, and there is an option to reset it because Pelipper's Focus Sash still hasn't been broken yet. But if you leave the Archaludon alone, both of these Pokemon are very, very nice Electroshot targets.
Yeah, GG has the Leppa with the Focus Session. Zero is the one I've picked. I'm trying to keep track of that, but yeah, this is quite an interesting one. You can try and set up again, but Archaludon is a tough piece to lose here because it really comes down to like what the other two Pokemon in the back are if you want to deal with Basculegion in the rain like that, since the Last Respect at 100 base power is already going to do enough, and we do see the Last Respects go off into Pelipper and break it down to 27 HP.
Yeah, Hurricane goes into the Archaludon. This is able to pick up Archaludon because of its lackluster special defense, but unfortunately, since you didn't double into the Pelipper, it does allow Pelipper to reset that Tailwind up, and now you have a few options here if you're GG. You have a lot of pretty good Pokemon that you can bring in here as Rain goes away, but that's not going to matter if there is a Basculegion in the back because you do have that Choice Scarf, and now with a Pokemon KO'd, you also have a boosted power Last Respect, so Basculegion could be a pretty good Pokemon to bring in here from GG's side if that's what they decide to go for.
Yeah, now it's honestly curious to see what the next one is, and it is in fact the Garchomp. So Last Respects shouldn't be enough to KO Garchomp at 100 base power. It would need another KO for that. So now the question becomes of like, do you want to swap out the Pelipper to reset the Rain? Is it worth it for like the 100% accurate Hurricanes, or maybe even try to set up a Tailwind later? Because we have to remember Zurim has the Quick Claw with the Protect, so you can try and Protect and set up the Tailwind later down the line, so you are in a position where you can outspeed later, but it makes it a bit awkward with like what you do with Basculegion here, since you can try to get a kill on Pelipper and see what's last, but I think you'd rather try and start dealing some damage into Garchomp, potentially trading for it, and then have Dragonite with deck next turn to get a potential Protect in Tailwind play. But Garchomp just straight up protects in a position where there was much more pressure for GG here, quite surprising.
Yeah, just wanting to stall out the last turn of the opposing Tailwind, and the Pelipper is going to go for a Hurricane outside of the Rain. Unfortunately, the accuracy not 100%, and that is going to whiff into the Basculegion, as Pelipper is going to go down to Zurim's Hurricane, which does hit outside of Rain. But now, crucially, GG does have 2 more turns of Tailwind to work with, so now has the combination of Garchomp plus Sneasler, so no Basculegion in the back, but yeah, this is a little awkward because Pelipper is not OHKO'd by either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and Zurim does have the option for Protected to try and stall out, so honestly swapping out and Protect would have been, but no, Basculegion just opts to Protect instead.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Pelipper, Pelipper is going to also Protect here, but crucially there is still 1 more turn of Tailwind, so you can stall out the Fake Out here, but you do still have 1 more turn of Tailwind to contend with. Garchomp actually going for Rock Slide. That is a lot more damage into Pelipper, but it does risk missing the knockout onto Basculegion, allowing it to potentially fire back a Last Respects.
And quite frankly, with Quick Claw, it's pretty fair to assume that Developer might have even survived the double up, because even though it is super effective, Rock Slide is non-step and spread, so you do miss out on a lot of damage that you would have otherwise. So honestly, quite a risky play, very much banking on a potential flinch on the Basque Legion, I suppose. Because yeah, now Tailwind plus trying to get a Wave Crash might actually pay a lot of dividends, because you can get rid of Pelipper or Basque Legion, but not both.
That Dire Claw does a lot of damage, and it actually does put Pelipper in range of KO after the double up there. A flinch into Basque Legion, I fear, would be game-ending for Zurium here. So Basque Legion... Oh, I spoke it into existence. I'm so sorry.
Curse.
The commentator
like
curse. Yeah, not like that. I am so sorry about that, because I was literally on that train of thought. And now Dragonite comes back in. It's slower than Garchomp. It's chipped very heavily. It's in range of Rock Slide. But at this point, you don't even have to go for Rock Slide if you're GG, because you could just click Dire Claw and Stomping Tantrum, and I think the game just ends there.
Yeah, not really any chance for counterplay. Basque Legion straight up doesn't have enough health to even try to clutch this one out, and Dragonite is just easy pickings, as it is by far the slowest Pokemon on the field. I don't really see any way for Zurium to do this, but GG opting for the Protect instead. I'm not quite sure what's trying to be stalled here.
Yeah, instead just wanting to go for a Rock Slide, just get the double knockout. And yeah, Garchomp is on top of its game, hitting all of its Rock Slides and securing the double knockout. And that will be the game and the set for GG. And they will be advancing to our top 32 tomorrow.
32. And yep, thank you all very much for watching. That was in fact our last round of Swiss. If you want to, feel free to check out Limitless to keep track with how the standings are going. As we've said, it is a clear top 32 cut, and you can see who's playing and root for your favorite teams. We have some quite interesting stuff in there, as we've discussed earlier and featured on stream. Nubasaurus, guaranteed top 32 with the very interesting Meowscarada Dragapult Sableye team. Arctic Fish, which we had on stream, if I remember correctly, with the Sash Aegislash, Talonflame, Rotom Wash, Floette. Quite a bit of stuff. So remember, we're going to have top 32 streamed tomorrow. We're not finishing the tournament today. We're going to stream tomorrow. Same time, same place on twitch.tv/KCVGC for the Twitch, and on YouTube on Ericko Champions channel for the YouTube chat. Please check out both if you can. Support the small tournament organizers hosting those streams, so there's something more to watch. The more eyes you get on those kinds of things, the better it is in total for everyone. But once more, I'm going to say thank you all so much for watching. Thanks, Eric, for being a fantastic co-caster. It was a blessing. And Ericko for hosting the entire thing. I can't wait to see who comes out on top and nets a nice little prize pool. Because remember, even though this tournament is free to enter, there is a $100 prize pool on the line. So these players are playing for some nice buckaroos.
Yeah, we've had an exciting tournament today, and we have even more action tomorrow, so it should be an exciting top 32. Same time, EST start time tomorrow for top 32. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you give the channels a follow. And yeah, come back tomorrow for some more exciting Pokemon Champions tournament action.
Yeah, and I think that concludes this broadcast. So thanks for watching, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Hello.
What's up?
All right, I ended the stream.
Nice.